It's the way it's built and landscaped. It's very California feel to it, but it's a beautiful area. It's very devastating when it comes through. I know that I was glad that it seemed to avoid Rebecca, and I do have a few friends out
Right.
there
Well,
that
that
are in
rotational low went down in over Colorado, went through, came in off the coast of Washington, went through
right.
Idaho and Wyoming and northern Utah, and then blew in. And now it's backpedaling, is spinning, has spun its way all the way up because it met that southerly flow that's coming up through the Gulf Stream, and then it got jammed straight up north, and it affected everyone from literally from Minnesota to Texas. And yeah, there's that bow and multiple. Let's see, all those yellow dots are multiple lightning
Mhm.
storms.
Oh
And
yeah.
that rotational, if you notice, it goes all the way up into Canada and it rotates around to the left in a circle. And that is a vortexual rotating storm. And that shows Bismarck, etc. And that low started out in South Dakota and then it went into North Dakota. Now it's backing into eastern Montana. And we're having huge high winds and drop in temperature. And you see the blue lines, snow. This is a vortexual rotate, anti rotating, opposite direction rotating, storm backpedaling that's going to continue its pathway for the next couple of days, depending on where it goes. But this is completely not normal, and it literally goes from um, uh, the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico all the way up to Alaska,
Yeah.
and they're not
Hmm.
showing that in the news. That is
No,
one
yeah.
connected double spinning storm. Go
I
ahead.
I mean, yeah, they don't say anything about it. You're right.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say I have some videos over on TikTok where people are talking about just that. They're like, guys, I had no idea this was going on, is what the first guy says. So that's
Oh
the common
gosh.
theme is people don't know, but then they find out, like they see a TikTok about it and they're like, what? Houston's flooding, or they don't know because
Right.
not much is
Everyone
being
is
said.
just
So
so caught up in their
I
own
know,
lives.
in the dark. You're in the
Right.
dark.
That
and
is
you're
even
caught
way
up
bigger
in
than that. It's going up
this,
into Canada, all the way up to Alaska. It's we got extreme winds here in Montana all day, and that they briefly discussed that, but yeah, we're having we will have lightning storms and severe weather tonight as well.
Let's go ahead and get the rest of our
Yes.
members up here. I see a few more here. I have crawled in during the show or the intro. So, but let's go ahead and add Christopher. I see Christopher here. He's waiting patiently.
Good.
So here we go. Hey, hi Chris. How are you tonight?
Hi guys, how you doing?
Yeah. How is Vegas? How's Vegas going?
It's sunny and warm.
Yeah.
And,
But not hot.
It's getting hot.
It's
Like,
hot. It's hot here too.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready for that. When you get to step outside and if you're not ready for it, that heat blast just gets you real bad. I'm not ready for summer at all.
Right. Today I stepped out. I had the sunroof open and not a cloud in sight. It's like one of those days. And I had to close the sunroof before long because my cheeks were stinging. It was uncomfortable. It was that fiery burning feeling. So it's only 80 degrees. It's not hot, but it was burning my skin. So within a few seconds. I know you all know.
One arm tan.
Yeah. Right. So, but yeah, well, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Let's go ahead and we have one more here for tonight, and it is our good friend Jesus Marquez in Utah. So here he is, everybody. Hey, Jesus.
Hi guys, how y'all doing?
How are you? How are you tonight?
I am good. I'm good. Everything's good.
Good to see you.
A little wonky weather here, but what else is new, right?
Right.
Right. This is show 59, everybody.
Just
so you know, throw that out there. I mean, we're getting up there now. I mean, I didn't even keep track at first. You know what I mean? At first,
I've noticed that they're all labeled now. Each show is labeled now, so
yeah,
it's very helpful. It's so helpful.
Right. I don't know why I didn't think of it. But when you're on, first, second, and third, you don't know it's going to just how it's going to go, I guess,
Sure,
but it's going great. So otherwise, then, but I just thought I'd add that while we were chatting. But it's good to see you all. And let's go ahead and look at the comments a second. I noticed hours ago, people were already starting to comment. I see it's almost, a race. I don't want to say it's a race, but it kind of is. So, but first in the comments tonight, it wasn't surprising to see it was Michelle Cox.
Michelle.
So, hey,
Hi,
Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
Yeah. And not long after Michelle came along, it was Dennis. And I could tell he thought he was going to be first, but apparently it didn't work out that way tonight. But hi, Dennis. Good to see you.
Dennis.
Hey, Dennis.
Because he even said you can be at it again, Michelle. So I need to have trophies, awards, I guess, because it's a race, But that's cool. I'm glad that you all are checking in early. So it lets us know that you all are looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And here is S. Ricolet, and you made it perfectly on time.
Yeah.
Your timing is perfect. So it's good to see you here,
Welcome.
as always. Right. And next is Marcus. Hi, Marcus in the Netherlands.
Hi, Marcus.
Always good to see you. Always good to have you here. And he's always here. That's the nice part. We always know Marcus will be here. Let's see who else is here. Oh, Lorraine. Miss Lorraine is here, watching from California.
Hello, Lorraine.
Very nice to have you. I want to go to California one day just to say I did. We'll see if it ever happens. We'll see. Yeah. But anyway, hi, Lorraine. And Experimental is here. Good to see you, Experimental. For sure. Always is. And then Dubaloo. Yeah, Dubaloo, I think. Hi, hello. How are you tonight?
Hello.
Dubaloo.
Very good to have you. I know. I hope surely that's right. Yes. And then it's T. Racy, and it's morning for her in the UK. So hi, T. Racy. Good morning. It's 7:15 my time, PM. Yes. Okay. And then Miss Karen is here. Hi, Karen. Good to see you. Always is. Good to have you here. Oh, good. You guys already know next one then. Brendan. Hi, Brendan in Ireland.
Brendan.
It's good to see you, Brendan. That's always a treat to see Brendan here. Oh, and the same thing goes for Rodney. We can count on Rodney always being here. Over the rainbow. That's cool.
Cool.
I changed my little icon on my chats today to rainbows. So I was feeling the rainbow today too. So, oh, good. It's Maria, my friend Maria in Alaska. Hello, Maria.
Hi, Maria.
And she was good to check on me last night. Her and Carol Ann both, because the tornadoes were, there was a crazy line of storms from top of Oklahoma to bottom, and it was trudging towards Tulsa. But as usual, they tend to veer to the north, usually, or south. They usually avoid Tulsa. I don't know, usually. So and I'm okay with that. So, but right. Good to see you, Maria. Always is. Oh, good. In South Africa, it's Miss Audrey, and it's 2 a.m. for Audrey.
Wow.
And that doesn't stop her.
No.
that does not stop Audrey. No, it doesn't matter what time it is. She'll be here. So it's good to see you, Audrey. Yeah, let's see. Okay, where was I? Well, and here's another good friend of mine, Miss Carol Ann.
Carol Ann.
And yeah,
here
she is. She was checking on me too last night, so I appreciate that. Everybody, I couldn't communicate because I had gotten another 22-hour ban. I didn't even talk about it. It was just too little. I don't talk about the little ones,
Right.
But,
what'd you do now?
Yeah, who
I
knows,
couldn't
right?
tell you. I wasn't even on at the time it took anyway, I don't know. I really don't know. And then
Were
they
you
don't tell you.
showing videos of pornographic hamsters again?
No, right. That's not my trick. That's
you gotta
else's, but
you gotta watch those European
I
hamsters.
know. I wish I knew. That's just it. At least tell me. At least I'd like to know, And then the night before I had a 1 hour ban. It's just
1 hour.
Anyway, 1 hour. It's like my
Have
hands.
you even heard of such a thing?
No, they're treating us
I
like
gotta.
now. Come on.
Yeah.
crazy.
So anyway, I couldn't communicate with people on Facebook, but so anyway, they were checking on me. So thank you. Let's see. Oh, and here's Miss Holly Grace. Wow, good to see
Holly.
you. Hi, Holly. Always good to see you here. It seems like Holly is usually here on just Tuesdays, I've noticed, if I remember right. So must work with her schedule just right that way. So,
Awesome.
but good to have you, Holly.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Okay, Thunda is here. Good to see you, Thunda. And I'm pretty sure it's morning for her too. Pretty sure she's in the UK. Yeah, she is. I had to double check. But yes, Thunda is in the UK. Good to see you. Let's see. I want to make sure. Here's William. Hi, William. I can't wait to have you on the show. I can't wait.
Yeah,
I look
we're
forward to
looking
that.
forward to that. Yeah.
I know your name for years and years, so I can't wait to put it face with the name. So
Cool.
when it's at your convenience, for sure. And here is Jesus. He is right there. He was looking for you
Right,
hours
buddy.
ago. It looks like,
Right,
or not
buddy.
hours, 30 minutes ago. Yeah. Let's
little
see.
late,
and
but I'm here.
Ash. Not too
Ash.
bad, right?
No,
Ash Puddin is here. Hi there, Miss Ash. And she's saying hi to Sam and me. Well, hello back. And
Yep.
Milani Benefield. Hi.
Hello, Milani.
Good to see you here. Good to have you again. I want to say again, I'm pretty sure you've been here before. That name looks familiar.
That
If
looks
I'm-
familiar from one of their groups. Her face looks familiar. I think
It
I
does.
think I've seen her post a few things. I might be wrong, but
And our last name is almost the same, like very similar. Mine's Benningfield. So
pretty
that's
close.
pretty cool.
Close, no?
That's
Well,
really close.
Welcome to the show. Either way,
Right. And she says it's hot and humid already in Alabama. Ooh, I
man.
can't.
that sounds.
I'm
awesome.
I'm in Oklahoma, and the humidity.
Well, if there's any
is pretty
consolation,
dreadful.
If it's any consolation, it's really humid in Michigan right now as well, with what just boiled up today.
Yes.
And they went from in the 60s into the 80s with a whole bunch of moisture they didn't have prior. So that's part of that big push of moisture coming from the Gulf of Mexico over from the Pacific over the Mexican Rockies and into the Gulf, and that's what's causing all these the hot and the cold to ram together. It's causing all the electrical storms. So yeah, it went all the way up into Michigan today, and it's going to be reaching into Pennsylvania and then the southern states. Pardon me, I have to hit mute. My phone's ringing.
Okay. Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead. Let's see. Here is Laura. Hi, Laura. Good evening.
Hi, Laura.
And
It was a robocall.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's another
You did this
robocall. Yeah.
Let's keep going here. Just want to make sure I got everybody. So far, I think I got everybody. So welcome. Hello. I'm happy you all are here. So yeah, I have a video to share about the weather yesterday, primarily here by me, and so there's been, many terrible tornadoes in Oklahoma. Like there's Moore had a monster tornado years ago. There's one in Stroud where they had a mini mall that was just leveled. Like there was concrete left where there used to be stores and whatnot, an outlet mall. So it's crazy what tornadoes we do get here. And this one is like just one of the worst ones I remember seeing in recent history. And thank goodness Barnsdall was a small community of only 1,000 people. So thank goodness, right?
No, we're going to be hearing more tomorrow about the damage that's going on right now. As a matter of fact, it is 7:30 in Central Time right now, and they were calling for a new 8 o'clock or 8 p.m. onset wave of a whole new set of storms that would be developing. So we're going to be hearing about them for the next couple of days. Some stuff that is going on right now. So be prepared. Wow. And if you're out there listening, be prepared. And if you do hear the sirens, it's dire. It's important that you actually get to your safe places way ahead of time and don't wait. And that way, because there's actually another loss of life recently. So do be careful.
I'm hoping a lot of the people last night did have I would think. I don't know because I don't have
Everybody
anything
seems to be really
underground, but I
informed
would
this
think
time around. That's
as
good.
rule, they're yeah. So let's go ahead and get my little clip here. Let's see.
Lightning flashes, it's in town. We got debris. We got debris in town. Lightning flashes. Electric just went out in town. We're gonna have a lot of debris again.
Here comes the wind.
Oh wow.
Oh Jesus.
With Task Force 1 up here in several different fire departments and police officers.
Where have we seen that before?
The rebel pilots right now. We have a big area
Yeah, I know.
Guys, over and over again.
total destruction.
Look at that.
Sort of kind of looks like something that we post on a regular basis for the last 5 years.
As the sun comes up, what is your next step as the sun comes up and you start to look at the damage?
Well, as soon as we can get in there, we've
Oh my
got
God.
crews sitting here waiting
Look at the
right
trees.
now to
There's no limbs.
start clearing
It was
the
rated
roads.
an EF4.
We can get in there and
Yeah, it must have upgraded
get you
from when I saw
crews
it.
in.
Yeah.
I spent many
I watched-
hours in the last 12 hours watching all of this.
Yeah, same here. Well, I watched the Storm Chasers live.
I was doing radar all night long.
Ryan Hall had it on, a bunch of others, but I stick with Ryan.
Yeah, I went through a handful of them back and forth because when they slowed down on one, I jumped to another.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I was also trying to watch Michigan, and there was a bunch that went through Detroit, Chicago, all of the above. I watched all of that.
Idaho
And we,
have
you know,
one.
and we won't hear about those reports until tomorrow and the day after.
Right. If we do it all.
Yeah,
Right.
true. And they had just below hurricane strength winds, and the level was at 10 yesterday for the storms that erupted from yesterday on. And then as the day went down, they downgraded. When it ran all the way, it ran all the way to Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and then backpedaled through South Dakota and North Dakota, and now it's headed our way.
Oklahoma.
Tell people who have lived here in Barnsdall for their whole life, 6 decades.
Oh
They
my.
walk around, waking up this morning, and they say they just don't know where they are. The landmarks are gone, from houses to trees, gone in an instant.
Everything's changed in a blink of an eye. You just can't tell where you're standing at in one part of town.
Wow.
This is a town I assume you've lived in.
All my life.
It was the kind of tornado that had been warned about with this high-risk day, a violent tornado, and that's the kind of damage you see here in Barnsdall. Violence. Extraordinary damage.
This is after a major catastrophic tornado went through last night. Again, the sun has just come up this morning, so these are the first images that we're getting in.
Yeah, their industrial area, the main employer in that town, it was damaged.
Wow.
So, just want to say we do see that Jeep each time now. Actually, not
Yeah.
a lot.
They're just twisted heaps of metal. It's incredible.
The listing was for over 380 homes were destroyed last night alone. And I'm sure that count will go up higher.
Absolutely. Wasn't there only one fatality so far?
Correct. Yeah, only one so far.
Usually it was reported as 2, but
Wow.
right now it's 1.
That's a miracle right there. I'm sorry for the families that lost their loved one, but
It was very good.
And this weather is going to persist. This is not a one-off. We've just started the fun, and I'm gonna, look into what's coming in off the Pacific Ocean again next week, and look at that, all the way down to the foundation. So, and this is the top of a hill, and it's going to go down into the valley.
This is turning out to be one of the worst cycles I've seen so far. This is, it's just getting started. This is, I was seeing, what's his name? Suspicious Observer. Just before I got on the show, I was driving home and I was listening to him saying that things are ramping up very quickly with our.
Well, this is a northern hemisphere on land hurricane that they're not telling people about. It was actually this morning, early morning, it was at just bare minimum hurricane status on land, which doesn't exist. And then when it went from South Dakota up into North Dakota, the millibars went from 940 something all the way to like 985, which makes it tropical storm and 60 miles an hour winds, etc., which we are getting here as well here in Montana. So, and that's just the center of the storm. It's the outlining banding that's rotational spinning literally from Alaska to Mexico. That electrical banding is what's causing all these highly intense electrical storms at the variation between the cold air and the wet hot air. And we've talked about how that flow from the Gulf of Mexico and how the crosswind flow from the Pacific Ocean through continental U.S. from west to east. When those two are joining in the midsection of the country, this is occurring. And it's going to continue. And this is why I talked about this for the last 6 months, to try to warn people that the coming 180-day cycle was going to be doing this. This is why I get stressed out. This is why I panic. This is why, I post a lot of pictures and music trying to warn everybody that they have to pay attention, because it is here. It's coming. It's now.
Yes, but wouldn't we know if planets were here?
Yeah, well, yeah, wouldn't we know? Wouldn't we see
signs?
something? Yeah, wouldn't something be going on if they were that close to us? Wouldn't we know?
So underreported. It's almost it should be criminal how underreported this stuff is.
That used to be 3 separate families' lives, 4 separate families' lives, just in this picture alone. And everything they own is gone.
Or destroyed or wet or...
Yeah, that's why I say gone, because once you ever go through a flood or a tornado and everything gets covered in muck and debris, and it smells and it never dries out right, and you have storage issues because you have no place to put it, and you have to pack up and pick up, and you're lucky if you come home with your photo albums and your important government documents, and you have to start your life all over again. And then there's the terrain. Now, the one great advantage is there's plenty of firewood. And sometimes it's imported. That used to be people's lives right there. And it's coming. And wouldn't we see it by now if those planets were doing this? Yeah, well, look, guys, here it is.
Not even a month into the 180-day
Yeah.
cycle, when we're
Yep.
2 weeks in of 3 weeks, and
This is why I spent 6 months warning about it.
Yep.
this year has been absolutely devastating so far. My my heart goes out to everybody who's dealing with this right now, but hopefully we can get people on board to start listening to us, because somebody has to talk about it.
Well, it's going to
Yeah.
rotate back in out of Montana, and then it'll head south. It'll get caught up again by the jet stream and get pulled back down into the center of the country for Thursday. And then the East Coast and Washington, D.C. and everything will get light effect of the dissipating system that's going to go through tonight. It may get milder. It may just continue and reform and get recharged. We don't know yet. So there could be, Thursday and Friday could even be worse. We don't know. So, here we go on an adventure. Cat in the Hat. So there is no
like
way.
The other day, I've noticed way more. Between each show, I round up new current events, floods, storms, tornadoes, etc. And it's easily tripled in the last week or two. I'm now rounding up, instead of about 10 minutes worth, it's more like 30 minutes worth of video clips. Yeah. So, and that doesn't, I could keep going, I'm sure, it's like that. So,
endless.
Yeah.
Holly, Nibiru has been in our skies for years.
Yes.
Years
Every
now, going on 14 years now. So, yeah.
Sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to hold it back and I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Holly. No offense to you in any way, shape, or form. I do apologize, but I've been watching Nibiru for 12 years. 14 years, and it's like I can't believe. My eyes are watering. I can't believe people haven't seen it yet, and I'm sorry. Anyway, forgive me. I'm sitting here. My face. I have such a huge smile on my face. My eyes are actually watering. Woo!
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Look at that.
Yeah, there's our snorkel from. Look, it's green inside Necessity, and that's a close pass drop down snorkel. She sucks up our atmosphere, pulls up all kinds of intermittent higher level atmosphere. That's actually way above Earth in actuality, even though it doesn't look like it.
Right.
And it sucks up all this moisture and all this other stuff, and it rotates and spins over the top of us. And then when it pulls away, it dumps all that rain, and that may happen yet tonight. You might see mass flooding literally from Missouri on eastward. We'll see. I don't know what's going to happen, but they're expecting it to reform within the next hour from anywhere east of Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, etc. So we'll see what happens tonight. And I can't absolutely attribute this to close passing planets, but we do believe it has a great deal to do with the close passing asteroids below.
that looks like a planet, though. That.
Well, remember how big
I don't know.
the asteroid has gotten? Remember how
Maybe.
big, red asteroid could be massive right now. Like a week ago, we saw it was very, very
Okay.
big. So we have to remember those close passes
wow.
to be events that we haven't seen yet.
So you're saying that maybe the lead asteroid could be that big? Is that maybe?
Well,
maybe.
not necessarily. No, I mean, these are
Or that
supercells.
close?
These are supercells, and the supercells are, a long ways between us and these passing planets. But we've seen evidence where there's storms that are well above 50 and 60,000 feet, which is completely not normal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's twice the normal height of any normal weather. And I'll keep reiterating this. The only way to drag anything up that high is if there's something above it pulling it up there. Because our weather is normally at 35,000 feet is unbelievably supercell. And we're talking debris and large supercells at 50 to 60,000 feet, excuse me. There's airplane reports where people are flying above the clouds at 40,000 feet, and they're seeing lightning storms in rounded bottom planets that are above that. And there's no way for us to attribute that, but yet we see it. So there, it's hard to equate into a reality sense for people, but there's definitely an onset effect from the close pass 180-day cycle. Because the moment it started is when all of this crap just went insane on our side of the planet. I mean, it's been doing that all in Russia and China and Turkey and Afghanistan and Kazakhstan and France and you name it, all around the world already for months. And if you don't realize it's going on everywhere, then you're missing the news. You really are.
Ash says she's up by Detroit Airport, and she has heard about a tornado in Michigan.
Yeah, I watched it
It's
go over
happening
your
tonight.
area.
Is that?
Yeah, I watched
currently.
the first passing of the first day wave, and they were expecting a further uptick and reformation roughly around 8 o'clock your time in Detroit. And then there was also a hail warning. So do park your cars under trees or, well, depending, that's good or bad. Or, if you've got a carport or in a garage or even a parking garage, a public parking garage.
Right.
It would almost be worthwhile parking it and then taking a taxi home so you can park it overnight. It would be worth whatever it costs, not to have your car damaged, but that's also in the forecast.
Just want to say hi to Joyce. Good to have you. Yeah, my plan, is there's a hospital just like 3 houses up the street. It's very close, half a block. So they have underground parking. Or up the other way is a overpass for the expressway. So I could just drive up there.
Yeah, the smart money would be the hospital parking, definitely.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Just pull in
Last
and
year,
act like you're going to the ER, but don't.
Right, exactly. But last year, you remember when my power got knocked out for 4 days, because we had big winds. That's what I did. I drove the car up there at, I don't know, midnight or so. And I never did share the video. I should share it. It's pretty interesting. But I actually had some person was out walking around and they got caught up in this horrible storm. I mean, the wind was blowing sideways. And so I ended up letting them get in my car. He asked me to take him to the nearest convenience store. And I'm like, sure, that's fine. Okay, fine. So we start to head that way after the rain died down. And that's when we realized how bad things actually were. I mean, the whole city was pitch black. There was no store open. I ended up taking him to a different hospital, and dropping him off there. But, he didn't have anywhere else to go, basically, But, yeah, it is. It really is, because you could be caught out just like he was. He had no idea. And then, bam, bad storm. So.
Well, we should have a lull in tomorrow, I think. It could reform. I don't know. It just depends on how well the meteorologist I was watching today actually, are paying attention, or if they're both all of them are exhausted because they've been running for 3-4 straight, days now, trying to deal with trying to stay on top of the information. Been very busy.
I just want to say
very
hi
busy.
to Jeannie. Jeannie, is it? Hopefully I'm saying that right. I'm looking at it and I'm like, is it Janine? But that's not right. It has got to be Jeannie. Yeah, hi Jeannie. And it has been a while, hasn't it? But I know we go way back, so I know that much. But it's good to see you for sure.
Hello.
So I wanted to. I do have a small announcement. I'll go ahead and throw that in here while we're talking about new things. And
Cool.
I have a new addition to our admin family for our group on Facebook. So
Awesome.
she actually approached me about it, and I'm like, yeah, that would be wonderful, because I wouldn't. I'd be afraid to. I had talked to her about it somewhat one other time, but you don't want to put people on the spot. Put it that way, So I was glad that she offered. So let's go ahead and reveal who it is.
Dun, dun,
You all are
dun,
gonna
dun.
know. I know the suspense is building. Ta-da!
Oh.
It's Miss Carol Ann. Yeah.
Congratulations.
We've been bombarded with all the laughing face bots. I mean, we get our share of laughing accounts, and they're not even
Well, that's better than
members
poop
of the
hat.
group. It is better. I mean, they're laughing, they're happy,
Right.
But anyway, she's going to step in and help combat the laughing face accounts, and help block and ban and all that, as well as help me go sort through new member requests, because I'm currently backlogged by about 2,000 requests.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Wow.
It takes time to sit there and really, because we're so careful. We don't just approve just because you ask. You got to really, reveal who, why you want to be in the group and such. So, I just want to welcome Carol Ann to our little admin family. So, and I appreciate her being so willing to offer her help. She can see I need the help, and she's acting on it, and that's wonderful. Really. So thank you, Carol Ann. Thank you.
And she's been really involved in what is it, Nibiru Watch Africa. So she's been doing great.
Yeah. Well, she's not with them. Yeah, she's switched over to. She's going to help me now. So
I'm
she's
sure
not.
she'll be a lot of help.
So for sure, she already has been. And you know what, guys? She's actually way more meticulous than I am. I mean, she's a perfectionist. Like, we're a lot alike, but she's more so than me. And she showed me her checklist. She created her own checklist, and these people really gotta, show themselves for what they're there for.
It's
so
good to have a hall monitor, I assure you.
Definitely. I feel like I gotta mention though that in most worlds the all caps lettering in text is considered yelling. So I know she's excited, and I think it's awesome, and it stands out for sure. But it's fairly well known, widely known that it's kind of
I do it all the time. I do it all the time, and everybody jides me over it, and then I deal with the spelling police regularly too, and I don't care. Yes, I am yelling, damn it.
Yeah, I go back and forth. You see what I do. The words I want to like.
She's not yelling. She's not yelling at you.
She's happy.
Oh yeah, she's not yelling
happy.
at you. She's excited. Yeah.
She's the sweetest thing in the comments.
Yeah.
If you.
I mean, who would ever assume that Carol Ann would yell at anyone ever?
No.
If you read the comments, no, you can't see that. But especially if you read them, but it's at first it's attention getting, absolutely.
Right. I also, let's go ahead while we're on the topic here of, just group information for anybody that maybe doesn't know, where to find us and our information. I feel like it's a good idea to just cover our bases here. So I've kind of put together, of course, I think everybody knows how to find Sam, but you can search under Montana Skywatcher, and it'll pull
I'm up here in my cave in Montana.
In Montana, but if you type in his name or Montana Skywatcher, if you Google it, even you will see that things will come up on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, and yeah. So you just search under those two right there, and you will find him and his videos.
I'm a real boy.
And then, of course, you know where I am. It's Nibiru Followers Anonymous across the board. So there we go with that. And we have a group, Northern Skies, Weather and Other Anomalies. And that one is one of Jillian's, or not one of, it's her group. And then Catherine Jackson is now helping. And Catherine I don't see her in the comments right now, but she's super active. You know, I think a lot of you already know that name probably. So they're working together and they're sharing cool stuff. So you might want to join that group because it's pretty fun. And then here's a new group from Katie Joe. Katie Joe, East Coast Looking Up and Out. And want to get her group growing, and it's already taken off to a good start. So congratulations to Katie. And here is Jesus has a YouTube channel called Nibiru System, is already here. So I don't think you have a Facebook group, right?
I do not. No.
Okay.
Just my Facebook page. Just my Facebook page. That's where I do all my posting and various other groups, but I start on my page. So.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Well, that's where you can catch all his, time-lapse video collection. So
yeah, go to my reels. That's where I post most of my favorite ones are on my reels. So just go to my reels, and then that's where all the better stuff is. But,
perfect.
And I want to say hi to Jean Appleweed. She's a friend on Facebook. I have not seen her here before, but she has. She's with us on the Facebook groups, a couple of them. So it's
she said her name was like Jeannie from the lamp.
Jeannie, is that
Jeannie? Okay.
Jeannie,
I didn't see that. Now that helps.
That actually, you look like a genie. That sounds that sounds better. Jeannie. Well,
that's great.
Welcome to the show. Nice to see you here.
I know Jesus.
I haven't seen you in the groups in some time.
Nice smile, good profile pic. That's I almost wish we could tap on people's profiles from here, but we can't.
No.
You know what I'm bad about is, seeing pictures that I want to zoom in on. Whether it's even like a real life picture. How many times I've reached down and tried to zoom in on something that is a piece of paper. I know, it's like, oh gosh. Okay. Anyway, who else do we have here?
Pinch.
There's Christopher. Hey, he is on TikTok, and his videos are Denser_1, and I noticed he's almost to 1,000 followers, which means, you know what that means, Christopher?
Yeah.
You know what that means? It means he gets to go live when he gets to 1,000.
Like every time it passes 950 people, it goes back down to 750, and then it toggles. It's really weird. So
okay.
I'll
I think I can.
I know, right?
I know. I'm looking forward to it because I want to see you go live one day. I don't know.
That'll be great.
No pressure. But I can't wait to watch, a sunset or something, and you talking about all of it live. So let me know when that happens. I'll be watching. So
cool.
But that's how you find Christopher and his videos on TikTok. Have you thought about doing a YouTube channel? Have you thought about?
Yeah.
So, you might as well.
Might as well do it.
Throw a YouTube channel together, and that way you can catch people on different platforms.
I said the other night, I started doing a Facebook group, but I set it for private, and
okay.
So I figured I just have to start doing it over again.
Right. Well, if you need any help, let me know.
Okay, great.
I'll help. Whatever. Yep. So, but there you go with Christopher, and let's see. I think that was it. That's it. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, very good. Very good. So that's how you can, find us. And also I just wanted to mention, I hear different people talking to their friends about how they would like to be on the show, which is great. And if you are interested in becoming a guest on the show, just let me know, or tell your friend to let me know, or whatever. Just contact me and we'll make it happen. Cool. So I just want to put that out there for those of you who might be interested and want to get on here and visit. So
yeah, we like guest visitors.
Yes, for sure. So just let us know. And let's go ahead and show a new clip. Not a new clip, actually. It's a short clip I made last couple of nights ago. Nicole sent me a time lapse that she had made, and I love time lapse. I love it. I love them. I was happy to see
time lapse. I just saw that earlier. I was like, this is pretty awesome. I love it. You should show that.
I will. That's what I'm going to do. And yes, S. Ricolette, right, to be a guest, to come on the show and co-host for the night or afternoon. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So if you're interested.
What is your TikTok, S. Ricolette? If you have a TikTok, could you put it on there?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Because
I don't know if you have Skype
I don't know how else.
in there or what, but just
right.
You
Let's
said he
say
has
this.
2,000 followers, so I'd imagine he has some content.
I did not know that. Well, sure. I would like to be invited. I want to follow you too.
Yeah.
So, how about if you are on YouTube and you don't have Messenger and you want to be on the show, then you can email me, okay, and send the email to that email address, SkyPics4Sam, and then we'll communicate that way. So there's that option for you all. And let me get that video for Nicole here. I threw this together. It was like, I don't know, 1 or 2 in the morning one night, a couple of nights ago. But I kept falling asleep as I was making it. But this is how it turned out. Wasn't too bad.
I work like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got goosebumps when I watch this.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's like a signature look for Ice Adams Moon. And look at the rotation.
I was just gonna say that.
Oh, okay.
Little flat shield plate and everything, little flat lines in front, angle of light, ion tail, size, placement, everything.
You can see those blues just coming closer and getting further away. And I think it's where people get confused again. The blue. Well, it's just blue. It's just clouds. No, there's something there.
I think I watched this already 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
It came out. So.
JD had some great pictures recently.
And you can't make this up.
No.
Yay. No,
Yay!
I love it. I love
I
it.
do too. I got goosebumps when I watched this the first
I
time.
love a
Yeah.
good friend. And I was scrolling down. I was like, okay, this is cool. I'm gonna stay here for.
And this is why I think you should show your shorts more often. I mean, there's 20 of them I'd have you show right now, going back down through your
Perfect.
Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube page, and
Yeah. I have some
I
lined
often
up
go
ready
there
to
and just
go.
watch them over and over again, just to remember.
Right. I honestly, I do too. I mean, I go through my TikTok, but it's mostly the same things. I mean, but
I wish I
except for the
could have
older
seen your shows
ones.
on the TikToks. I didn't get to see those, but I got to see the ads
Yeah.
for them. Going live
Right.
for 30 days for 30 lives, and
Yes,
and I got
yes.
I got to see the commercials for them, but I didn't get to see the show. But that's okay.
I know. And yeah, you're right. It's another time. We'll figure out a way somehow.
Another
or
time.
another. I want you to be able to, at least view me being live on TikTok. I think that'd be fun. So we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we
And
just got to get our TikTokers in a row.
That's good. And thank you, Carolyn. Thank you. I did not realize Nicole did time-lapse videos. Is that something new for you, or was that? Okay. Well, good.
No,
Yeah.
I just haven't. I finally got a hold of a little tripod, so
Yeah.
it's so much
Excellent
easier.
capture. Good job.
And,
You excellent, great shot.
You're so
Yeah.
welcome. I feel so
Yeah.
wonderful that you all are so approving of it. Thanks.
Like, how long was
Sure,
the
sure.
like? How long did you let that go for?
You know, I want to say that was 10 minutes.
Really? That's it? Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
30 seconds is about 10 minutes, I want to
Okay.
say. I got one for 46 seconds, and it's about, I did one today and sent it to the content stash. Yeah, that was about 20 minutes. And
Cool. Okay. Cool.
And if,
Oh, good.
if
Well,
like everybody can see these, everybody needs to go out and watch these planets. You can't,
A
you
lot
can't
happens
argue
in
with
10
this.
minutes. You'd be surprised. A lot happens in 10 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Right. I mean, you're right, and because I've noticed that in your videos too. Like,
Yeah,
you know
most
how
of my
much can
video,
go.
most of my videos ain't really more than 20 minutes long. It's really rare that they're any longer than that. Occasionally, something takes a little longer, but it's really rare that mine take longer than 15, 20 minutes tops. So it's really rare. So if you
And they
catch
turn out
the right time and the right angle, in 15, 20 minutes, you'll make a nice, cool video. So, I love a good time lapse. I'm sure everybody knows that. So I'm looking forward to more of those, Nicole.
I know, me too. You got a great view. It's meant to be. You know. Speaking of time lapse, let's go ahead, and I have some videos from Jesus that I put together.
Oh,
Let me maybe it's here. Oh, here it is. Yes. Okay. I was just, these are not necessarily recent. Some of them are 2 and 3 years old. So they're older, some of them. So, but they're still great. I never get tired of them. So
let's see what you put together.
Yeah, what I found. Yeah.
This was last year, I believe.
Okay.
This was last year. Also, look at the rotation, guys.
yeah.
Wow.
Planet.
Incoming planet.
I think so many people are just thinking that that's a normal look to the sky, but that didn't ever used to look like that years ago. I mean,
No, this was up on the trail I go and take sometimes, and there was a crowd of people up there. There's a lot of people that go up to this trail, and not a soul was watching or even cared what I was doing. But yeah, and here we come.
Joyce, the yellow moon is on the right, and the tan asteroid is on the left of the sun. Always.
This is the normal one.
Yep. Yellow moon right, tan asteroid left, right. And they stay in those places. They don't cross back and forth.
Not with any recent. It would take months for that to ever change.
Look at the rotation, guys. Always the rotation.
Yes, look at that right there. I love it. When I saw that, my jaw just kind of fell.
Wow.
Look at it.
I mean, Atu's moon.
Yeah.
And Yuri and all. Yeah.
Always in a rotational pattern, guys. Yeah, this is
Atu's moon and Atu. See the moon? It's in the middle. You're looking at the moon.
Yeah.
The big white moon of Atu, purple Atu.
You can see the curve. You can see the darkness from left to right because the sun is coming in on the right hand side.
Wow.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, right there. Boom. I gotta say, I do mix. I get nostalgic about my New Mexico skies
Yeah.
It was a great place for sky watching, open skies, and high desert, high plains. Great place to watch.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely different in the higher in elevation you are, the better the sighting. It really, really is.
But because it's so plain, you have the plains there. It's so it's just it makes for big, huge skies with no obstructions. So it's just you can get the greatest views. So
Thank you.
thank you, Maria.
Look how dark that sky is. Look how dark the center top of the frame is.
Don't
You
look at
gotta
the
know
light.
something there.
Don't look at the light, guys. Look at the darkness.
Look at the way it tracks through the sky. I mean, that's the greatest thing about these time lapse is you can actually see. You'll see They don't move like regular clouds, like Terra clouds. They don't disintegrate like when the sun hits them, like Terra clouds do.
Right.
Look at the curve.
Or in this case, two curves.
Look at the different light coming in.
That orange area is the object cluster group in front of Atu's moon.
No.
Not
This
not
one
the
is
top left
undeniable,
corner.
guys. Absolutely undeniable.
That white dot in the middle right is little sister in front of the red asteroid.
Oh, interesting. Also up on the trail, and nobody noticed this, even though there was dozens of people outside.
In the upper right-hand corner of that still shot was the Texas Cube.
You got the sun being cut off here. This is facing west at sunset. So you have the sun getting cut off. Again, nobody noticed. This sky should not be flashing that way, guys. That's rotational lighting is what you're seeing. As something's rotating, and the light is stretching further and back. More darkness.
Planets overhead.
Yeah, look at the
Wow.
Pinkish yellowness at the bottom of the frame. And these are not our
Most
skies.
likely Nibiru coming over the top of us a few months ago.
Mhm.
And you can just always see how the lighting, you'll always see lighter towards the sun, wherever the sun is, and then it goes darker as it curves to the right, because that sunlight can't reach all the way across. So there's only so much it can reach because there's something around there.
Wow.
So the light can only bend around so far, guys. That's the reason why you get lighter on one side, and as it goes to the right, it gets darker.
This is the side of Uri.
Depending on what side it is.
Yeah, Uri and the asteroids under her.
Wow.
All right, that was it. So
Old New Mexico skies.
he had so many. I mean, yeah. Were
choose
most
from
of
all
those from New Mexico, Jesus?
The first ones were here, and the last one was here. The first ones were from here, and then the other ones were mostly New Mexico. So, yeah.
Okay.
And there is so much. If you go down my videos, my reels are probably just like my top 30, maybe 40, 50 videos, but there is a lot. Rebecca, you've seen. We've been together in this probably from the beginning, and we both have posted so much. There's so much there.
Right.
So yeah, go back through my videos, my pictures. There's a lot of material there, guys.
That was hard for me last year when I lost my Facebook account. I lost. Remember, I lost everything I ever shared for 6 years. I mean, I felt like I had a small amount of PTSD from it. I mean, I was like always afraid it was going to happen again. And anytime something would pop up, that hit in your stomach feeling would come back. And Yeah, because I had a hard time figuring our way back. So
That happened to me. All
Took a
those
couple of
computers I lost over the years, and all the pictures that
Yeah.
we've lost. You know,
Oh, he's
Yeah.
got cool stuff too. However, I will say this: I back up my stuff on Google Photos, and a lot
They're
of
also-
stuff, that that it was really out there has gone missing. I can't find a few asteroid ones that I really been wanting to share, and I cannot for the life of me find it. And sometimes
there's also the picture logs in all the Facebook sites as well. And I rarely ever even go into Montana Skywatcher picture log. And there must be, at least 1 million pictures
There's
in
a
there
lot.
after 14 years.
There's a lot there because I went down that one too. I was thinking, well, like if I can't find them in my pictures, I know I posted it. Maybe I could find it on the groups, but I didn't have any luck. So nothing, not a sign of it.
Yeah, I'd be scrolling for hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's so many captures on Rebecca's sites, my sites, your site, all the stuff over the years that you think so many people added so many pictures, and then you go through it and it's like this walk down memory lane. It's amazing, and I rarely go in there, and because there's just no way to even access larger amounts of it, and it doesn't let you repost it either, which is weird. You have to literally hand pick out and resave every picture you want. It's weird. I wish they had better accessibility to the Facebook picture log. I really do.
Yeah, it is.
Or even if they added a time frame where you could type in, well, let me go back to 2018, because it would take you forever to scroll back that far, just absolutely forever. I can't even imagine.
I just wanted to point out. Oh, what's
go ahead.
that?
No, go ahead.
No, you're going. It's
I was
okay.
gonna say,
I was just.
real quick, Audrey. She says it seems like I have a halo. I've been known to have some weird stuff in my room. I think somebody's watching over me. I like to think it's benevolence, so So, anyways, go ahead.
Well, Sam at first was seeing wasn't it a face on your wall?
Yeah, people in the back. I saw it.
then-
Yeah, I was looking at it too, and I was trying to avoid the pareidolia. But then people commented after the first few shows, it looked like there was like a face in the wall in the dark paint, and then he changed views, and we haven't seen that. But no, he's also got a mural behind him. So
yeah, I put that up so we can try and not get not get too freaked out or
no spooky things. Yeah.
But apparently now it's showing up as a halo, so
There you go. All good.
Perfect. No,
There's
I was just going.
my partner here looking after me.
That's one way of looking at it. I mean, I would be the same way. I would want it to be a good something, not a, anything negative. Right. And I agree with Jeannie. It is benevolent. No, I just wanted to talk about that color real quick. That's all. Look at that color. That was right after the tornado last night.
I've been
right
seeing
after.
a lot of this blue glow
Yes.
in the morning, just prior to sunset, just prior to sunrise. I've been seeing this glow, and I'm in complete awe how people don't notice that glow. I know the phones capture a little better than your eyes do, but lately it's been really obvious, really, really obvious. It lights up the clouds, lights up anything just right prior to the sun coming up. So there's something glowing in the sky prior to the sun coming up, and I'm just like, somebody please say something. Somebody please notice, because something's happening. Clearly, something's glowing up there. A planet.
Yeah, because Sorry, I was gonna say this was like it says 11:25. I'm thinking that was Eastern. So 10:25 at night, or 9:25. Sorry, 9:25 at night for it to be that lit up is remarkable. So, but yes, and then also last night Oklahoma. So definitely Attu is on scene, as is Nipicity. So I thought of Sam talking about the dance, the dance those two planets do. Pull up your drawing a second and see. I might have one. Let me look. I need to get more of your drawings uploaded to this folder.
Doesn't have it in there.
There's a couple of drawings he's done where it's specifically Attu and Nepicity side by side. And it's unfortunate I don't see it. Boo. I'll get it added for another time. Is this one? Oh, here we go. There it is. Poof.
Mm-hmm.
So the dance. So they like to hang out together as I see it, you know. So that's why we see purple and green last night. We saw both colors. So
wow.
Yeah. Okay. And then this. Boy, I'm lagging. I don't know about you guys, but I am.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is asteroids under
I'm
Uri.
lagging.
It's been like that for days here.
Yeah.
I sent
I'm
you
spinning.
a picture, Rebecca, because I still can't.
Okay.
I still can't. It's just my weather yesterday. I wanted to touch on it because I woke up to snow yesterday.
What?
Yeah, and not just any snow, like a full blown winter snowstorm. It's
Okay.
the craziest thing. But I wanted to talk about it. If you bring that up here,
Yes, I will definitely get it. I'll get it right now.
because
And
our weather patterns has just been so bonkers. It's not even funny. Absolutely bonkers. So we've had so much rain. I have not seen this much rain anywhere. I mean, it's just insane how much rain we've gotten. But yesterday, temperatures dropped, and it was just freaking May 5th. And came to my car, and I noticed there was a layer of snow on my car. As the day progressed, we got even more snow. It was just it's insane. It's insanity what's happening. And
how late in the year do you get
right?
snow?
There is a lot of people that are not seeing it yet, but some sooner or later they're gonna have no choice but to open their eyes and acknowledge what is happening. So let's hope it's sooner rather than later.
I figured that was possibly the lead object, Sam. Can you help me with that one?
Well, it is illuminated on the right-hand side when we know that the sun is on the left. That would be. I would sooner call that spiral asteroid under red asteroid.
Oh.
If you look above.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with the square corner pointed face of the lighter blue object above it, on the right there, and yeah, that looks like red asteroid and spiral asteroid underneath. Probably, of course, it would be underneath that too at sunset. It's all, and depending on where this was captured. Looks a little southerly.
That I can't tell you. Right.
It looks like it's either, Arizona, California, Texas, south.
Whoops.
Yeah, that next one, I did see that today.
I was going to say,
Well,
speaking of California, yeah, this is where that was taken.
Yeah, and these, of course, this is also the red asteroid, which is the upper middle one on the right. And the spiral asteroid is the blob on the left in that circle. And that is the bottom underneath area of Uri and Attu as well. And that connective clouding of the onset of this is where all, these clouds come from. And it matches time after time. We've got dozens of very similar pictures to this over the last couple of years alone.
Wow.
I was just seeing this one. The rotating.
Yep, I saw it today. It came in today, I believe. And I did save a copy of it. And for the photographer, thank you very much.
Incredible.
Yeah, pretty much this. Yeah.
There.
underneath, and then the connective reach over to the far left would be at the base of Uri as well, and all of that's coming in, and the 180-day cycle and all of that is getting really close, and which is what's causing our freak weather. And we don't even know what the close pass of a Saturn's yellow moon is causing or could cause, and that could have a great deal to do with that low pressure system directly over the top of us right now as well. But the jury's still out, so we have to keep watching it. And I'm telling you, this is going to be we're having weather we've never ever seen before, ever. Never.
Yeah, swirls tend to get the rap for being UFOs. Have you noticed that people see these swirls and go there?
That's the first thought too.
That they're crafts. I would just. They don't know.
No, but I feel also they push that rhetoric, just instantly, just to not even consider it being anything else,
Right.
Sirens. Aaliyah said there's sirens going off right now as well. Wow.
Please stay
Where
safe.
Oh my goodness.
Where are you?
Underground.
I think she said near Detroit.
Possible.
Wasn't it Detroit?
Wisconsin.
Or
Southeast Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Oh, okay. Sorry. Goodness sakes. It's your turn tonight, Aaliyah. Sorry, it's like that.
Yeah, there was it is just now 8:00 too, and that was when it was supposed to refresh that pattern of storms heading to the east, all the way down to Kentucky. From Wisconsin to Kentucky now, there will be a bow storm headed due east. And it's a little different. It's just sort of a breakaway segment of what happened today. But I don't even know what the reformation tonight is going to be. And it's really odd that it's been reforming at night, because it has to do with the fact that it's like 73 degrees and going up to 80 and stuff like that. So this culmination of weather front and cold front and wet front meeting together and having the hot, wet in the front and then the cold behind. And that's what's causing all the storm. There's more coming tonight, tomorrow.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what I sorry to say, but I can't wait to see what the Weather Channel and all those are going to be talking about what happened overnight. Right. And if you are in those areas, anywhere from literally Michigan to Kentucky, all the way to Pennsylvania and Virginia and South Carolina, I would pay a little more attention to the weather tonight. Keep the Weather Channel on in the bedroom or whatever, because we don't know how chaotic it's going to brew up to, because it's just now supposed to be reforming. So,
stay alert and don't take any chances, guys.
Right.
Get some water together, a little bit of food. It's better to have it and not need it than need it.
Added pillows and blankets in your hiding spot, and some munchies, just in case you get stalked in.
And that's a good question from Jeannie. She wants to know if your view in Montana is any better. I mean, I would like to. We all get our turn, as Jillian says.
Yeah, Jesus' view is better than mine because he's higher up than I am, but I have a great view within certain parameters of clear weather versus non-clear weather versus my mountain blocking, because I'm in the mountains where he's also in the mountains, but he's also in a larger open area because Salt Lake is very, very open.
Yeah.
Up here, the higher in elevation, the easier it is to see the absolute definition between the planets and not planets. Whereas the closer you get to sea level, it sort of all blends it into sort of a fog and a mist where it's kind of, not as easily or readily seen.
Although I will say this, right now, because things are so close, I think people like in the lower elevations, like Christopher, has been getting a much better view than I am.
Oh yeah,
because they're a little bit more distant because they're so close. What's happening to me is that they're coming in so close that they're just completely whiting out my skies. And
this is the bottom of the 50.
Wow,
where we're having so much weather because they are so close. It's really been hard to photograph anything or video anything.
Tops of our mountains are buried in clouds. We got the weather's that far down.
So I think right now is sea level viewing time for people in those areas. I think I've been getting a better view. Eyes to the sky, guys. If you're in those in those shallow areas. So
Yeah, just keep, remember, always look at the dark areas first and then work your way to the light, and then you'll see them. And once you see the planets, and once you get that in the understanding of the light in your head, and there's no coming back from it. Once you see the planets, you go, oh my God. And it's just all of a sudden in one instance, there it is. You see them.
once you learn the light, I know that you said that, son, because I say that often.
Learn the light.
It's all about the light. It is all about the light. What you can see, what you will see, when you will see it, all has to do with light angles. So yeah.
It reverses all of a sudden it's just sort of like reversing your point of view, because a lot of people, the first thing they look at is the sun in the middle of a picture, and not me. And I look at the side.
I did that for the longest time, and then once I came to Montana Skywatchers, and I started learning about the dark sides, I was instantly saw it, and I was like, holy crap, I've been missing so much, because you do tend to focus more on the light. Don't focus so much. I see a lot of videos pushing for light sources and light sources this and light sources that. No, look for the dark things, guys.
I take into account the shadow. Then I look, in the corners right and left, before I even look at what the sun pick in the center usually is about. And I'll try to look for the dark areas of blue, and then look at the horizon and then you look for the real sky, the lighter real sky colors, and then once you examine that and understand that, all of a sudden it's just like, wow, I'm looking right at that, and then it jumps out at you off the page.
And remember that things midday will look blue, guys. Don't let that throw you. Do not let that throw you. Just because something is blue doesn't mean it's our blue or our skies. Notice that a lot of the times, and I have a video I haven't posted. It's a little old, but I'll probably make a reel of it later. But you could see the blue on one side of the planet, of the curve. And then you can see the blue on one side, which is much further, because our sky just is empty, right? But the blue on the planet, gotta remember they have atmospheres too, guys, and the atmospheres will look blue midday. So don't let that throw you.
Because we see the dark sides of the passing planets when they're between us and the sun. So that dark blue is actually a shadowy area, and that's why we see that.
I really
see this picture in the blue and the sun areas of the blue asteroid.
I know that we had talked about getting you a camera up in your skies, Sam.
Yeah, we had, and unfortunately, I got sent a laptop instead. It was the opposite of what I wanted, but we can ask our wonderful folks out there, our donations people, to raise enough money that I can get a little handheld. And I was looking for the Insta360 because it has a plastic case on it, and that way I wouldn't be touching it and frying it out. And so, maybe everybody out there might actually think about mailing enough donations that I can actually get a decent camera. And I don't know any other way to ask for it.
Take pictures. I would love to see pictures taken by Sam, shared. I don't think I've seen. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever done it or not, Sam. Your own.
Yeah, I went through 5 cameras, but I was posting for the first couple of years, and I tried camera after camera after camera where they just stopped working. And with my income and the teenage kids and paying for internet I could never afford, and then 15 computers later and countless screens, and I go through two keyboards a year and a couple of mouses per year, and I've just never gotten to be able to buy a new camera. And the thing is, I've never been that brave. I don't want to fry another camera,
right?
But now they got new generation ones, and the trick will be is we're trying to upload. And if I could take with a camera, and even if I could put it onto a chip and then mail Rebecca the chip, maybe she could post it. I don't know. We haven't figured out yet what we can or cannot do.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I do with
mean-
my little camera. It's an SD card, and then I have
Right.
then I have this little card reader, something like this. This is just an extension of it, but it connects into my phone, and I could just upload it.
Oh, cool.
Right. Right, which you take for granted. And my problem is uploading anything is what's failing me here, which is why I'm got a still picture, and I can't run the camera and I can't run the microphone at the same time because my
Sometimes
upload
even
speed is so
the
horrible.
microphone gets cut off on you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
S. Marie Colette is asking you, Sam, what your upload speed is. If you know 256.
I was told recently by the company, but I didn't really. But it's really slow. It's for an example, California. I was told, and this was a couple of years ago, it was 16.5 megabytes per second, and I am at 0.85.
What?
Yeah.
It's like Radio
Point
Shack in the
5.
1980s.
I don't even have 1 megabyte per second upload here. Now, I get great download. I mean, we got high speed wireless, you bet, but it won't run more than 3 devices in the house at any given time, and yet we're paying full premium price for it.
Unreal.
Yeah. Or I'm drastically shadow banned, and they're intentionally limiting my upload feed. Because everything I've tried to upload lately for the last couple my Skype quit working a couple of years ago. It just won't connect, and it won't connect, and it won't connect, and it scrolls and scrolls and scrolls. So
Yeah, I remember you guys used to do the Skype. I think Jillian got to do that a couple of times with you and your
it didn't last long.
Didn't last long. Jeez.
How long ago was that you
God,
did
that was
Skype?
about a little about 2.5 years ago or so, and it worked for quite a few months, and we were talking, behind the scenes, and I was even on Discord and in the encrypted for a while, and then when it came to reboot for upgrades for the thing, it wouldn't upload, so I was blocked there on Encore and all of that. Not Encore, but anyway, the private channels and stuff like that stopped working. And I tried to even tried to sign up for a new YouTube channel. I can't even get into my YouTube account.
Oh.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
I type it in, it doesn't recognize me.
Right. You just got to make a new email address, and then
No, I've got one, but I haven't stuck it in this one, and then I did get the
But-
laptop, and I had issues with that right away immediately as well.
it's tricky. I know, because I found out not too long ago that if you wanted to sign out of your, I don't remember. It seems like if you want
Right.
to sign out of your
If I
Gmail
sign out, I
account,
could very easily lose. Yeah, I could lose Facebook very,
don't
very
remember
easy. And I
now.
don't want to play with
wrong,
that.
but-
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
about
It's a nightmare.
yeah.
I don't
You just wanna
understand
delete
why.
your Gmail.
Yeah, I don't understand why it doesn't work. And what we would assume is normal is not normal, and it just is strange. And I did get the laptop. I connected to the internet, and the moment I tried to do anything with it, it shut off my entire router. I mean, I've never ever seen any of the devices we've ever hooked up to that tablet after my daughter's got a laptop. It works fine for her, and I go to use the one that I got in the mail, and it immediately shut me down. It's like, what?
Wow.
I've never ever seen it before.
Yeah.
So we haven't dared.
Right.
I charged it up, but I haven't dared play with it because it's like, what the hell's going on here? So I don't want to lose what I already have, even though it's not great.
I've never heard of.
Yeah, I've never
Yeah.
seen anything like it myself. It's like, you got to be
Right.
kidding me. And we tried it a few times, and every time it shut down. It absolutely turned the power off on my Wi-Fi router. Just shut it down. Boom.
What? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
does not make sense.
Well,
There-
you can you can attribute it one time to an anomaly,
Right?
But
Yeah,
I mean,
but 3 in a row. 3 in a row.
Oh,
yeah.
I got it to work. I got it to connect to the Wi-Fi. Finally got that all up and running. And then the moment I clicked on YouTube, it just immediately shut my router power off. Boom. Never seen that before on a tablet. I've had 3 tablets. Shiloh's had a couple of tablets. Nova's got a laptop. Doesn't do that for her. They play their PlayStation 5s, no problem. And then I go to, get this thing that I got in the mail. And the moment I try to use it, boom. Hello, and who knows? It's me, or maybe it's the aliens and they're stopping me. Where are you going to go with that, It's weird. It's weird. It's weird.
It is weird. And I can't find another example of that happening. You try to
I've never
Google
seen it
for
happen
technical.
before.
It doesn't make any sense.
And I didn't want to fry my router.
Frustrating.
I'd have to wait a month for them to mail me a new one. And so after the 3rd try, I said, okay, I'm not gonna try to go to YouTube on this thing. And I haven't tried Facebook to see if it'll work on Facebook or not, but I'm almost don't dare, like, no. Then you got to sign in and you got to give your codes and all of that. And, what am I typing on? And why is this happening? Yeah.
I do. I totally know.
Am I naked and standing, in the parking lot at the mall with no pants on,
Okay.
Well, the old dream, going to school with, in your underwear.
Yeah. No, it didn't happen to me.
Everyone has that dream. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody has that dream at least once.
Yeah, not me.
Nope.
Here's that video clip from Jesus that he sent me. I guess this was today.
This was just prior to the snow we had recently.
Okay.
Did you get that picture?
I forgot to load it, but I'll get it next.
Yeah, so this was just the day before we had that snow, which was not yesterday, the day before that. And this was, clearly something is happening here. A little cloudy, not my favorite, but clearly there's a curve there. There's asteroids coming up from the
big
left.
curve.
So clearly, there's a planet curve there, guys.
More than one. You got Atu's moon is on the left, and you have Uri behind it on the right.
Yeah, and you have the asteroids.
And Necessity is behind.
Yep, which would explain our weather we experienced just shortly after. And you said it, Sam, last show, to be expecting it, and it definitely got us for sure. I mean, the mountains got hit very hard with a lot of snow.
And you could see it on the radar coming in for the last week, and it was just immense and very large and very unusual. And then it came down literally, out of the Pacific Ocean in the northern hemisphere along the coast, past Alaska and down the Canadian coast, and then it hit Washington State and Oregon, and then went across and created havoc in your area. 80-mile-an-hour winds in Nicole's area, and then it hit the plains overnight. And you used to see what we'll be watching the news for the next 2 days on what it did last night alone, because they're just now assessing the damage. So we'll see what, and then there will be more. We may have a day off in between, but there's gonna be more. And I do need to look into the Pacific Ocean what's coming.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy weather. We have yet to experience really spring or anything. It's like a mixture of
warm, cold.
Of
It's gonna get warm.
winter and spring all at once.
It's two steps forward, one step back.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the 80s in our area sometime in the middle of the week.
I'm under a frost watch tonight.
Yeah, it's let's see, it is it's 47. It's 43.
Currently,
They just changed it. I was reading 47, and then it went 43. I think, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you missed this, Recoli, when we asked earlier what your TikTok or, I mean, I saw you're saying that you do make videos. We would like to see those. So if you can show us what your TikTok is, it would be nice.
Okay. I would like to know too, and I want to say hi to Esther. Esther is here.
Hi, Esther.
Good to have you. And yeah, I see your comment. I have my videos got hundreds of thousands of views. Wow. I'm curious. You're gonna have to.
I'm very
Oh
curious.
well, maybe it's his YouTube
Okay, so what is
channel.
it? Is it your YouTube channel? Well, I'll have to. I'll check that out.
We'll have to look. I'll have to check it too. I'm curious because I want to subscribe. So millions. Wow, that's massive.
Yeah, I'm very.
Well,
intrigued,
congratulations. That's a accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he says no. It's on TikTok. What's the TikTok channel called?
So is it no TikTok or no?
Oh, no TikTok. Oh no. No TikTok. So maybe it's YouTube.
I'm not sure
We're back to YouTube.
Well,
okay.
I think they're not about the sky, is what he's saying.
Okay.
It's about baseball, MMA,
go on YouTube.
Wrestling.
Okay. Well,
right?
I'm
Is that
curious.
What you're saying, Mr. Collect?
And here's the snow for.
This was yesterday, guys. This was
Wow. Well.
This
Hi,
was,
welcome to February.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
May 6th in Salt Lake, and some areas got hit even harder, guys. But this is what I woke up to yesterday. This is This is May in Salt Lake, and all I'm getting from everybody is that's Salt Lake for you. And I'm like, geez, man, if you think by any stretch of the imagination that this is normal, which we've had late snows, April, but for it to just come out of nowhere and just hit us as hard as we got hit, it begs the question, like, this you cannot get comfortable with this enough to be like, oh, it's just Utah. It's kind of frustrates me and kind of annoys me a little bit that people are just like, oh, that's Utah. We will have all 5 seasons in one day. And I'm like, if you think this is normal by any stretch of the imagination, you are the problem. You're part of the problem of normalizing this kind of stuff, and it's not normal by any means. It just isn't. It's freaking May, guys. Up in the mountains, maybe this is common. We'll have a late snow, but down here in the valley, this is just so out of place, completely out of place. Guys. So yeah, I wanted to show that and let you guys know this weather patterns are completely wonky, completely out of sync, and
it's like December 25th or something.
This is like, and we didn't even get much snow this year in the winter. It's like it came late. But it's time to pay attention, guys. These weather patterns are getting crazier and crazier and unpredictable. Everybody tells me, this is one common thing I get from all the people that get into my car is that the Weather Channel is not very accurate, and it's not. You have to kind of just pay attention. I mean, I'm not saying don't look at the Weather Channel. It's helpful, but you also have to watch the skies and pay attention to your surroundings because things could happen on a dime, could happen in a split second, and destroy your livelihood. So just pay attention, pay attention to your surroundings, and by any means, do not take this as normal because it isn't. It is not normal to get this much snow in May. It's just not.
I don't know if I'm lagging or Jesus is lagging. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, sorry. It got quiet.
Yeah.
Like really quiet for
Well,
a
the
minute.
music restarted. And I was listening to it. I was going, oh, hey, I can hear the music.
Okay. All right. Well, there's that.
I was enjoying it.
Perfect. Well, okay. So I had a little clip to share. I had it ready to go, and then I had to leave.
Kind of a quiet, rainy, wintry, weird, May 7th day. It's quiet, it's strange, sleepy, of course, yeah. God, I was up all night over and over again, and our cat was going kooky again, and she kept waking me up. So I'm like a walking zombie today. I got the dishes done and a little bit of house cleaning, but that was it.
Yeah, Jillian told me the same thing with her dogs keeping her awake, so
Gee, I wonder if that's the space tube standing right there.
I didn't know what it was, Sam. I'm like, asteroids everywhere, craft everywhere. It was wild last night.
Is this you? Is this your?
It's from
But
Chris.
the thing that went in front of the sun, I got a whole bunch of pictures of it. It moved in front of the sun, and
Well, that's right where the space tube has been sighted, and it looks very much like the space tube.
Oops.
And then a few other craft.
I didn't mean to do that, but the space tube is. Are you saying that to the 4 o'clock?
To the right, to the right of the sun, just to the right, and it's sort of coming in at a slight angle, but then there's a drift off cloud, drag off cloud, and I saw that the other day as well by eye. And then there's a straight line way up in the middle of that right there that's looking really suspect, or as they say nowadays, sus. Am I stalling? Because it's stalled.
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of straight line, I'll get another example. I wanted you to see that we were, myself and Tracy Moses. She sent me a clip of. You'll see it in a second. I'll get it ready. But otherwise, here's some pictures that Christopher also sent me.
yeah, I set it up all on a video. I'll post it after the show.
Cool.
So you could just reach up and grab one of those.
I know. Just circles everywhere, triangles
The Tan
everywhere.
asteroid and all of their ilk, and that bluish area in the upper right is Uri.
You know, like faces, and you were talking about skeletons the other day, and
Yep.
they're just up there dancing around. You know, like I'm like, I'm seriously saying this right now.
Yeah, it's right dead center. And speaking of which, it's right dead center in the middle right of this shot as well.
Oh.
And the middle left is where the Tan asteroid is, and there's a lot of stuff going on right up in there. It's almost mystical, and this is why we attribute it to Wormwood, and why we call it Apophis, and why we call it the Object Cluster Group, because there's a lot going on in and up, and I mean, if you take into account how many times recently we've seen the damn Skull asteroid as well, and which is a little higher and up to the left of these shots.
Hey Sam, is the Skull asteroid part of the Salamander group?
No, it's actually in between Uri and Atu, free floating, hiding sort of by itself. The Salamander asteroid group, remember, is partially submerged in the base southern hemisphere of Uri.
And I had a question about this particular image too. Do you see how it's like this rounded circle down here? I didn't know if that was part of a base cloud or if it's just asteroids. That makes it look like
how big?
circle.
Where are we talking? 'Cause
At the bottom right.
at the bottom right.
Kind of see how it's
Okay.
like an
Blow
oval
it up.
almost.
The bottom right, I don't really see much other than that. Okay, the sunlight is to the left of us. This is pretty probably that middle is probably the long box cube standing there.
Wow.
Here's an app that can unblur your worst photos.
And then just on the left side.
Sorry.
On the left side, there's those two palm trees, and on the right-hand palm tree, there's a little striped thing, and I would bet money that that's the green asteroid.
Oh.
But no way to prove it. Yeah, this has got to be literally Isatum Jalamoon area, and that the middle, just at the horizon next to the palm trees to the right, is got to be the long box cube.
Wow.
And that blue area would be the side of Isatum.
Okay.
Because look at the horizon on the left. The light blue between the palm trees is the real sky color.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. Are you saying those little lines to the top right of the palm tree is a
going up at an angle there is literally it's like a twisted, like a doobie or a cigar, but that looks to me like the long box cube.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. I see what you're saying. The twist.
Yeah, it looks like like an old fangled big cigar or a box, but it's twisty rather than square like we usually see it.
Okay.
But,
So, okay,
it's
I'm talking about,
flowering,
there's two palm trees. The one on the
Right.
right-hand side, top right, there's three little lines.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking is the green asteroid.
Uh-huh. Okay, okay. What
And
about,
then the bigger white box line thing from the middle right, or from the palm tree on the right, all the way going up into the angle of the right side of the picture, middle, is what I think is the long box cube, quite big.
Wow.
interesting. Yeah, you can really see
A couple of triangular craft in there, and I've got it
There's-
blown up right now.
Cool.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll
I'm
post the
looking
video
around
after
for
the show. It's just it was a mess. It was just a mess of stuff, and the triangle craft. This like
I get how it confused when it looks like that. Honestly,
Yes.
I am not good with small stuff. I'm not. I can pick out a planet in the craziest conditions. I'll spot it, but the small stuff, I'm just not good with it. I'm not. And
I
it
just
kind of
keep
gets me a
staring at it
headache
and it comes out.
when I'm trying to make heads or tails of what's happening. I just stop. It's like I disengage and I kind of look for the bigger stuff. So I always wait to see what Sam has to say because he's much better with the smaller stuff. Because
I'll come back to the pictures 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 times, and I still see something new most every time. It's like,
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
I didn't see that before. Even on all these pictures from last week's show, I was rewatching the show that we did on Earth to Brain. Sam, today is Tuesday, so it was Saturday's show. He had a picture, and I was looking at it, and he was going, "Well, can you tell me what this was?" And we went through it, and I was describing everything in it. And I'm sitting here looking, and there sits a big corner cut off of the long box cube on the right-hand side of his shot, and we never even got that.
Wow.
Didn't even see it until I watched it later. And I have noticed that the colors that I see in the live show versus the recorded YouTube shows are different. And there are far less oranges on the YouTube copy than the live copy. And I've noticed that I've even in shows gone, right in the orange area, and I'll be watching the recorded show, and there is no orange area. It's only yellow. And I'm like, so anybody, if I'm saying something and you don't see it, do holler.
Right.
Yeah, don't just let me, run by and say, well, maybe I don't see it. But if you have a question, do ask.
hi, Egg. I'm doing a screen record of that line that I was going to ask you about. It's actually something Tracy, she caught it. Anyway, I got it. So I'll share it here in a second. But I want to say hi to Egg. It's good to see you for sure. It is. And I see Mustang Mac is here. I don't know how long I've been not seeing your comments, but hello and welcome.
Hello.
And then somebody else was here I just saw. So I got Esther. Okay, well, maybe not, but I just want to make, Katie Joe is here.
Hey, Katie.
I see her commenting in here, and I don't know how long she's been here, but welcome. Hello, Katie. And I think possibly she'll be with us next Tuesday night. I think maybe.
Nice,
So
nice.
we'll find out. So, but good to see you, Katie Joe. And how about we watch a clip?
Yeah,
I like
please.
this one ready. Yeah, let's
Yes,
watch.
please.
This is one that Sam likes. He's talked about this one a lot. That he likes this one. So let's
Yes,
start
please.
with that one. Okay.
So here's a quick run through of what's going on with our sky.
That wasn't the one I was going to pick, but we'll go ahead and go with it. Actually,
I like this. I like this
Yeah.
one. I really love how you explain.
Yeah.
I like
let's
this.
see it. Don't stop it.
Okay.
You-
Okay.
you-
Because
it's
this
perfect.
has had
It's the perfect video to explain this kind of situation.
right. This has had. I haven't totaled it all up, but I'm going to say at least 250,000 views on
Wow.
TikTok. and
wow,
probably at least 5,000 shares, maybe more.
Wow.
Because I've shared it multiple times. And so each time, you know, and just one of them has like 260,000 views.
Wow.
And then, you know, so anyway, so it's been received well. So let's go ahead and play it.
So,
Yeah.
For starters, there's another entire solar system that is passing just outside Earth's atmosphere that we're not being told about. That is why the sky looks the way it does day in and day out, and has for several years now. This other solar system arrived back in 2009. And they don't tell us because they don't want us to know, because our entire existence is a lie. Earth is actually considered a factory planet, and we are used to provide goods and commodities to races on these other planets, 2 of them, which are Nibiru and Saru. In this other solar system, there are 8 planets and another sun. The second sun is located behind our sun. Gravity is mostly a lie. We actually live in an electrical universe, not gravitational. So these planets can pass incredibly close, and they repel electromagnetically. They create very powerful storms and lightning storms as they push themselves away. So this evening, to the right of the sun, is where Isatum is. So it's Isatum's moon in front of Isatum, in front of Nibiru, always to the right of our sun. Sunrise, sunset doesn't make a difference. It's always to the right
Currently.
of our sun. And that's why you see this flared out shape. The darker the blue is, then that's the shadow of a planet. And the lighter the blue is, down around the horizon level, that's Earth's atmosphere. But that is why it's fanning upwards and outwards in different directions. Those are planets when that happens. And then starting to the far, far right of our sun is the band of Nepicity. And again, you see it's fanning out. Nepicity's tilted base right here. You can see the tilt. And again, it's fanning out and up. A little earlier this evening was Attu, more noticeable, but this is where Attu is in the southeast.
At sunset.
And then to the
Yeah,
lower
you have to remember
left
this was a while
side
ago,
of the
months
sun
ago, so
is
it's different now.
where Uri is located. These streaks, definitely some of these streaks are chemtrails. I saw them out spraying earlier today, but
Ooh, you
just
said the
know
bad
this,
word.
that most of the
E-
streaks we
E
see
word.
every day
no.
are not man-made.
Yeah, I did.
They spray because they're trying to mimic the effects that these planets are creating on our atmosphere. These planets, as they move by, they are dragging across Earth's atmosphere, and they are creating long streaks across our sky.
They're trying to break up your eye so you don't see the
So
rounded
they
edges.
spray to try to convince people that what they're seeing is all man-made when it's not. Most of the streaks we see are because of the planets and asteroids moving by. Each planet has its own particular looking clouds and effects that it makes in our sky, and they have been studied now for 13 years. We have 13 years of photographic documentation that prove this is really happening. And this is the real reason for why our weather is becoming so chaotic and so destructive. Like recently in California, those kind of floods, except we're seeing that happen worldwide. Most people don't have any idea about how much flooding we're seeing. These planets are already doing a lot of damage, and they have been for several years now. Again, unless you're out looking for that information, you won't know, because the media hardly ever touches on it. Unless it's to a point to where they have to say something. But otherwise, no. A lot of damages go along and it's never reported.
Highly underreported.
All of the information I share is from Samuel Hoffman. He is the person that discovered this other solar system back in the late 70s. He was put under a 30-year non-disclosure agreement when the government found out that he made this discovery. They had him sign a 30-year non-disclosure agreement to keep him from talking about it. And they threatened him harshly. And he'd never talked until the disclosure agreement ended, which was 2010. And he's been talking ever since. He has a group on Facebook called Montana Skywatchers #2. And he's also on YouTube under Sam Hoffman. And I also recommend going to a channel called Radio Wasteland. They are a channel that does interviews, and they have probably 50 interviews with Sam on there. So you go
on
to
YouTube.
their playlist, and so you see Samuel Hoffman, and he does interviews every few months with them, and so he has recent information there. And I have a group on Facebook called Nibiru Followers Anonymous. So we have over 50,000 people worldwide sharing pictures daily of what's happening. So once you start to see that the same clouds are appearing in multiple locations over and over again all around the world, that's when you know they're not just clouds, but there's something behind it that's making that happen, because this is very, very repetitive. All right, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up here for today. I appreciate you all so much, and y'all take care. Bye.
Yeah, the other day I was watching the end of the Star Wars movies, and at the closing scene, they show Rey accepting the Skywalker water farm at the end, and she's looking off at the sunset, seeing the two suns, one much larger red standard, followed by the other smaller dwarf yellow. I just couldn't help but compare that to reality.
Thank you, Tara and Carol Ann. Thank you. Yeah.
Definitely.
I'd say this about 2 years ago, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. But at the time, it said I had 56,000 members on the Facebook group, and now it's 92. So it's grown a lot since then.
Incredible.
Right?
Wow. Well deserved.
Yeah. Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, it's.
You're welcome. I mean, you just come out and say it so clearly, and so. I mean, it's not. It's very. It's right there in your face, but it's also very, very eloquent, and
Thanks. Yeah.
I mean,
there are days when I am like tripping all over myself. I can't spit anything out right, and it's like, why can't it be like that one day?
I understand.
One day it was so good, yeah.
We all have those days.
That one day,
yeah. And it's okay.
I know.
I love that.
I'm gonna get that clip now. Let's see. I got the clip, and actually, this line, I don't know what to call it. I think Sam he'll get to the bottom of it. Yeah, I'm very curious, but whatever it was actually over Tulsa, not far from me. So I'm concerned what it is. But I give Tracy all the credit for finding it. She did a good job. Let's go ahead and get it pulled up here. Right. This was, I want to say, 2 mornings ago over Tulsa. It's loading. Okay, so this is a dronographer, and there it is. See that?
Mm-hmm. One of those worm thingies.
What is that?
Huh.
Yeah, well, it could be. It's a little bent to be a Star Destroyer, but it could be the fighter craft docking station quite easily. It's definitely a ship because there ain't no such thing out in space like that. Other than that, look at the contrast. Look how immensely more white it is than anything out there. That's a ship. It's a very long ship.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it looks so wavy.
Yeah.
It looks wavy, but very solid at the same time.
It's a little pixelated from the long distance, but yeah, it's too starkly different color to be anything other than a ship.
Oh my goodness. Wait till I tell Tracy. I didn't know what to tell her. I was like, I knew you would know. But yeah, that's weird.
It's being illuminated from underneath.
Yeah. Okay, Sam. Thank you for clarifying.
Wow.
Too cool.
I know. I'm concerned because that's about, I don't know, a mile or 2 from my house. I don't know.
If it was remotely even semi less bright, I would say, well, maybe it's fast. But that's too starkly bright to be anything in these surroundings.
Right. Okay. So what was it that Nicole, she mentioned that worm? Because that's what I was wondering. What is that term for what you're talking about?
Oh, you mean the rods?
Yeah.
The animal
That's
rod? Oh, yeah, that's a small creature the size of anywhere you can, like a Canadian goose. But no, the space tube has been sighted again. I saw it the other day by eye. It was like 2 or 3 days ago, right next to the long box. Yeah. And so we know they're around, but there's all kinds of other craft that we haven't really documented, and we've had quite a few sightings of the fighter craft docking station, which is quite long, and it has the empty slots in it, and then the conning tower at the back. So there's many of those up there. And we've seen a lot of, most of the time they're really small. So we don't have a lot of, that's like the space tube right there. It's not a mothership. It's a long tube. Unless we see it turn and then we see more of it.
I've been seeing, I saw something the same color the other night, but it was definitely an asteroid coming in, something pretty small, but enough to light up a good portion of the sky at night, and it was its exact color.
Wow.
I hate it when people use the mothership term, because then that insinuates that they're here to help us, and that's not the case.
And it takes attention from what's really
They're here to help themselves.
Right.
Yeah, that very much looks like the space tube. I haven't seen it, any other, if it was to turn and then add more to the sighting, where we see a 3-dimensional side of it. Yeah, this literally is right there again, the space tube. Very long, very cylindrical. And we were just talking about it like a week or two ago. We hadn't seen it, and boom, and now we're seeing it again. Ask and ye shall receive.
I don't know what I'd do if I saw that.
No, I've seen it. I've
only seen I've seen a Tic Tac, like a little white Tic Tac craft of some sort. It was moving way too fast to be anything
Yeah,
than a
I sat in
normal.
my yard in my driveway
So-
and watched that and the long box cube and the like 5 star destroyers go straight over the top of my head, and I watched them for 20 minutes, just straight up, and that was 2 days ago. Excuse me, it was like 4 days ago. Yeah.
Isn't it wild?
Okay.
Rebecca? See something
The
move
shipping
that fast
container.
and it- you
We're
know,
gonna load
you're
all
trying
those commodities up on that shipping container and then send it back out through a wormhole.
Oh my goodness. I'm just like blown away with the technology that, exists out there.
They're
do they get
way
heavy-
more advanced than we are.
Yeah, like heavy gold. And I don't even know how they get it up to a space tube, let alone a space tube be full of gold flying around. I mean,
Yeah, you load a bunch of loads on a small, smaller
Yeah.
craft. And then gold is heavy, and it does take a lot of manual lifting. And then they stack it in, and then they fly it up, and then they put it on the big shipping container. And when they get their share, then off goes the container.
Wow. And
we've had dozens and dozens of wormhole sightings where they're ships coming in and going out, and so we know that it's quite active and busy up there, going back years. And this is why I keep screaming, I can't believe everybody hasn't noticed that there's fleets, plural, multiple hundreds and hundreds of major, massively large ships above us, and we're not even talking about the small stuff, and yet it goes undiscussed when that Miami event was popular and then written off, and now everybody's sort of lulled into a false sense of reality from that. And so there's so much going on, and we watch it every week and we talk about it every week, and it's kind of generalized and not paid attention to, and I don't know why.
From Terra. So
That's correctly. Nibiru System is already here as my YouTube channel. That's why there's that second line underneath it. It's an option to add it when you get on the StreamYard app. The one we used to go live. So that's what that is. So just so you know. But hey, Sam. And I know this isn't an easy question to answer. Maybe you don't have the answer, but do you think there's any, and I'm just speculating here, but I just find the timing kind of coincidental, and I don't believe in coincidences. I know that we went through a time with COVID that really wrecked world economies. I do get that, but do you think part of the world's bad economy has anything to do with the arrival of these beings coming in for the commodities, putting a squeeze on
the price of gold? Yes, absolutely.
on our own resources.
The price of gold within the last 2 decades has literally quadrupled, and that has brought out and if you do add economic downturn, and the people with little gold chains and little gold bracelets or gold coins from Aunt Sally, or I inherited from my grandfather this $20 gold piece, and now the price is the highest it's ever been in recent known history, you're more likely to sell it off and then turn it into that overall repository of collected gold, and that way they don't have to invade. We've sold every little smidge of it we can find to get it, to get our because right now, look at food. I mean, I myself go out and spend large amounts of money just buying canned vegetables. I'll buy a case of green beans, a case of corn, a case of carrots, and have to pump in a mint. So if I had gold coins to trade in for that right now, I would probably do that. And just to get that extra food on the shelf right now.
Yeah, because it seems to me that everybody's being tightly, they're really.
Our world economy is in deep trouble, and
it seems like the entire world is going through this economic downturn. And
look at the
COVID is you could explain it off with COVID. I get that, but is it just the COVID thing? Is it
Well, no, we have a bunch of other. There's a new bird flu that's infesting cows, and there's a chicken thing, and there's a pig thing, and our food numbers of living animals that are to be led to slaughter is way down to numbers even prior to pre-COVID numbers, and crops not doing well from the weather, and China buying up every little seed corn they can get their hands on. So no, we're in trouble. We're not putting out our yearly average growth from even a decade ago, and we're in reduced numbers and percentages, and so that also is driving up the prices. And then there's a recovery from shipping and supply and demand issues from the pandemic, and so yeah, all of that's in flux right now, and there is a huge amount of greed going on as well.
Absolutely. It's called
I have noticed that
greedflation.
Right. I noticed that my favorite teriyaki sauce is no longer available. I've been looking for it for months. I usually buy Yoshida's, and I cannot find it anywhere in several different stores now. And
after you mentioned that day,
Yep.
I had to go and buy some, and you're right. It's great. I love it.
Tara's
And,
saying
you know-
she spent $76 on pizza from Papa John's. A couple pizzas from Papa John's, $76.
Jesus.
I'll go hungry that night.
That's insane. That's insanity. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, $7 for a chicken sandwich at McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's just posted their quarterly earnings, and they are not doing well, which is rare for McDonald's, because people are kind of getting sick of these prices. I mean,
Well, California did institute that.
Their food is terrible, but I mean, it's overpriced now. At least before there was the incentive to eat it.
Well, May 1st, California raised the fast food workers' wages to $20 an hour, and a lot of businesses shut down. They can't afford to pay it, so they just stopped. And that will reflect through corporations, but I think unfortunately corporations will use it as an excuse to raise their prices as well, and then shut down some of the California.
Look, In-N-Out Burger pays their employees $20+ an hour, and have you seen their prices? Have you been at In-N-Out Burger? Their prices are very reasonable.
We don't have them here. We do not have them up here in Montana.
Well, I'll tell you, and I've talked to a lot of the employees there, and it's a great place. They offer benefits, they offer advancement opportunities, and their employment model is much better than most corporations, and they're able to pay their employees $20+.
Wow.
And keep enough employees on hand. And on top of that, keep good quality food, because that is the hallmark of In-N-Out Burger, is that they have really it's good real food, and I'll vouch for that. It is decent food. It is not bad. If you're gonna eat out, it's not a bad place to eat out. It's much better quality food than McDonald's. So if they can do it, which they're tiny compared to McDonald's.
Yeah, we stopped going to McDonald's.
Can offer. I worked at a McDonald's, and I used to see how much they, I used to talk to my managers, and I saw how much they would bring in each shift. It's insanity. They make a lot of money. I get how small their business can afford $20 an hour, but I think there was a clause there that said only for the ones that had 20 franchises and above were gonna get that $20 pay hike. So I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted. Some companies say they can afford it, but In-N-Out affords it. What else? There's another one. I think even Chick-fil-A does a lot better with paying their employees as well. And their business is booming because they keep happy employees. Happy employees are productive.
I'm a firm believer in living wage.
Yeah. So they can blame it and say that they can't afford to pay it, but really, is that really what's happening, or is it that maybe their paychecks might get cut a little bit and they don't want that, and they'd rather just pass the savings on to somebody else, because CEOs used to make about 30 to 60 more than the average employee. Now you're seeing 300, 400, 500 times more than the average employee. And it's the reason why the employees don't make any money, because most of it is going to the CEOs at the top.
It is time for a change. It really is.
It is. It's time to distribute the wealth more fairly. I think 60 times what the employee makes should have stayed at 60 times. That's a lot. 300 times, that's just insanity. That is nothing short of disgusting greed. It's just going far beyond anything. So yeah, I think it can be done, but will it be done? I don't know. There is some companies out there that are setting way better examples on what can be done and what should be acceptable.
If we in U.S. even knew how well people in Europe are living compared with their days off and their vacation every summer, we live far worse off, and we pay for a very large portion of the planet. Unfortunately, we haven't realized that yet. I mean, when was the last time you had 3 months off during the summer vacation? And there are countries in Europe that do that as a standard middle class behavior. And they live differently and somewhat better than us in a lot of cases. And unfortunately, we're footing the bill for a lot of other people. And part of that, I wish we could tighten our belts in certain ways. Be a little more conservative in some ways and a little more liberal in others.
Well, I mean, look, and I know this might. I know that, with great power comes great responsibility. I get that. But as we say, there's a saying that goes, charity starts at home. You can't help other people before you help yourself. And I think that's something that we need to practice more here in America, because we're so involved in other people's wars and all these problems, but we're lacking so much.
Yeah, we need to fund our infrastructures and our retirement scenarios for everyone. Really, really, really do. We have to really, really view what we're doing, because we're either going to be successful or we're going to screw up again. So we'll see what's coming.
So,
okay.
I mean, oh, well, I don't know what to expect, really. I'm just curious, do you think it's going to get just worse and worse and then have to rebuild from there?
I think we need to believe in building things and making things in America again, and us manufacturing things and not relying on other people to do it for us. And that way we can grow our middle, grow it from the middle out, and start produce. Make a hammer that's worth a shit, and make a broom and make a tractor and a truck and a car again in this country, rather than trying to get the cheapest workers to assemble their crap that doesn't work 3 years down the line, and it's a knockoff made in China, and then they ship it over here, and if it doesn't work, oh well, we'll just send it to the dump or let it collect in a shipping container someplace by the thousands, like some of these cars and motorcycles and bicycles.
I got a phone graveyard going over here.
Yeah. And they're precious metals and they're expensive, and they should last longer. Things, when it used to say craftsman, it lasted for life, and now everything is replaced in 3 years, and that's called standard obsolescence.
Not obsolescence thing. I was seeing I don't know if it was an article or a video somewhere about the light bulb, how companies of the light bulb, and I don't know, in the 50s or sometime, they came together to discuss how they were going to make light bulbs that only had a certain amount of shelf life, and they did so well. That they started picking up that same model in other areas, and this is why it snowballed into what it is now, where you have things that have a shelf life when they can last longer, and should last longer. But it's a cycle of buying something over and over again.
I think they're discovering that now with $85,000 pickups.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And here's the thing: is that when you live in a place with fine, resources that are finite, and it's a problem to keep recycling things and using it. We're over consuming everything in here, and this is the reason why future generations are gonna start doing so bad, because we're already seeing it. I mean, this generation is worse off than the previous generation. They're not gonna be able to afford their own home. Interest rates are through the roof. Buying homes is just tripled over the last 10 years.
7% interest rate.
Yeah, yeah. So we're seeing we're seeing our generations be less wow than the previous one,
And car repossessions are on the skyrocket rise.
absolutely, and we keep using resources like they're never going to end, and we're always going to see them, and it just doesn't work that way. We need to be more conscious of the materials and everything that we consume. We can't afford to be making things that break and then make them again. It's not sustainable.
Like our appliances. I mean, I look back to my grandparents' appliances. I don't think they ever had a problem with it. I don't think they ever called a repairman to fix those things. You remember those appliances, like they were like split pea soup green, and
they weighed like 5,000 pounds. Yeah,
Right.
And don't forget the 70s orange. Don't
Yeah,
forget the
that
70s
too.
orange.
And then my grandmother had this, she couldn't use it anymore. She was 96 years old, or 90, she was 94. But her vacuum, I swear it was a cast iron vacuum. This thing must have weighed 50
I
pounds.
remember those. My ex-mother-in-law.
The old Uber.
Yeah, she used it she used it her whole life. We finally had to buy her, one of those vacuums that has like the front wheel drive on it so she could push it. But that vacuum is awesome.
I bet it's a Kirby. I bet you, because those things are.
I don't know what it was. I think it said Royale on the front, or
okay,
something like
It's really
that.
old. That's like
Heavy.
60s.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and Tara, we got a new fridge. It'll be 2 years in September, so not quite 2 years, but it started going out right after 1 year. Like at 1 year, it started not cooling correctly, and the freezer would overfreeze and get icy, and I had to get a hairdryer, and and then the old refrigerator that we put in the spare room, which is here with me now, it's, I don't know, probably from the 80s maybe, and it's doing great. It's so cold. It works good. We use that one more than our regular one because it doesn't keep things cold enough for milk or whatever. So anyway, I know I'm brand new stainless steel refrigerator is hanging on by one leg. It's like,
we have to have the new computer screen refrigerator and ways that talk to you, and I don't get it, but
I don't either. So I see a folder here from Nicole, so let's look at her pictures and see what we have, because I just now spotted it. So this is what Colorado looks like here. When was it? A few days ago.
That glow. There's that blue glow I've been seeing.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And this is well past sunset.
Right. 8/19.
And on the right-hand side, so it would have to be a Sesame Yellow Moon and a Sesame.
Awesome.
And you can see the curve when you really, zero in on it. It goes from one side of the picture to the other, all the way across. There's two, actually. You all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty, it's like at first you don't see it, but then once you do see it, you can't help.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that. Is that more Yuri or Atu's moon, Sam?
Atu's moon center above to the upper left, but you've got the middle, I would have to say, is probably Nepesity. The illuminated, rounded, micro dotted area in the center is Nepesity, with Atu and Atu's moon on the left-hand side in front of Nepesity.
Wow.
And then the white in the upper corner is the Saturn's yellow moon.
Blue asteroid over towards the left of center. Yeah, midway up.
Yeah, that would be, right. And that would be where the spiral asteroid is.
Wow.
And that little tiny snake-like eyeball or tongue or whatever you want to call it, illumination to the left.
Okay.
In the background on the left.
I was reading Tara has some physical conditions, and that's odd because I've had multiple people mention those very same symptoms.
Yeah, I had a headache when we first started the show tonight.
Same.
So
just kind of there, right between the eyes.
Right. It's
this one, the sun is
going
behind
around.
it. Atu's moon with asteroids in the dead center to the left.
And I see Andrea is here. Hi, Andrea. I don't know how long you've been here, but I see you now. So hello. Sorry, Sam. Which one was this?
Asteroid dead center, top middle, Atu's moon. And asteroids coming in from the left, Atu.
Right.
Atu's moon, because the sun's behind us.
Look at that. Is that the lead object? Or
It could easily be, yeah. Depending on when and where. Colorado, May 1st.
4:30 p.m.
Yep.
What direction is this?
Well, if it's let's see, it's 4:30 p.m. Sun's behind us, so we are looking mostly east by northeast.
Okay, east northeast. Okay.
Yeah, if it's 4:30 p.m., the sun is setting in the west. So, and the sun is behind us in this shot, so this is beyond Earth, and you're looking at the bottom of Atu's moon and the asteroids.
Got it. Wow.
Beyond Earth and illuminated. And this is the side of Nibiru and the side of Saru and, or excuse me, why I said that, I don't know. Side of Nibiru and the side of his Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
In the upper right. I'm looking for Nana and Amel Saru in that shot, but I didn't see
Look at that.
And this one again is Atu's moon after sunset.
This is 5:44 a.m.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes even more sense now. Yeah, it's then we're looking east.
Yep.
And Atu and Atu's moon are directly above us in the first thing in the morning. And Uri would be in the left-hand upper northeast by north at sunrise.
Wow.
And there's 10 minutes later or 8 minutes later.
How much it will change the light.
Sort of zoomed in on me while staring at it.
So Tara is asking me, like, what
It's an
is
hour
it
later.
makes the sky look blanketed like that?
Next day.
Curious.
Well, there's clouds around all of these planets. The two main ones we're looking at here are both gas giants. So they have a complete encased gaseous exterior. So that's what makes them look like blankets, is because they're wrapped in clouds. Both gas giants.
So this is the next day. An hour later, the next day.
It's 47 a.m. Yeah, Atu's moon, and then Uri on the left. And if you get up before dawn, you can see it really well. And when you just before sunrise, you can see Atu's moon and Uri.
And you're looking more northwest here.
More
And
northwest. Sun
yeah.
behind is northwest. Yeah, okay, that'd still be Natu's moon again. Over the top.
Hey guys, I gotta get up and walk around for a little bit.
Don't
Sure.
blame you for a second.
You're good. Go ahead.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sitting here rubbing between my eyes, waiting for
Yeah.
this headache to go away.
Oh man.
It's not bad. It's just there.
Enough. Just dull.
Yeah, look at those white dots in the middle of that. That's very interesting. I'm gonna blow this up.
Okay.
Well, those look really ship-like. That one dead center definitely looks like a Star Destroyer. And the white one on the middle right looks almost like the fighter craft docking station or 3-star destroyers.
If
Looks
you
very
shrink this
Star
one down, it
Destroyer-y.
kind of
They're very bright
looking.
compared to everything out there. There is no cloud out there that has that white intensity.
No,
They are very bright.
not even down at the horizon.
Yeah,
where
not
it's
nowhere in the
really
picture other than there's another one in the upper middle right between in that bank little dip in the clouds up there, but
Right.
that's the only things that's that white and nothing in this picture because I got it blown up on my 43 here, but nothing in it is that bright. So I would say those are ships.
Wow.
Again,
Okay.
right before our very eyes, guys. They're here. They're here. They're here. Yeah. You know, I keep
Are
wondering.
you
This
saying
is a
Star
photo right before that
Destroyers?
timeline.
Yeah, big ships, not little things, big ones.
Okay.
This,
is
of
a
course, is
photo right
at the
before
Yellow
that
Moon.
that video.
Okay. I thought it looked familiar.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
and we do actually
cool.
have.
That's perfect.
We do still have folks mislabeling that one, even in admin. But you know,
Well, anybody can make a mistake, but the trick is just to try to make as few as possible.
right? And that brings you to nearly current. This is looking west after.
Yeah. After as at sunset and after sunset, and you're still looking at Saturn's yellow moon is Saturn, and then that's about all. We can call Nibiru in the right corner, but you're seeing a very large Saturn and a very large Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
So it's even larger than it was a month ago, right?
Oh yeah.
Right, correct. Toward sun evening now, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I don't know where we're going to go from here, but wow, we'll just have to watch and learn and then see what happens next. It's quite the thing.
Cool.
So does it just appear they are getting bigger, or are they
Well,
getting
we're
closer?
going on. They're going over the top of us, and eventually they're
Yeah.
going to continue that direction, where they're going to pass Earth, and then they'll go off into the north by northwest, sort of. We'll have to see which direction they're actually leaving in, or which direction we are leaving in, because they're the bigger system, and we're going past them, and we're on the outside of them, going past their inside.
Okay.
It's not them passing through us; it's us passing through them, because they are bigger. So, trading places, so to speak. So we'll see where we go, after the second sun, and we're pretty sure the two suns are separating, and we've had a little bit more evidence of it as time goes by, and I'll keep watching, and we'll keep seeing what happens. And so when and then I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people calling, oh look, two suns, or oh there's Nibiru or whatever, and we're just going to keep plodding along and making sure that we stick to the information and not fall into the gossip.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I've noticed a lot of people, and they don't know that they don't know, right? I mean, they probably have never heard of us, so they
Right,
don't know.
right,
But
right.
yeah, I mean, if they see something they don't recognize, it's either a craft, a mothership, or a Nibiru.
You can't blame them, but boy, what took you so long? You know.
Yeah, they're trying. They are trying. They don't know. And well, hi to Sabrina. I see Sabrina, and I see Thin Man, screaming Thin Man. So, hello and welcome.
Hey there.
Good to see you. And okay, I think we get a clip here. Let's see. I have some current events to show, so let's go ahead and see what's going on around the world besides tornadoes.
Yes.
It's more than that. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, this was happening in Texas. Look at this. Texas is getting absolutely hammered right now. First, there was some tornadoes, some storms and tornadoes, but now there's floods, man. There's floods going on in Texas right now. Houston is technically underwater. And this was just over 4 days ago. Tornado season is not playing this year. Now, here's a picture of the flooding that's going on in Houston, just so you could get an idea.
Oh my gosh.
This is how Central Texas was looking 13 hours ago, man. That is tough, bro. I pray for the people of Texas, man, because this is not going to be easy to recover from. As you see up here, Texas Park and Wildfire Department officers use boats to rescue residents from flood waters. And unfortunately, guys, because of this flood, there was one fatal passing of a young boy. Now, this was a passing of a 4-year-old boy, man. This is so unfortunate. This was the first reported fatality following the storms that have prompted disaster declarations for over a third of the state's counties. So yeah, guys, pray for Texas. A lot of people are going through it out there, and it's so unfortunate that something like this has to happen. Pray for Texas.
I've been telling y'all, this storm season is not normal. Wait till you see what I found too. But first, Houston is flooding. News articles are literally saying they're having to rescue people from the top of their houses in Houston. And they're saying it's going to get a lot worse for Houston.
We are coming on the air with dramatic rescues in the state of Texas. Deadly flooding, submerging entire neighborhoods. More than 560 people had to be rescued or evacuated by first responders. And you can see what it looks like from above, from the air. All these houses underwater. You can see it here from the ground. Look at this. That is a street sign. The water is nearly to the top of it, just for some perspective. With some 15 million now bracing for more. From Dallas to South Dakota tomorrow. The risk? Another round of devastating tornadoes with another serious storm system moving in fast.
Tonight, at least one person is dead as dangerous
Here's
floodwaters
a PM,
rage across
Rebecca.
Texas. Since Friday, hundreds of people and pets have been rescued
On
across
Facebook.
the state. Amid a days-long deluge that has dumped more than 2 feet of water in some areas, including up to 2 inches today alone.
It's the worst flooding that I've ever seen in my career.
This river nearly swallowing an elevated roadway. Then, an explosion and electricity crackling along these power lines, likely caused by the wet weather. That's crazy! The view from above showing homes underwater, sinking cars, and submerged street signs as 8 million people remain under flood alerts from Texas to Oklahoma and Arkansas.
Okay. As I stall. Yes, Brazil got a whole lot of rain, and a lot of folks got displaced. Same with Colombia, same with places in Africa. Boy, I hope that's not people screaming.
Yeah, that was so bad. Their whole village.
Yeah, that whole village is just now gone bye-bye.
Terrible.
Fascinating.
And you know, even if you do have your house, everybody in the village suffers from it. The moisture and the smell. And
Sorry. That was loud. But yeah, they're
Well,
It's
at
like
least
you
they're
don't
being
see every
herded.
day, I'm sure.
They're going
Right.
someplace on purpose. Brand new tractor. Oh man, if that was my farm, I would not be happy.
I mean, it looks like a tsunami. You know what I mean?
It kind of is. It's just falling from the sky instead
Yeah.
of coming from the ocean.
Yep. Yep.
And the Nepacity close pass could have something to do with that worldwide.
Those rain bombs.
Yeah, the old rain bomb, you know, a year or 2 years worth of rain in a weekend or 3 days, and those rivers nowhere can handle this, you know.
No.
And then, you know, like even in Saudi Arabia and all of that, the water isn't going anywhere. It's staying. China keeps flooding and flooding and flooding and flooding and flooding, and they've been flooding since last year.
Right.
So and then there's rivers that don't have any water. So
Dried up.
we in trouble. We have to rethink how we're doing things. There went about $750,000.
Maybe $1 million.
Yeah, well, yeah. Depending on
Or
which
up
country it was in. Yeah, I want to be driving down the interstate river.
Well, we
Yeah.
know Teslas catch on fire. Sitting there in water.
Yeah, I imagine that very possible. Has to do
Yeah, it
with
was
amperage.
happening. It happened with the most recent Miami disaster.
Yeah, electric cars. You know, they had them in the 1890s too. They really did, and they actually used to run better.
Right.
They were more reliable. And then they went to gasoline because of the big petroleum era Texas thing, and the Stutz Bearcat and all of that. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of people displaced, and you know we're going to see global migration all over. People are going to move away and move up higher, and you wonder, you know, like Machu Picchu, and you wonder why they lived up that high.
That place is incredible.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, and it's far older than they give it credit for as well.
Oh, sure. This.
Oh. What a lovely sky you have there, and nice and illuminated.
And wow, what is going on here? This looks
Some
like
sort of sandstorm.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of bad movie apocalypse thing going on. I don't know.
Mad Max, anybody?
Something like that. I've never seen that, but I don't know.
Oh,
Real
there's
life,
quite a few
right
Mad
now.
Max movies.
Deserted and
Good series.
And you're not going to see this stuff unless you go and look for it.
Yep.
Or if you're on, I don't know, your feed is somehow, your algorithm is somehow set to bring you stuff like this. You're not going to see this.
Right.
The weather in northern Africa has actually sort of stabilized to the proper direction it normally used to flow, and now they are having, of course, sandstorms in the Mediterranean, and that did affect Italy and everything else, and it is heading towards Saudi and all of that, and Yemen and Qatar and all of that in the upper North Africa. Northeast Africa, so big sandstorms and big problems and big rain issues, and the water's not going away, and Of course, we know that Africa is splitting apart near Madagascar in the escarpment. And there's people out there that don't even know that. It's like, okay. A lot of things happening. And if you listen to the modern media, you could just be completely oblivious to a good portion of what's going on.
Right? Like that one guy, he's like, I had no idea until he come across some videos, because they're not talking about it. And if they do, they don't make a big deal about it. They might, barely mention it. Like today, Houston flooded. Now on to the next story. It's like,
Your
basketball.
Yeah, right.
Your
right.
15 seconds of fame.
What's the Kardashians doing? Or actually, the Kardashians are tanking. They're like getting booed off stages and stuff. People are fed up with the whole Hollywood culture. I love seeing those videos. Their days are so numbered. They're pretty much already over, but we're just watching them, fade out. Really.
Yeah, I've been watching these new commercials. They have these new, cologne commercials and commercials for this product or that product. And half the time anymore, they're pumping this, crazy video at you, and you don't even know what the hell they're trying to sell you. And it's going, what?
What is going on here? Wait, this is what's a commercial for cologne? I thought.
Yeah.
No.
I thought it was something, X-rated. I had to hide my children's eyes from while watching during, dinner time. I'm in awe from what YouTube keeps pumping in front of my television, in front of my kids. It's like, no, click, quick, get away from that. Yeah, we're gonna see a bunch of this here very, very, very soon. In fact, we're seeing it right now. You just go fly over Missouri right about now, or Pennsylvania. It's dark over there. It's going on as we speak. Should actually click on that and have a look real fast. Facebook. Well, that's useless. Take a real quick stab and see what Ryan Hall is up to.
Are there storms tonight? Like, there is.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah.
I was wondering because I knew they were going to reform later after 8 p.m., but I didn't really watch much what was going on about after that because it was heading toward the East Coast. And I'll click over there and see if he's got a live still going. He does. And pardon me if you hear my background sound, let me know.
Yeah, okay.
It hasn't started yet, still scrolling. Okay. Columbus, Ohio seems. Apparently, Ohio is in a pretty heavy storm period right now.
Wow.
Westerville, Worthington, Dublin. Anyway, yeah, there's quite a bit of storm thing going on in Ohio and south and north of it. So be prepared, people. Could be a nasty, nasty evening for a lot of folks. It looks pretty large. So I will, of course, watch it after we get off the show and pay attention to that and keep going.
Yep, I had not heard about storm. I'm peek at it real quick too.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that one is
Oh wow!
Fills it off like a can opener.
Gee, where did I park my car again?
Right.
It's when your panic alarm comes in
Honey,
handy.
where'd the hotel go? Wasn't there just a hotel across the street? Aren't you glad we didn't stay in that one?
Right.
Yeah.
And 3 minutes later, all it's gone.
That's a good question, Thunda. I believe there is, yes.
Oh, here it is.
Difference between storm severity or the type between the gas giants and the water planets. We haven't really seen a lot of major close passes from the larger planets. The water planets, they're pretty darn big. So we're sort of shoved out of the way by them. Uri is the one that we get to worry about because of all the debris and asteroid fields and gas and all this stuff up below her. And Atu and Uri do discharge in close passes. We've watched it over the years. Where we have not seen that from Nibiru and we've not seen it from Saru. There were some events in early Saru, but it wasn't catastrophic. It was just occasionally catastrophic. Whereas with the Nepesity and Atu scenario, it's regularly catastrophic now. But it's hard to weigh these, usually a lot of this I believe is asteroid because, I don't believe they get that close, but I'm sure that a lot of the discharge and a lot of some of the storm patterns and behavior, Earth behavior is probably related. It's hard to absolutely attribute, but there's a lot connected. Yeah, this is how
I think that one is it. Yeah, we're at the end. Yeah, so that's a sampling of, things that are going on.
things in our environment.
What? What are you saying?
I know I lost Sam, and it's still lagging bad for me on my end. So hopefully y'all can hear me okay. And
I just got booted and got back.
Oh,
I don't know if you can hear me at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stalled out really bad.
Yeah, me too. Just now. So, all right.
Oh, we did have a bunch of X-flares, so...
Yep. I was just thinking the same thing, Nicole. Is he coming from that or?
Who knows, right?
Yeah, well, it's really possible. They were big.
Well, there's entirely possible that, even I've been noticing the house shaking all day. I do need to check the earthquake report just over Montana and see what's going on. There could be, earthquakes will do it. The internet, the sun will do it. Magnetosphere issues will do it. Who knows what's going on? I mean, I hate to say it, knock on wood, but, what's next? I hate saying that, but what's next? Really? Okay, looking for the earthquakes today. Latest earthquake. Let's take a quick look and see what's going on. Wow, where did I come up with that? Wow, I just out of the blue. How interesting! I got the European model first. Amazing. Offshore Chile, Turkey, Hawaii, Indonesia, Turkey, Hawaii, Chile, Turkey, Hawaii. Okay, I'll go off of that. Go back to the American.
Hey, Sam, would you get a second?
Yeah, they think.
Sorry.
They think Kilauea is going to behave. Kilauea is going to behave. Yeah, there have been some interesting earthquakes around our area. Utah had a 2.8. There's a couple of earthquakes north of Salt Lake.
Wow.
Let's see. A 3.1 and a 2.8 north of Salt Lake today. So, and in my area, let's see. Couple Stanley, Idaho is back up and burping to 2.5 today. And we directly felt that that close Stanley, Idaho quake up here quite heavily. So it's entirely possible. That's what I've been feeling all day because the house roof has been, of course, it's been windy too. So, I'm trying to get this thing to go all magnitudes here all day. And yeah, there are quite a few north of Salt Lake and a couple in Stanley, Idaho. Let me see here. Close that out. Quite a few. Marysville, Utah. Thatcher, Utah. Stanley, Idaho. Thatcher, Utah. Kanosh, Utah. It has been hopping today. That would explain it, Lucy.
So, Tara is asking about, do we know if the planets are pulling away yet?
Well, they've gone past the halfway point and they're rising above us. And they are partially getting smaller. But as they go beyond us, that's a slower process in the travel time. But they will of course be getting smaller as time goes by.
It will make them easier to see in a way.
Yeah, especially when they're facially illuminated and getting smaller. Correct.
Yeah. Chris and I were talking about how close they are. It makes it hard to realize what you're seeing. They're so close that you can't make out sometimes,
Right.
what you're seeing.
And then when the first time I saw the picture you guys showed of Uri back in like 2013 there, I'm just like, I can't believe how much smaller it is than Nibiru or Seru, because in the sky right now, it is so huge and massive. It's almost unbelievable to think that this is even possible. And
yes, right.
I just can't wait, to get to see them when they are moving away, to actually see their size comparison. I think that'll be great.
Right.
Then the problem has to do with placement. Now, if somebody stuck them on the shelf right next to each other, then you could go, okay, then I know. And I always wondered that because size comparison has a lot to do with proximity and outview. And it's always twisted my brain.
Yeah.
You never really know until you have a lot of chance to see them in a lot of different, scenarios. Close and spinning and moving, and then they go over here and go over there and go there, and then you can tell. But it amazes me smaller than the water type planets. That just doesn't make sense to my brain.
Yeah.
It just argues with me. What do you know? I finally got warm.
I had to put on a sweater too. Cool.
Yeah, I've been sitting. It's been kind of cool all day, but rainy and then windy, and so the wind has pretty much died down. So that's a good thing. I need to check Montana radar.
What's it like there as the high for Montana right now?
I will look real quick here.
Yeah, I'm curious.
It is down to 44 and raining.
Okay, and what's the temperature going to be tomorrow? What's the highs look like?
Oh boy. All right. Okay. Make me do the weather. Okay. 50 or 67, 34, and 76 on Friday, Saturday.
Okay. All right.
And it'll be clearing up.
We're pushing upper 80s here for us over the next few days, so it's gonna get hot. It's a little warm. Yeah.
Boeing is forced to scrap the Starliner mission carrying NASA astronauts to ISS. Wonder why.
Same for me, Tara.
Yeah.
We need to pack up and just go north, I guess. Hopefully be cooler there. I know last summer.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, are we going to have to move north or are we going to have to move south? Where are we going to have to move? Are we going to have to move? I don't know, I always ponder that. What's going to happen? Got to be someplace where you can grow food, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yep.
I always think of, the potato state over there in Idaho and all those vast empty fields of nothing but, potatoes as far as the eye can see. So we'll see what happens. I hope we don't end up being migratory, hunter-gatherers, that would be horrible.
I'm not in a position to just pick up and move.
No.
I mean, no.
Yeah, I'd rather not rely on a pair of old shoes, thank you. I do need to buy new shoes. Noticing that earlier today, I was walking around, doing the dishes and cleaning the house, and it's like, man, my heel hurts on this one foot. I need to get new shoes.
Right.
Do the same thing, Sam. I literally, I don't know how I did it, but I literally wore a hole right through. My foot was hanging out of the sole. I'm like, how did I wear out the entire bottom of this shoe?
They don't, they don't make them like they used to. For one, for two, yeah.
Yeah.
But still, like in 4 or 5 months, the sole is gone. Like what?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Right. Yeah, I go through a pair of shoes every 6 months. And then my feet hurt and I can't wear them and I got to get new. That's why I buy cheap ones mostly, not really cheap ones, but then not expensive ones either because they're useless. And then of course now that insoles, Dr. Scholl's have gone skyrocket in price. Oh my God. They used to be $10 and $12 and now they're like unbelievable amounts of money. Anyhow.
For what kind? What kind?
Dr. Scholl, the inserts that you put in your in your tennis shoes.
Yes, the inserts.
The cushions and all of that. Yeah, now they're just unbelievably expensive, and so I just it's almost cheaper to buy a second pair of shoes.
I got lucky. I got very lucky on Amazon. these shoes that are and they're now $80, and I just didn't want to go there, so I found a pair that's like almost identical, and they sell for half the price, and then I caught it when they were even half of that, so like $18.
There you go.
I don't know. I was like patting myself on the back.
Yep.
So it's like shoes are just very expensive now. I've noticed in general. So
everything is.
Yeah.
We've seen it. We've seen a market disruption. We've seen a financial disruption. We've seen economic disruption. We're seeing China and Russia and all these other countries that are used to produce things in Europe that used to everything. Everybody's just no longer producing what we used to. So we're going to see a problem with that literally for the next 5 years, one way or another. And if we end up with any major electrical issues, like major turbines and stuff like that, we cannot replace that quickly. We're in trouble because China's factories and China's economy, they're not making hardly anything, and their youth has got literally like 25-30% unemployment. And that new graduating class that just graduated out of Chinese colleges, there are people in Russian colleges, they're like heading home, and even the cost of an airplane ticket to go from Russia to China has gone up 4 times what it used to be. And they can't even get home. So, greed. And of course, they're sanctioned. Russia's been sanctioned so heavily that. Anyway, it's a spooky world. I mean, I'd sooner chalk it up to Halloween reality than spring. Really would. We're in a new world. and it's not a good one. Well, it's a good one, but it's. I love this one. Good timing, Rebecca.
Okay, good, Sam. I like it too. I like it.
Hello.
I'm back. Yeah, I love this video too. Hey, but speaking of, I heard you say, Sam, on my way back over here that there was some earthquakes here in the South Salt Lake.
Yeah, there was 4, 5, or 6 north of Salt Lake.
Yeah, I was last night in my sleep. I could feel the house shaking.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was feeling that. I was like,
I
so
kept
I'm not
hearing my
surprised.
roof crunch and crackle the last couple of days. So I think we got some stuff going on. Of course, they underreport. They really do.
Yeah, of course they do.
I'm still laid back. I'm not screaming 300 miles an hour this show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I like this
I'm
music
actually
too.
warm. It's weird. Well, he took all day for the house to heat up, I guess.
Sabrina, I hope you're right. After all this is said and done, I hope we have better leaders and better people who to rebuild. But I do, as when things like that happens, there's always a vacuum of people fighting for power. So that's going to be one to kind of pay attention to, after, if and when things happen, whoever rebuilds next is going to have to be, we're going to have to watch it. But it is an opportunity. It's a great opportunity to look at it that way, that we can rebuild differently.
Very tumultuous times.
Yeah, on a much better system than what we currently have, I think we can definitely do better. So, yeah.
So I have a couple of things from Christopher. Well, it's one of his TikToks. So I'll have that ready here. I noticed, Chris, did you notice they removed the sound from your video?
Yeah, I mean,
the sound that they offer you, TikTok will offer you a sound and then come back after you've used it and they'd be like, nope, you can't use it. We're going to remove it and make it silent.
Half of the video will have it and then the other half will just have nothing.
Funny, I was going to say that I went into my TikTok videos recently and half of them were muted because the song was not available anymore.
Right.
Okay.
I've had that several times.
Got to go back and re-upload new music on it. So
yeah, you can't go back and re-edit it, right?
Oh.
Well, I can. They mute it, but you could always replace. They give you the option to replace the song with something else. Which I literally. It's funny because I replaced it with the exact same song. It was available, and I was like, "Are you guys kidding me? Like, what's this about?" So yeah, it makes no sense. But whatever.
Well, that video that I just played of me talking, explaining this and this. Well, they did that to that video. One of them, I've shared it like 3 or 4 times on TikTok.
I'm not surprised.
So they took the sound off of the one that had been shared or seen the most times, 200 some odd thousand. So they removed the sound. But luckily for me, since I had shared it another time, I was able to get the sound from another upload. And and so it worked in my favor. I was able to add the sound right back to it and everything was perfect. So boo. I got, I showed them. So
you tell them, boo, yeah.
I did, yeah. So let me get that video from Christopher. It's one of his TikToks, actually. So And of course, I added a little flip bit to it. So let's see.
Cool.
Play around a little bit.
Yeah, I don't even know where this music came from.
It's me. I
Is
did
it?
it.
I like it.
Yeah, because there was no sound on it. That's when I
Okay.
discovered. Yeah, so I threw some sound to it. Yeah.
Hey, Chris, is there a story behind the name?
Oh, it's just what I'll tell you about it later.
Okay.
Kind of a long story.
Oh, now I'm even more curious.
Yeah. Well, basically, when I was in chemistry class, we were, learning about the density of water and all this stuff. It was like a, college chemistry, like basic chemistry class for college. But I went to high school in a dual capacity for like high school and college at the same time. So this college course, come to find out, like 3 weeks into the class, the teacher wasn't actually a chemistry teacher. He was like an English teacher, and he couldn't like actually teach the class. And
you didn't know what he was doing?
Yeah, so and I kind of said something, and then it just kind of caught on from there. So
Oh, well, that's funny. I've been meaning to ask you, but
yeah.
when was
I'm
this?
just sitting here chewing on my old cough drop.
Oh, you're chewing on them now, son?
Well, not chewing on it, but just generally gnawing on it, whatever, Looking at that big dark up there and then the light down there.
Mm-hmm.
Passing planets.
Those dark blues are, undeniable, guys.
That big rounded edge. Do you remember the soundtrack for The Sims? The Sim games where the Sim City and all of that.
I never heard of that or even played the game, but I.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
It was so huge, though. It was such a.
It was, wasn't it?
It was so big. It was like
Seemed like
Minecraft is now. It was like the big thing. But and I don't understand Minecraft either. I just don't. I don't get why that game is so popular. I do not get it.
Yeah, I played a bunch of Minecraft, but I always put it in the building mode and didn't battle the zombies or the nighttime creatures or anything like that. It was always a pain in the butt because every time you get something built, they come attack you. So I built and I built and I built and I built, and then one day I turned on the machine and half my castle was gone. What?
But I don't get is that all you do is just build? That's it? Is that like?
Well, there is an option. You can go into normal building mode where you have day and night, and you find llamas and bunny rabbits and you name it, and lumber and wood and rock, and you combine things and you make all of these new things. But there's also just a generic building mode, and I did a bunch of that. Well, my kids were into it, and I wanted to understand.
Sometimes I'll go take a walk and I'll play Pokemon. That's about as much video games as I get.
Hey, I played Star Wars this morning.
Just to keep me engaged, I'll chase Pokemon. But last time I went, I had this girl that was walking in front of me, and suddenly she just stops dead in her tracks. She turns on and she looks at me and she's like, "Did you just steal my Pokemon?" I'm like, "No, I don't even know how I would do that." Somebody just stole my Pokemon. I'm like, I'm barely kind of getting the game. I told her I really don't. I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, you walk around and then it generates little things you can pick up and find.
Yeah, no, it is. It's kind of fun, I guess. If there's nothing in the sky, usually I like to take my walks and take pictures. But if there's nothing in the sky, sometimes I'll do a little Pokemon thing. And, it kind of keeps you engaged, I guess. Also distracts you, and
Keyword.
Exactly.
Yep.
But you have a lot of dark skies here, a lot of dark blues.
Yep.
It's just wild.
Great
you
pics.
Can, you know, it's not just the camera too. You can totally see it with your own, with the naked eye. It's just
right.
Sometimes it's so prevalent that you can't help but real notice it with your own eyes, and you're like, holy crap, that thing is really shadowing the sky. And again, I don't get why people don't notice.
And there's so much to it.
Yeah.
There's so much more than we actually even address. There's so much more. But
there's too much. You couldn't possibly catalog everything that's going on up there. It's
right.
Yeah, I see the small stuff all the time in TV commercials and news programs, and you name it. And you see that big circle asteroid going right by, and most of those are not even documented, and we just, there's just so many of them up there. Atu's moon and the asteroids right there as well. That's Saturn's yellow moon right there.
How did this video do, Chris?
I think it's about 5 views.
Really?
On TikTok? Yeah, I don't know. Some of them don't even I posted one in February. It's got 1 like. So I don't know maybe I need to repost it again or something. I don't know.
That Pleiadian message that Rebecca posted on YouTube for me 2 weeks ago has got well over 2,000 views. So you never know what's going to hit and what won't.
Right.
Yeah, that's sometimes I'll post something on Facebook because that's where I get most of my traffic is on Facebook, and sometimes I'll be like, okay, this one is gonna do well because it's a good video, and it just totally tanks, right? And then I'll post something that I'm I don't know if I want to post this, but I got nothing else to post anyway, and I'll post it, and then I get all these responses and questions, and I'm like, did you just see the one I posted before that? It was much better than this.
No, I didn't see it. What do you mean?
Talk about it again, but here, why don't you go back and watch this one too?
Yeah.
I think it's because maybe I'm not consistent with TikTok either.
I'm not either.
Every day over there.
I'm not consistent with it, and I think that's why Rebecca has had more luck because she's a little more consistent on TikTok.
Yeah. So.
It comes and goes. I go through phases. I did all those lives, and then it kind of died down. It was really tiring. I was like, why did I do that? But it was good because I.
It was a challenge.
I did. I know. I've never done that before. But
man, you stuck to it too.
Yeah, I thought about doing it again sometime, maybe for
Hold on.
YouTube.
Maybe more like the seven lives in 7 days would be a little easier.
Yeah.
And people, the more they see your face.
I was noticing, especially on the days that we had of the show, Saturdays and Tuesdays, I was like, is she still gonna go live? Is that?
I did a few of them. A few I did, and then a few I would. I counted the show as the live. Yeah.
Hey.
Or you? I saw that you put a few of Sam's videos on a couple of times.
Yeah.
Which wasn't a bad idea.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. I did play. I have hours of his videos put together, 4 hours worth of just one thing after another, and I'll run that through TikTok for a while sometimes. So, those are actually really popular, when I'm just playing hours and hours of video. So
yeah, those seem to do pretty well. I saw that. I noticed. It seemed like in the beginning it kind of took off really well, and then towards the end of those 30 days, it kind of started dying out a little bit. But
the more they see you, the more they'll keep watching.
I think that first and second week, the momentum kind of did build up.
That's how Chris found me. Was when I was, I think, doing all. I do remember chatting with you. I remember seeing your name. I remember that conversation. I never guessed. I would have never thought that one day we'll have a show. We'll be working together on a show. That right? I love how that played out.
I just
remember, it's pretty awesome.
just coming across your page, and I thought that you were like from some major university talking about all this, and I was just totally
she's from,
mesmerized.
the Citizen Science Project.
That's
so
right.
come on.
Forget the universities.
Right.
Oh,
School of Hard Knocks or whatever.
right. That's right.
That's it.
School of
That's
self-taught.
it. Literally.
Because personally, I would rather the education I've taught myself when it comes to this than have received it anywhere else, because we wouldn't be here talking.
Right.
You know.
Right. It's all those time lapse videos. It's the Mexico webcams. The
I
hours.
keep
sit
saying I try to make a little short clip
Yes.
of that, of when you were talking about the other day how you used to take screen captures.
Yeah.
And I was like, every time I hear that, it just makes me smile, because I'm like, holy shit, the amount of the kind of shit that we have done
It's
sometimes
crazy.
just to get a video out there.
Oh yeah, the early intensive labor that we had to go through. I mean, there were some of my Understanding the Sky series took me, like 3 days to produce.
Exactly, and I like how, because you say that it contributes to the learning. You mentioned and that's where I received a lot of my learning, was because you took the time, and the longer you observe, the more you start seeing. And to sit there and do 100, 200 screenshots, God knows how many you made just to make a video. That's commitment.
Yeah. It takes about 900 to 1,000 screenshots.
That's insane.
That
is commitment, and that's what I was
Yeah.
trying to say in that video, and I was trying to make a little clip of that video and share it, but I ended up falling asleep while I was doing it. So, but I will finish that, because I do want to share, and I feel people should hear that, because it's a labor of love, and it's good for people to know that we have spent a lot of time doing this, like a lot of time.
Oh my God.
Insane
Countless hours.
It's not
Countless
something
hours.
It's not something that just kind of came out of nowhere. When at the beginning of the show it says Sam and his experts. I'm not good with compliments, but it is true. We have become experts at this because we've done it for so long, and we put so much time into it. And I really wish that people see that, that this was a lot of time spent on this, and
all of you guys earned all of this.
Every time that I hear that, I just get a big smile on my face when I hear you say that. I'm like, I can't help but laugh.
Right.
I can just picture you sitting there taking 900 screenshots to make a video, and that's
every few seconds, and then because I turn it into a GIF. Like, the only thing I could do with it is create a GIF out of it. So I had a GIF maker. So I'd turn all those, I'd light them all up and create this GIF, and then I had to change it from a GIF to a video. I don't know. It was a process, just to get it to a point to add music and words. And here's one. I saved one real quick. We'll take a peek. But you can see, it's just.
And I'll
God,
tell
in
you
the early years, we were talking to one person at a time, posting 12 pictures in a row. One after another after another.
Right.
Once you see it, guys, you'll obsess about it too.
Oh yeah.
You have to, because it's just such a fascinating thing.
I did that. I did all these screenshots because I couldn't get a copy of this, and I wanted a copy of what I was seeing. So
works.
This is 2 years ago.
Okay. Look at that.
These are just
the size of the sun. Remember, also look at the reflection on the water. That shows you what's really there versus what the glare and the cutoff flare. Early lead asteroid. And that's the spiral asteroid.
Wow.
Okay.
And then it looks like the reach of God's hand.
Okay.
And that's the red asteroid. And that's recent. That's like a year old.
There's the same shape of. I got the red asteroid last year as well, and it's this exact same shape.
Yep, over and over, and the little sisters in front, and then there's the 2 or 3 little ones, which is creating that red stuff on the right hand side. But generically, the shape is of that blue. But there's a handful of asteroids right there, in that one spot.
I don't know. Did it stop playing altogether? Because I don't hear the music
anymore.
No. I have no idea. The whole thing on my end is black. I can't see anything. I
don't think it's playing anymore.
Frozen.
Yeah.
I thought you got paused it.
I broke the internet.
I'm looking at the red asteroid still, so I thought you paused it as well.
It's so choppy and
Okay.
laggy. It's so choppy, like it's so pixelated.
Yeah.
It keeps doing that. My internet now that I went outside, my internet is just terrible, terrible.
I'm gonna try a different one.
Maybe we're being messed with again. Who knows? It's working on my end for once. Yay!
I see there was a lot happening in the sky now that I went outside. A lot very similar to the skies. Nicole was showing that blue glow and asteroids everywhere, but nothing I could really take a picture of. A lot of clouds. So
I'm gonna take a look real quick.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Let's try a different one. This one is Nipicity. It's like the whole sky is full of Nipicity, and it's rotating above the sun as it's dragging by. So let's take a peek. Okay. Boy, it's loud. That's why the sunlight is, flickering. But see it? You see that? I don't know if you see it or not yet. You will.
And they said disco was dead.
Right.
That, of course, is Yuri.
Yuri. Okay. Well, I thought it was Nipicity. This is like years ago before I.
Well, perhaps it was there, but generically it's on the left-hand
Yeah.
side. And I was seeing lots of stripes.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I don't know if you all see the
Back, have to
rotation.
come
but-
back to normal.
The blocking of the light is just throwing that
Yeah, but look. It's just like pivoting, twisting above the sun.
Yeah.
Yes.
2021 is the date.
And it's doing the same thing like the capture I got of Yuri last week. Same thing with the parallel lines, like how the sunlight bleeds into it. Dude, it's so cool.
And keep looking at the size and the flaring of the sun. It's all cut off, like bell flaring.
Look at that.
Well, I like that drawing. Back when I was still doing mountains in the buttes. Before the planets got so big, I couldn't draw those in anymore.
Huh.
Hey Sam, did you ever make that alternative view drawing that you were gonna do?
Not yet. I actually pulled out paper for it and the pens and everything, and I started drawing it, and I went, oh, I'm still trying to, fit the size of everything in my head. And I wasn't comfortable with the size of where it was the scale I was drawing in, so I'll have to hit it again. I do need to do that.
I really, and I think a few people are too looking forward to that one. I saw a lot of
the
people
out view from above.
I saw a lot of people comment and ask about that. So
Like Nike, just do it.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Just do it. Coming up on the 15th as well. I've got another week.
Right?
Hush, hush, hush.
Bear with me a second. I have one more.
Okay.
This is like one of my favorites. Okay, so we'll just
Good.
yeah. I don't know. I just saw a lot in this one. Is why I think I liked it so much.
Maps for sale. No, Dubaloo, I do not have maps for sale. You can get a free copy every month.
Yeah.
We share. You just got to either get a screen capture, or go to Facebook. And it comes out every 15th of the month. And I'm not a money grubber, not trying to make a lot. Although it would really be nice if people would send me donations and stuff. But it's actually easier to get a copy every 15th of the month for free.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that look forward to it every 15th, and they go, okay, it's the 15th, yay, So. And see the old iconic Coca-Cola truck go by in the Mexican sky cam.
Oh.
That kind of looks like Nicole's video.
Yeah. Beautiful church.
Yeah, I was just looking at that and the foundation that it was on.
Yeah.
The Race Foundation.
Right.
Wow.
It is 2019, I imagine. Blow this up and have a look what the date on the top says. 2000. What was a hard read?
2020.
Yeah, 2020. Looks like 28, but I know it can't be that.
Huh. I'm a time traveler.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night.
Okay, well, good night. Glad you were here.
Likewise, always a treat and a pleasure.
It's a weird evening. Yeah, it's a rainy, sleepy, weird evening.
Yes.
Yeah, I keep yawning.
Yep, me too. I've been yawning since the last hour.
Yawn because I don't want to. They say it's contagious to yawn.
Oh yeah.
So I didn't want to do that, but yeah, it's just one of those days.
Hear that, but hey. Well, it's a great show either way. So.
I think it's because it's wonky weather, I guess. But all right, Nicole, have a good night.
All right, you too. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night.
All right. We'll see you later.
See you online.
Okay.
Bye.
Sure. Okay. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Yep,
I know.
it's
I wondered if anybody else felt it because I noticed.
Well,
it too.
we're all a
It's
little
like,
slow tonight, kind of, like
Yeah,
we've had
I
dead
don't know
spots,
why.
and I'm sitting here,
know.
melting in my chair because I'm kind of warm.
Yeah.
And I'm not even looking forward to having to install air conditioners in the window and all of that. It's going to be soon.
Right.
What you?
I love these old pictures because it's just so nostalgic of even like 2 years ago. It's just so much has changed that so many people haven't seen yet. And wow,
Right.
I can't wait. I would love to be a fly on the wall 10 years from now and know where this has gone, what has happened from the sharing of the information. Boy, I would love to know that. But I guess there's no knowing until tomorrow, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Dubaloo. He. I'm not sure, but that's a compliment. They want to get away. They need to get away, but they can't tear themselves away from the
You
show.
can always
That's how
watch
good it is.
tomorrow on YouTube. Never Followers Anonymous.
Right. Sam's trying to help, give you options. But yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's perfectly. It's always I rerun. There's a few of them that I haven't seen that I've been going back to catch up on, but it takes me about a week to get through each one of these episodes. But I do it as I work and drive and do that kind of thing. Just kind of leave it in the background. But
that's cool.
Yeah. It's always It's always good to kind of hear what's going on. I don't usually watch the ones I'm in. Sometimes I'll just skip those, but
Okay, Dubaloo. I'm happy to know that now I won't have to stress out not knowing. So good to know.
I
Yeah, but
was
sometimes
seeing,
you.
I was seeing
Sorry.
a show the other day though. That was actually a pretty good show. The one me and you did, the first one. I've
I
never
know.
seen that one. I've never really seen
Yes.
the one, and I did it the other day, and I was like, well, this was not a bad show. This was actually, for being the first show, especially, I was like, this was
Yeah.
not bad. This was not bad. The visuals weren't there because we were really wet behind the ears, kind of, so to speak. But
Right.
I think the conversation flowed very well, and I think it came off really naturally and off the dome, as they say. So I
I'm
think
trying to remember how long was it? Do you remember? I'm gonna take a peek.
it was like 3 hours, 3.5 hours, three and a half
That's
hours.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, because let's see, that was back in October.
October.
Yeah. So soon. Okay, so 6 months ago. Oh, 7 months ago has 897 views. Yeah, 3.5 hours.
That was seeing that one. That one has almost close to it. Yeah, but close to 900 views. Yeah.
And then the next one, number 2, is me and Sam, and that was 8 hours. So
Oh my God.
yeah, we got, I know, right off the bat, 8 hours. And then the
Right.
third one again was Jesus and myself, and it was our top 10 faves.
Yeah.
Remember that one? We did our top 10 faves
Yeah.
each. So yeah, that was fun. I mean, we were like, making something happen that we had been talking about for a long time, months and months and months. I don't know if Sam talked to you about it for months or maybe a year.
Me and Sam never talked about it, but I had talked about it with Zane about years, just right around the time that I was going through my divorce and leaving New Mexico. Right around that, right around about a year before, when I wasn't exactly in the right mental state, and I also think that I really didn't know enough then to do it, as well as now, So there's a reason why it didn't happen that way. But me and Zane had talked about it, like this would be a good outlet to kind of, do something and kind of get this information and be able to have a place where we can talk about it, and it just never happened. And then when you brought it up, I was like, absolutely, I would love to do this. I think this was the right time. I was in a better place. I'd learned so much more, and mentally, I was in a much better state. So it was just a perfect timing. Perfect timing.
Right. It has been. I mean, look at us. Next show will be our 60th show. I mean, that's awesome.
We did
Wow.
we did 50. Now we're looking at 100 before you know it.
Right.
Now we're going to be shooting
So-
for our 1,000,000 views, and our.
One day.
I know.
Well, we can always hope. Only if you guys out there share this stuff. We can't share 1,000,000 views by ourselves, so you have to help us. All right, everyone, if you go out and do 1,000, posts, I'm joking. But yeah, we the only way we're going to get out is through word of mouth. WOM. They taught that in marketing, class, is WOM, word of mouth. So, like, subscribe, share it with your friends.
I mean, honestly, it just takes that one viral situation. I see it all the time. It really does. And then you're just overnight. It
Kidnap
changes.
your neighbors, tie them to a chair, turn on their smart TV, force them to watch with toothpicks, keeping their eyelids open.
Right. Like, I thought for sure, like, during like February and March, where Sam drew, out I Saturn Jello Moon crossing over the right side of the sun. I have a lot of footage of that. And, we have the eclipse coming up, and I thought for sure a lot of people would like be asking questions of what was going on, like, over on TikTok. Like, I just thought that was going to be important, and nobody really I don't know if people aren't seeing it. I just don't understand.
I think we have a lot of silent listeners still. A lot of
Yeah.
that happens where people will listen to us, but then they won't comment because they're afraid to, or, gosh, my wife thinks I'm nutsing up already, or I'm sure there's a bunch of that we don't know about.
Absolutely. The fact that Rebecca has over 90,000 subscribers on Facebook, and combined with yours, Sam, what is another 20, 30,000? I'm not sure what how many you have on
Well,
yours.
somewhere you add the 2 and the 3 together, and it's like 80,000, 90. Yeah.
That's almost 200,000 combined. Yet we're seeing videos with 100 likes, if that. So there's a lot of people out there. Unfortunately, we have created a society where if you don't follow societal norms, you become ostracized, and people are afraid of that, and it's understandable, but it shouldn't stop us from that.
Well, I know we get more views if we do a Pocky one chip challenge or fart jokes or something.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I'm scrolling through TikTok or Facebook, and I see the stupidest video with millions of views, and I'm like, seriously, guys, come on, man, like, get it together. Seriously, like, the dumbest things. It's not even real. It's just like some random person taking a selfie or something, and it has 100,000 views, and I'm like, it's frustrating to see that. But I also feel that kind of stuff is pushed more. Is the algorithm pushes that kind of stuff more than it does.
Yeah, we are controversial. We are. So
this kind of stuff.
And maybe we're too serious, and we don't tell good jokes. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess, but I think it's the algorithm that puts more importance in those kind of everyday life things, that are innocent and ain't gonna cause any trouble for anybody.
Hey, I have an idea. Let me grab one of my favorite videos of all time, and I'm going to go to YouTube real quick. I'll type it in, and then I'll hand Rebecca a copy of it, and we might either get flagged from it, or we might get views from it. So 2 seconds, it's a surprise.
Oh no.
Okay, what?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but I'm on guard. I'm on standby.
I know.
Yeah, experimental. I totally know that feeling. I mean, I've ran many people off talking about aliens and Nibiru, so it's like, yeah.
Okay, I got it, and I'm going to send you a copy of it here as soon as my computer gets going here. And we'll see what happens, because it is space related. Oh God, I'm scrolling and scrolling and scrolling.
Somebody posted something recently on Facebook that said, I'd rather be called crazy than be normal, than to be called normal." I'm like,
yeah.
I agree. I definitely agree. I'd rather be nuts than be boring and plain.
Right.
I think you got it by now. I think she's smiling.
I am. Yeah. You wanted me to play this, right?
Yeah. Well, let's just see what happens.
Okay. All right. I'm getting it.
Every time I watch this easy 50 times. Every time I watch it, I laugh my backside off. Okay. I mean, uncontrollably, I laugh and laugh and laugh.
Oh boy. Okay, I'll see if I laugh. Okay.
My youngest daughter thinks I'm crazy, but I've watched. She goes, "Dad, that's gross."
It might have been.
We'll see.
I was watching last week's show yesterday, so it might have been here where I saw that comment. So maybe you're right. So.
Okay. That's not what I wanted.
Yes, Marcus. Rebecca's videos and some of my videos, and definitely some of Sam's, have that disclaimer at the bottom that says climate change, and they give you an explanation for that. So, yeah, they're definitely flagged for sure. For sure, they're flagged.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, I know people just. It's common. I don't know. People say I'm shadow banned, blah blah blah, but I really do think we are. You know, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think we're censored because look at how many thousands and thousands of people we have in our groups and channels.
Yeah.
Thousands, and you only get dozens of likes. Dozens. I don't think they're really seeing. Most people are really even seeing what.
Yeah,
we're
people
sharing.
tell me all the time they don't get notifications of my stuff, and I post every day.
Mhm.
Sometimes too many
I
posts
don't.
per day.
It's happening more and more with you, Sam. It's kind of it's like a done deal, but it's happening with Rebecca where I get notifications from her. And it says Rebecca just posted, and I look, and it's 4-6 hours old. You know, and I'm
Oh,
Yeah.
it'll be like it's for me. I've had Sam post on my actual timeline, and I hadn't seen it for, you know, like a day or two after he posted it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. My news feed is.
I don't think they're really I don't think they're really pushing this stuff as much as they push other stuff. You know.
Well, if we handed them $5 a time or $4 or whatever it costs, if we started sponsoring our videos, maybe they'd go through. But and I think they are searching for that.
You can do that on TikTok, right? Like you can. It says like promote your video, and you can pay. It's not expensive, but it says like $5 for 1,000. You know, guaranteed.
But it also could create problems. And weren't you saying, Rebecca, that when you did that, you ended up having a lot of problems afterwards
on TikTok?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those would be the ones that they would. It was like they would make it to where it would be something that people would only see if they come to my TikTok channel and scroll across. That they would, because they would flag it as misinformation. It was like it was bringing attention to the video in a negative way, and I was paying for that, you know. I never had. I never have paid for it on YouTube though, but on TikTok I have.
Did you get a copy of that video? And are
I
you
have.
ready?
I just now got it. Sorry, it took a minute. I'm lagging really. Else
Okay, well, I was just wondering if maybe if you changed your mind and thought, I'm not showing this.
I have it.
I'm ready for my laugh. I
know.
just wonder, you know, we'll just remember this show and see how many views we get because, you know, because of the
it's really
internal content.
I have it, and I'm going to try to oh boy. I don't remember seeing what that movie was. It's coming from, but hang on.
Okay.
No.
Let me.
It's from the movie Rocket Man.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. I have it now.
Comedy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Play it when you're ready. For those easily shocked, turn away.
Okay.
Ben Barnes.
Primary oxygen tank leak. We need to preserve his SOP. Solution? Emergency tie line. We hook him into another suit. Do it, Doc. Bill, this is Houston. You got a leak in your primary
Turn
O2
that up
tank.
just a hair.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
That's the loudest it is.
Hook it up with random
Sorry.
vent nozzle and you'll
Okay.
share it till you get back to the Pilgrim.
Yeah.
They're telling one of the guy in the front has the leak in his suit, so he's hooked into the other guy's suit with an air duct pliss.
You do?
Yeah. One following me.
Huh? I get it. You're funny, Commander. Hey, Commander?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, at night I used to think there was a baker under my bed. Did you ever have anything under your bed?
No.
Well, did you ever bend down and look?
No.
Well, how do you know there wasn't a baker under your bed?
Shut up.
Hey, Commander?
Yeah.
I seem to be experiencing these intense intestinal cramps.
Hold on. I'm trying to conserve
no.
oxygen.
But they hurt me so.
Keep it to yourself.
Ow. Ow, ow.
Wait a minute.
Ow. Ow.
I think if we stay on this heading for another 20 minutes, we'll see the pilgrim.
What? I didn't do anything.
Oh my God. No, 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 no.
Oh, no.
Don't do that.
Oh.
No. Oh, man. Oh. Oh.
Was me.
What do you mean it wasn't you? We're 35 million miles from the nearest person.
Heart rate up, adrenaline up, stomach muscle spasming. Overbeck's in distress. Look at these methane levels.
Methane.
Ow.
Oh. Oh, it's in my mouth.
Hey, he who smelt it dealt it.
Oh.
What? Commander, I'm having trouble breathing.
I'm having trouble breathing. My eyes are burning.
Truly, it wasn't me. Maybe it was Julie.
Dog.
Hey, miracles can happen.
Blaming this on Julie.
Okay, I admit it was me.
Thank you.
That's pretty much the end.
Now that was Julie.
Now that was Julie.
Wow.
Oh,
And
boy.
Julie was the dog that was on the ship with them.
Yeah, and it had like about 13,000 views. That clip.
Of
So.
course it did.
It's incredible how we can still laugh with those, you know.
Yeah, and the funny thing is,
What movie is that?
it's from the movie Rocket Man. It's a comedy,
Hmm.
and
I know I've seen it, but it's probably been a while.
yeah, it's probably the '90s or '80s or something movie. I don't
Yeah.
know, but they had that the fart spray challenge and the liquid ass spray challenge, and those get like 3 million views.
Yeah.
You know, a bunch of people driving around and you know, gassing their family members while they're inside a car, and they're hilarious, and I watch them all the time. And my daughter just looks at me and goes, "Again? Are you watching that again?" Yeah. So
That's
amazing.
guys for you. I just it is. I mean, I had raised 3 boys, because they're all grown men now, but still, I put up with, you name it, all the funny stuff like farting, you name it, so it's a boy thing.
Well, I when their family members are throwing up in the car, I always that always just breaks me completely. It's like somebody in the back seat ends up throwing up or something.
In the car.
That's funny.
Anyway, speaking of likes and views and view count, and the one the one chip challenge, and I talk about the Tri Channel all the time, where Irish people eat this or they eat the hot sauce or whatever, and that hot ones. Did you ever watch any of those hot ones, Jesus?
I watched. Okay, so recently I ran into this one where this lady takes a bite of habanero, thinking it's a cherry.
Oh no!
Oh no!
It was hilarious, but at the same time, I felt bad for her because I know how hot those things are. Even for a Mexican, so I'm a seasoned chili eater.
Right.
Yeah.
Even for me,
I only managed to get down half a habanero.
It immediately hurt my stomach just seeing it. It was so funny. It was just the most funniest thing I've seen because then she goes for a Mexican Coca-Cola, and I'm like, no, that's not gonna help you. That's gonna make you much worse.
Make it worse.
Because there's so much. They're carbonated so much more than American. So that's just gonna burn your tongue even more. I'm like, no, that's not gonna work. And she takes a drink, and of course, it makes it worse. So I'm like,
And then there's the Death Nut Challenge 2.0, Death Nut Challenge 3.0, and all of that. And I've watched a bunch of those, and they get millions of views, and they are hilarious.
I did the one chip challenge when I visited my family in New Year's in Rio Rancho, New Mexico, and I didn't even eat the whole chip. I just ate a little piece, and good God, it is
Really?
It's bad. It's really bad.
Oh yeah, you can have.
I don't recommend anybody doing that. You could literally die. Like
Yeah, you can have 3 days of major intestinal. It burns the inside of your stomach lining out and your intestines.
I couldn't taste nothing. It's like my tongue was numb for days after that.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, some of these challenges are nuts.
But it doesn't. It's weird because it's more like a chemical hotness than it is like chili.
The ghost pepper and pepper acid.
It's just it's not natural. It's not natural. I'll say that.
Yeah, no, the people on the Irish people try. It's called the Try Channel, TRY, and they go through all kinds of those hot sauces. And I've actually learned some of the really nice hot sauces around the planet that you can order online. And like the Pepper Plant Company, and then there's a bunch of different companies, but you get to watch them and they actually rate it, and then they talk about the flavoring, and then they start at the bottom and work their way up. Usually it's 4 or 5 chips, and either chips or on hot wings or whatever. So anyway,
my brother makes the best salsas you could ever imagine. So I feel really lucky because he loves making them, and him and my dad lives in El Paso, and they always send each other hot chilies and have those little competitions and all.
Fresh cilantro.
Yeah, he'll send us. Recently, he dried green chili because he's in New Mexico, so he dried green chili, which is something not many people know about. But it makes a really delicious stew. Like you can make like a beef stew.
Yes, it does.
With it, and it's it is so good. I don't know if you know what a molcajete is. It's like a rock. You go to a Mexican restaurant and they kind of give you like a volcanic rock that's been in my family for like 70 years now. But it's a volcanic rock that native Mexican, native Mexicans used to make salsas and make all kinds of corn for like corn tortillas and that kind of stuff. But it's been in my family for years. And when my mom passed, my brother he fought teeth and nails for that thing. And I was like, you know what? You should have it because you're the one that makes the best salsas. So I didn't even fight it.
Did your mother teach you about the pinch of fire ash in the tortilla mix?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, that makes. Yeah, you take a pinch of the charcoal.
Used to look at her like, why are you doing that? But she had these. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes the cornmeal actually digestible to the human body. And you have to have it. Yeah, have to have that pinch of carbon.
Because honestly, I never asked her. She.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah,
I was just so used to seeing her do it that way.
Yeah, you take a pinch of the charcoal out of the fire, yesterday's fire, and you throw that into your cornmeal mix for your tortillas, and that way the human body can actually get food value out of it. The carbon actually goes in and does that.
We cannot digest corn.
I did not know. Right. I thought it was just a weird habit she had.
Oh, that makes it edible.
Yeah, recently my dad sent us 2 big old jars of pickled habaneros. I eat pickles. We have to sit in there for about a month, but that's going to be fun. That should be
My
fun.
mouth is watering just thinking about it. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want a good lap, go watch the Try Channel and watch the Irish people try hot sauces from around the world. and they've got years worth, and you can watch, and it's kind of cool because you get to watch these Irish people, and they show up show after show, different groups of them, and you actually get endeared to certain people, and you get to watch them grow and change over the a 6 or 8 year period of time. And currently there's a lot of people eating that jellied canned Swedish fermented shark.
Oh,
where you open the can, and anyone that even so much as smells the thing they're heading with their face to the garbage can. And I've been watching a few of those lately, and it's like, how in God's green earth are you going to eat rotten fermented raw shark from Sweden? Like, no thank you. So
oh God,
live and learn, man. People, well, in history, if you want a really interesting thing to look up Roman garum, Garum, and that is it's a natural made monosodium glutamate made out of rotten fish, and it was shipped around the world in amphorae as a main staple of sauce in the Roman diet throughout all of Rome. And that included from England all the way to literally India. And look up garum and how it's made. It's very interesting, how
What's
we
in
live.
it?
Fermented fish that sit on the dock in seawater and rot. And then it turns into literally a form of monosodium glutamate. And they used to just, they would be at every table like we use ketchup. I am not kidding you, through Rome. And it's a huge topic. And then you look up all the shipping and how huge a piece of their traditional history that this garum sauce was. And it's just unbelievable. And there's you can you just put go to YouTube garum in Roman history, and it's an unbelievable educational and very informative look into our past. And ketchup wasn't even used until literally the 40s and 50s generically, and there was a period of time where humans didn't even eat tomatoes because they thought because they were red they were poisoned. So, and that of course changed with the Italians and Americans and over the centuries. Completely off topic, but I figured I'd mention it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that people could get past the gagging sensation by smelling something like that, or
right?
I don't know. I'm surprised.
Well, it turns to a point where, there's a lot of people like the Orientals use clam sauce. And if you've ever dipped your finger in clam sauce and then smelled it, it's not a nice thing either. And yet it is literally major staple additive to a lot of Oriental dishes, and Mandarin and Szechuan and you name it. And it's made out of, clam juice and squished clams.
I didn't know that Worcestershire had anchovies in it.
Yep.
Until I stopped and looked at the ingredients one day.
Pepper and anchovies and brown sauce.
I know, and I love
It's better not to know, because you kind of stop yourself from trying things. Because I love Worcestershire, whatever.
Worcestershire, I think. Yeah.
Worcestershire.
I
love it on burgers. I love putting it on burgers. On the grill.
Worcester.
Yes. On the grill, I love it. But I hate anchovies. I'm not big on
any of that.
I'm not too big on seafood, but especially anchovies.
Well, I used to make a lot of Caesar salads, and people would go with no anchovies, and I would sneak one in anyway, because you have to. But the trick to it is you take your two forks, you line your wooden bowl with olive oil, and then you pulp your anchovies in the olive oil, and then you add a pinch of salt. Splash your Worcestershire sauce over the top of that, and then you make that and you mix that pulp really fine so nobody gets a hair or a little head or a little tail, and then you mix it in, and that way you don't really taste it, but you have to have anchovy in a Caesar. You just have to.
I have no idea. I have no idea. But here's the thing: is that sometimes flavors by themselves aren't good, but when you combine them,
Right.
I had dinner with my friend Rachel recently. And
Ratatouille.
we went to this place, and she said, you got to try the beet tower. And I'm like, beets? Really? I'm like, I mean, they're all right, I guess. But I mean, sure, let's try it. She said, just hold on. She said, calm down. She said, you got to try it.
Calm down.
Because it wasn't just beets, it's a beet tower. And it had a bunch of other stuff. It had goat cheese. It had this sauce that was just amazing. But if you tasted just one of the ingredients, it was like, But it was if you just tasted it all together, you take a bite and make sure that every ingredient was on there. The flavors together was just unbelievable. But sometimes it's a combination of things. When it comes to cooking, sometimes a combination of things you would not expect turn out to be delicious.
Like the first time you do Mandarin or you do Asian, and then you have wasabi sauce. I always love that first bite of wasabi where you just burns your sinuses all the way through your eyeballs, and the thing is, you can only get that once till the next time you eat it.
I'm not a big fan of wasabi.
I actually like the wasabi, but that first big wasabi, I'll just smear it on thick the first time, because that first bite, man, there's nothing like wasabi sauce and how it gets your nose, man. Woo! But I love it too.
I like the pot stickers with the peanut sauce. I don't know if you guys ever had the peanut sauce.
I've had that.
Again, I would have never have imagined peanut sauce would be great, but it was amazing on the spring rolls, actually, not popsicle, on the spring rolls. I love peanut sauce on spring rolls. We are definitely off topic.
Yeah. We're talking about food here,
I think somebody's cooking downstairs. I think maybe that's why I'm thinking of food.
There you go.
I think my brother's making tacos. Taco Tuesday, guys.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
My youngest, there you go. My youngest doesn't want to eat Mexican hardly anymore, and it's like, no, you can't take that away from me. That's one of my main staples. I've got to have it. I like my beef tostadas really, really too much.
Yeah.
Roast beef. And
we have our nights here because we get, one of our roommates is from Colombia, and he loves when my brother cooks. So he'll bring stuff. He'll go to Costco and then he'll bring something, and he'll be like, he looks at my brother and he's like, do you want to put this together and we could have dinner? And
there you go. Yeah.
And he loves doing that. And I was like, I love that because, I think people in general kind of bond over food, It's just such a big thing. So it's kind of how we bonded with him. And it's nice to have him around. I like him. He's one of my favorite roommates. But he's a little guy, but geez, he can put it down. He can put it down, man.
You bring me the food? Yeah. We're set.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing your brother knows how to cook, because if someone brought me the food like that and asked me, I would not. I can't cook anything.
We love cooking. I love cooking. I'm always on the road, so I start with a good protein breakfast every day that kind of get me through most of the day, and then occasionally I'll have some Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich or something on the road. But I enjoy home cooked meals. I hate eating out. Like I don't care for it. And also it's just not very filling. Like I've noticed fast food, nutritionally, it does nothing for you. Just nothing. I could eat a nice 2-3 eggs and a little bit of some kind of protein on the side, and I'll be good for hours. But I could go have a burger or something. It's like I'm hungry an hour later. It's stupid. There's no nutritional value in it. But it is convenient, that's for sure.
Right. I don't know if you guys have seen this video where they take, I don't know if it's like Burger King or McDonald's or what, but it's one of their hamburgers, and they pour molten copper on it.
I just saw that one.
And it does nothing to this thing.
What the hell? That is insane.
The bun, the meat, the pickles. This is 1,400 degrees. Molten copper, and it's intact. I was like, Wow.
I thought they would never be able to top the one where they forgot a double cheeseburger and fry, and then years later they look at it and it's still there's no mold on it. I thought you wouldn't be able to top that, but this one actually topped that one. Can you imagine what that does to your stomach? You know, no wonder we're seeing so much metabolically sick people, man. It's just the food in America is insane. I was seeing a TikTok. This Russian family was saying that ever since they came to America, they've been starting to lose gain weight, and they don't know why or where it's coming from. But they don't get it why. They said they've always been the same weight, never had any weight issues. They exercise. They don't exercise, but they just do their work. Their home things. But now that they're in America, they've had to really watch their diet and exercise because they can't keep up. Their bodies can't keep up with the food here.
That's crazy.
And she said, I thought it was maybe just us, but we've helped like 4 other families come here. She said, and they're all experiencing the same thing. They're all
there's a lot of foods in Europe that are banned.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. There's a lot of food here that's not deemed as food in other countries. Even the ingredient list. There's TikTok channels that will show you the ingredient list of the same bag of chips in America and the ones in Europe, and it's like 10, 20 ingredients difference.
It makes no sense. But it does make sense when you put it all together.
Well, yeah, the only color that matters, the only ingredient that really matters in America is green. It doesn't matter if it comes at the cost of people, and their health. Why do you think our healthcare is in the crapper? Is because we have done a good job at poisoning everybody. If we would get it together and start actually producing healthy food and making it accessible, our healthcare would be much more manageable.
I think it's time we take back our world and we stop handing the money to all these corporations and stop making rich people richer, and us start eating a sensible, common sense diet that is homegrown and naturally made. And maybe have enough actual time to be home to cook rather than having to work 3 jobs and drive all over.
Exactly. You know what I do sometimes, and I'll go grab a big chunk of meat or something, and I'll either put it all in the crock pot, and then I'll portion it out and just freeze it, and then that way I don't have to be eating out, and it's much more convenient. It's much healthier, and it's much cheaper to do that, because I'll look at my bank statements sometimes and I'm like, holy crap, this week I spent $80 on just fast food. And I'm like, holy crap, this really adds up. So that's what I'll do. I'll just cook a lot, and then I'll just kind of portion it out and then freeze some of it. And then it's like a meal prep basically, and then I'll just unfreeze it as I go, but the eating out, the convenience of it, is it's killing us. It really is.
Well, let's hope with the demise of the Kardashians and some of this crazy stuff that we're watching on in our social media, that we actually let's change how we do things a little bit. This is 2024. We're coming up already to the half, and then we'll be in 2025 before you know it. And maybe we should all think about how we're living for next year and change things a little bit and get better at it.
I think that's one of the reasons for the ban on TikTok, because if you look at TikTok in the community, when it comes to health and corporations and Hollywood, people are fed up. People are really fed up. And TikTok is a great place where people come together. Like, look what they did to Kellogg's. The guy from Kellogg's went on saying, well, if you can't afford dinner, why don't you buy cereal? Which just pissed off everybody, and rightly so. So they banned. They're like, let's what do they call that? Boycott. Let's boycott Kellogg's. I swear to you, within the first week, Kellogg's stocks were plummeted.
I stopped eating a lot of cereals. I used to live on cereal.
Within the first week, You know, oh yeah, and by the way, you know, the Diabetes Association came up with what is it? Frosted mini wheats are healthier for you than ground beef. That's yeah, that's their official thing, is that frosted mini wheats are healthier for you than actual beef. That's insane.
I still like my life and my checks.
Proof and evidence, guys, that we have to be self-taught when it comes to everything, our health, especially our health. But with everything else, we can't trust anybody because everybody's looking for that bottom dollar, and they don't care. We live in a time of propaganda. We live in a time of
boy, do we live in a time of propaganda.
Nobody cares about the message that they're putting out.
Yeah, well, you know, it boils right back to our message. Here we are trying to, you know, share this information that we've spent well over a decade correlating as a mass group from around the world, and yet we get 500 little views when, you know, this is literally one of the most important topics to come before us in society and our environment and our economics and our social everything, and yet, you know, we're the crazy ones. You know, we're the lunatics.
It's something that affects us all equally, regardless of religion, regardless of racial background. It doesn't matter. Political standing is something that affects us all, and we're not seeing any growth here, and it's concerning. And sometimes it's disheartening. You know, I have my days. I try not to go negative. I really try to, but sometimes, you know, I can't help but feel like, are they going to win? Are people really not going to see this? Like, what's going on? Like, I'm glad that you have that positive attitude, Sam. And I know after talking to you know, your visitor, I would imagine it makes things a little bit more.
Well, we are going to get through this. I mean, there is no other choice. And when people realize, I think when we get the common denominator of the climate change realization and the planetary recognition that these planets are going by and away from us, and I think, you know, eventually when they become more visible, once they get smaller again, and maybe with the outbringing of the finally admitting that there is a second star and all of that, maybe, you know, after this summer, when people realize how freaking hot and how many forest fires and floods and earthquakes and hurricanes and tsunamis and you name it, that people will finally start looking around and go, wait a minute, we can't live this lifestyle of keeping up with the Joneses or you know, trying to buy that Mercedes or the Toyota Land Cruiser or the vacation in Belize or whatever, because those are not the important things right now. They're not.
I think this new generation, though, dude, is seeing that, though. I really do. I do see that materialism is something that people are realizing is a lie. It's just a big lie. It's going to keep you in that rat race forever, and you're not really going to enjoy none of it, you know. So I think people now realize that. I think this younger generation is realizing that there's more important things out there than name shoes and brand cars and all that. You know, I think I think the biggest currency right now is free time. You know, that's the biggest currency that people really want. And food, of course. You know, the basic needs. You know, the basic needs, of course. But I think anybody who values real things, I think time really is what we need most.
I hope we're on the verge of actually appreciating our fellow man rather than being prejudiced because their skin color is different. I think we hopefully embrace our diversity because, you know, this kindness and the liberalism and the inclusion that we do have going is very important, and it's way past time. It's way past time. And we have to grow with this. We can't argue with it. Let's, you know, bury the. I hate to say it that way, but we got to finally walk away from the good old boy. We just have to. We can't be doing the things the way you did them since the 40s or the 30s or the 20s or any of that. We have to actually, God, let's just get the hell out of the last century and grow up. I mean, Christ, it's 2024 already. And if we can't, by the quarter century later, get away from the 1900s into the 2000s and finally start living that era that I expected that we would be living if people had known that the binary solar system was on the way in the 80s, which I at the time believed, should be told. If we actually grab onto that and finally grow, oh my God, we have to realize this is happening. It's real. And our future's right now in front of our faces. And it may not be a good one unless we all group together and make it that way. This isn't going to be free. We have to earn this. We have to earn this.
Tara, I absolutely agree with you. We are definitely more than we think we are. And the divide is absolutely being created by the people that run the world, or the ones that think they run the world, because, I think when people try to divide us, I think the factions above us have reminded them that they ain't running shit,
Well, whenever you hear somebody pointing fingers, it's their fault, it's their fault, it's their fault. Don't listen to them, because that's just negative, and that's not going to get us anywhere. We have to start working on what we all agree on, what unites us, rather than what divides us, and it's really important. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I noticed with all the various conspiracies out there that they all got the finger pointing to the government. All of them, in some form or fashion. Yeah, and that is a conspiracy there. I mean, it's like they are trying to manipulate people into believing all these lies to turn people against them.
It's geoengineering.
Either they want it to, result into something much bigger, like a civil war situation, or I don't know what, but they'll gladly take the credit for this and that, so you won't know what it really is. Like the
right. Well, we can't let the powers that be divide people. No matter what,
divide and conquer.
Yeah, when you see somebody pointing a finger, don't listen to them. Don't believe them. If they're running you by fear, don't listen. Don't believe them. If something scares you, learn about it. Don't buy into whatever they're handing you. Go in there and learn for yourself the truth. That's what's important. Don't buy into the negative.
And I agree with you, Tara. I think we're not as divided as they tell us we are.
Right.
I see it every day.
We are not alone.
We're not alone. As divided as they want us to think that we are.
We're doubling, Christopher.
Chris. I don't like that. I don't like hearing myself, Chris.
Hey, we're in the shower. We can echo. Everybody starts singing. Oh, it went away. Darn.
Yeah.
Okay, I think
that's
he's saying this.
Yeah.
Doubling.
Woo. We have to change everything that we are doing.
Yeah, I think we're going to be forced to. I really,
we have to change our ways. We have to live more modestly, guys. We have to live within our means. We have to just value simple things, because simple life is the best. I'm a very simple guy, with simple taste, and I love that about myself. I think it's a quality that we've forgotten. I think media has done a good job at keeping us buying shit we don't need, just to put up with the facade that's not real, keeping up with the Joneses, as you say, Sam. That's something that we really have to grow out of. And
yeah, I don't need that $75 bottle of moisturizing cream. Thank you.
Exactly. It's, there's only so much man needs, and the rest is just extra. You don't really need it,
Yeah, you go back, break down back to some older chemistry. Go back to the way we used to live, the old-fashioned can openers. I mean, you show me a can opener that works today, and then I'll pull one out of the drawer that's 40 years old, and it still works.
Jesus, I can't tell you how many can openers I go through. It's so
Yeah,
irritating.
I'm buying one every 3 months now.
It's ridiculous.
That's like, you've got to be kidding. Of course, the
You
one thing
remember growing up, we had the same can opener for years.
right? Yeah, well, they've got those
Same
full
can
top cans now, which is great. But yeah, I'm sitting here, I'm buying extra can openers just in case. It's like, you got to be kidding me. They're like, the same can opener that my parents bought for $5 30 years ago from the Fuller Brush man that came to your front door and sold you brushes and knives and cooking stuff. And now you're spending $14 and $20 and $30 for one can opener that lasts 3 months.
Yeah,
like, you got to be kidding me. So we have to change our tolerant ratios. We have to rethink how we're living and start making products that actually last and are consumer worthy and not waste our money in and the same thing with our housing. We're watching the houses being ripped up all over the country right now because they're built in a certain way. And I saw this really cool new building technique. It's called bubble housing. You can look into that. They blow up a big bubble.
There's one in New Mexico. Well, there's one in New Mexico, I think.
And then they round rebar over it and then spray it with cement.
Yeah, this old man made one. Okay, no, yeah, it's different. I see what you're talking about, Sam. It's really easy. They blow it up and then they spray the cement around it.
Right.
And then they deflate it once it's dry.
Right. And they put rebar in there and they spray a layer over the rebar and the plastic, and then that sets in, and then they can literally within one day put on 5 coats, and then it'll last 80 years.
Yeah.
And then there's no roof point to rip up, and you're partially submerged and rounded, and
it's cool in the summer and warm in the winter. So.
Yep.
Sabrina, I'm really sorry about your final, but I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you can make up for that. But sorry to hear that. That sucks.
I think we all should shoot to live in like the Jetsons. Let's shoot to live in the 2025, 2026, 2027 in the new world. Let's change the world. Let's just say it is time to change the world, and then you open up that door, and then change will happen. It's when we fear change or we avoid it that we won't. And I think we have to.
Yeah. When I was in New Mexico, in Taos is where some of my family is, just northern. There's a lot of there's a huge hippie community, right? So there's these entire communities out there that are if you look at it from far, it looks like just a plain field, right? But once you drive in there, you notice that there's these little bubbles above the
Cob
ground.
houses and earth plane, yeah.
Yeah, and everything is built underground. Everything is built underground. Those people were laughed at for the longest time. In time, which probably not too long from now, hopefully, and I don't wish any disaster on anybody, but in the future, one day the day's going to come where people are going to look at them like, you guys were right. This is a better building.
And they're growing their food in their lower living rooms, and
exactly all that. They're growing
waste
sequestration
and water recirculation and collection from yearly rainfall upon the roof where it goes into the house, and they collect all of that in the cistern, and everything's internal and
they
reused.
Collect rainwater. They collect rainwater. They compost. They grow their own food, and they
reuse materials.
They live as much off of the grid as they possibly can, And I remember when I was in high school, and there was a whole news thing on this, how they were putting a strain on the community because people didn't like that there was no building codes, there was no nothing, but because it was underground, I guess they had, I don't know, they got away with it because of some, I don't know how they did it. But
Well, you go off grid, and that way you don't have to follow a lot of the rules and regulations.
they
And
really messed with them. They really wanted them to
Oh, yeah.
go do the renting and all that shit, and they're like, no, this is our way of life. This is like our religion, and we have every right to live this way. And when I look at it now, I remember it was a big thing in town when people were talking about these people that they're just lazy and they didn't want to work. And I'm like, these people work harder than most of us.
off grid living is very, and they recycle.
Try living without a washer. Try living without a dryer. Try living without a freaking stove. Try living without these little basic things, and you'll realize the life is it takes a lot more work than your 9 to 5. But what these people were doing was they were the whole community was bartering between themselves.
Right.
They were completely off grid, so they were trading amongst themselves, and they were building a community that didn't rely on government, didn't rely on even money. They just relied on exchanging between, what I have a sack of potatoes and I need your hay, and we're gonna trade that kind of stuff. And I remember I was thinking about it recently. I was like, wow, these people really had it right. Like they
How to
had
make
it
your
right.
own cheese and give it to your neighbors and trade it for this, or how to get your own goat's milk or whatever.
They grew their own weed. They grew their own everything.
Yep.
It was unbelievable because I went to one of those and I visited with some people in those underground things. I was like, holy crap, it's like a whole house under here. It wasn't huge. It wasn't anything more than they needed. But
Well,
it was
with this year's
big enough
weather.
to house them, to house their child, to house some of their pets, and even a green. They had like a greenhouse where they had it was where all the light would come in. So that bubble on the top was where all their food was being grown because they had like a lighthouse, not a lighthouse, but like just so light could come in all the way into the room. But I was thinking about it recently. I was like, holy crap, I bet you those people now have come along so far. I bet you they really made it the really comfort zone, and those are the people that are going to survive. In the end, it's going to be those people who have learned to do that. And
Right, and you don't have to have 87 plugins in your house when you got a solar cell system and a sequester pack for your power, and you learn to do things differently than you did before. You have one station where everything runs off of electrically in the center in this room, or in the center in that room, and then you're walking away from living inside that electrical cancer box,
right,
etc. And so. And, you're not paying $110 a month or $300 a month for electricity that you generate yourself. And you can do that with wind turbines. You could do it with all sorts of things. You can even pull all the drinking water you need out of the air.
Yep.
You just have to learn. I mean, look up desert ice stations where they bring in a bunch of ice in the middle of the desert and then they bury it. And because of how they build it, it stays cold, and yet keeps gathering water out of the air. I mean, there's many different kinds of things, technologies that we've walked away from because it was not as simple as something you can plug into the wall. So we need to change.
And we have the knowledge too. We really do. There's a lot out there. You look up free energy. There's like a million videos, and yes, I'm sure not all of them are practical, but I'm sure out of 100 videos, there's some have worked. There's ways of growing stuff that isn't necessarily orthodox way that we've done it. There's ways. There's an alternative way to a lot of things. Especially now, growing conditions are going to get difficult. We're going to have to learn to and start practicing. Indoor harvesting, indoor planting, and growing.
Hydroponic growing. You can grow enough salad to live in your dining room.
We're gonna have to start doing that probably sooner than you would think. I was talking to
seed bank.
The last time I talked to this guy in Ireland. They're seeing out of the hundreds of acres that they would plant for potatoes, they're seeing maybe a fraction of that now.
Right.
And they're
Tons all messed up.
potatoes is a big commodity. Big huge commodity. What's going to happen at the time when you go to the store and there's a fraction of what there was? It's going to drive the cost up first of all, and not everybody's going to be able to afford that.
I think we're going to see examples of that this year.
Yeah, we definitely are. We absolutely are.
Time to rethink normal.
Mm-hmm.
Subsistence living is inevitable. On some level, subsistence living is inevitable. On some level,
I went and looked up the old-fashioned ice houses, how to build an ice house, and back in prior to 1890 and 1880 and 1887, prior to electricity becoming majorly popular, they would go out to the lakes and they would chop out these gigantic chunks of ice and put it on a sleigh and load after load after load, bring them into these buildings, and they would put it on straw and put the ice in the center, half buried down in a pit, and then they would keep throwing snow and ice in that pit, and literally the building, if it's properly developed and built right, will last year round, where you will have ice all the way until it snows again inside that ice house, and you can keep, and that's where they kept their food. And even for an example, with the Romans, when they were building, or even medieval structures, or even roundhouses, they would usually have a cooking house separate away from the living quarters, which is also far healthier. And then if you had a fire, you didn't burn your whole house down, because that one tiny building where everybody mainly cooked would burn down, and then you got the whole village. And you can cook for a whole village. It's easier to cook for many people than it is to cook for one.
Oh yeah.
And we have to rethink how we're doing things. And this 9 to 5, killing ourselves working 3 jobs just to send the kids to college that they don't learn anything. And then most of what they do learn was taught in 1880 and is incorrect. We have to rethink what we value as intellectual, or what we value as popular, or who we're handing all the money to, for, pardon the expression, football stars, baseball stars, Hollywood stars, politicians, on and on and on and on. And, guys who make these big CEO checks when they're not really doing anything.
Right.
And, we could drop the sports salaries down a little bit, I think, in reality. I think we've lost our minds.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
What is important? Certainly not $72 million for a guy that can hit a baseball.
Right.
What would that? That's kind of on the low end these days.
Well, yeah, okay, but what could that same $72 million do for Oakland, or Portland, or Cleveland, or Detroit, or Cincinnati, or Chicago, or any of these? I mean, that same amount of money that owners are paying out for these couple $100 million to $1 billion football stadium, all to have this big cool game and everything, but couldn't we actually fund our people to have nicer parks and better living facilities and food for the homeless and places to live and good hospitals and good schools? And we have horrible schools. What the hell have they done to our schools? They're all rotten, and our kids are freezing their asses off, and they're back talking their adults.
And on top of that, Sam, that these enormous football and baseball and whatnot fields that people are making are being funded by taxpayer money, which is insane to me.
And alumni.
There was a few stories I heard about how people, I think was it Baltimore, where they were fed up and the people got together and they just shut it down. They're like, if you want your stadium, go and pay for it yourself. You're a freaking billionaire. Why do we have to? We're not gonna get free seats. We're not gonna make money off of that stadium.
Anybody who has hundreds of millions of dollars got there somehow the wrong way.
Right.
That's wrong.
To me.
I mean, how much money do you need? And if you're a corporation, where's that money going? And what does it mean later? Is this to make that corporation so much more wealthy and then be run by the next group? I mean, we're creating monsters here. We are creating our own monster, and we have to start relooking at what's important. We have to, we have to fund the poor. We have to fund the middle class. We have to fund our schools. We have to fund our roads and our buildings that are crumbling. When you walk across the street and shit falls down and almost kills you, or does kill people. I mean, buildings that are sagging, and streets and bridges that are falling, and I'm sorry, children that are going without educations or health care or teeth or parents. If we didn't stop having to work our asses off, maybe we'd stop fighting with each other.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you said kids missing teeth. I think that's a disaster too. I don't understand how dental is not covered under major medical insurance.
Well, look how we treat the elderly.
That is essential. Dental care is only for cosmetic. That's ridiculous. I think that's stupid.
We're taking our old people who have worked a lifetime and paid into Social Security, and then we're slamming them in homes by the dozens where there's one person to wait on 80 people. Yeah. And we're treating them poorly, and they're feeding them crap food, and they're living in conditions that are abhorrent that we wouldn't even do. Hell, dogs in kennels get better treatment. Prisoners in prisons get more money spent on them than the average senior citizen that worked their life and paid taxes, and then they don't even have enough to live. Once they're past 65, they're put on the shelf. And then they watch their life flush away because they don't even get enough to live off of. That's how we're treating these people that built our country. That's the reward for their hard work. This is what we're doing to them. This is how we say thank you. I don't think so. We have to rethink things. This is not what we want to do in 2030. We don't want to live like this in 2030. We have to change now.
Like, what happens when their retirement goes away? I mean, they're saying
they're all going to die.
2035.
Be out of money.
Yeah, they're talking about that now, and yet we're handing out billions of dollars to other countries to blast the shit out of brown people.
I feel like they're doing it on purpose. I think they're just trying to do everything they can.
That again, but that's pointing, and we can't go there. We can't get on board with that. We have to get on board with the solution, not the problem.
Yeah. Okay, so
we have to make
what's the best way? Like just being vocal and doing what we're doing right now.
We have to go vote. We have to go vote. We have to be intelligent enough and research who we're voting into office and what we're voting into office. We also have to be community proactive. We also have to when you see a guy walking down the street and he's carrying his sleeping bag and everything he owns over his shoulder, and his shoes are rotting off his feet, and he's stumbling around, and he doesn't look like he's safe. We have to figure out a way that we can somehow approach that person and help them.
Right.
Even one step at a time, or just not honk at them and almost run them over, or we got to start somewhere. And I think it's all inside of us where let's start by noticing they're there. People don't notice things they don't want to notice. Remember, a few years ago, I was always posting that the turning away from the broken hearted. That it's a Pink Floyd. Go type in the Turning Away by Pink Floyd.
Turning Away. Okay.
We have to pay attention because the poor have become the bad guys. So let's stop fighting the poor and start feeding them instead, including the middle class. And I think it's time that the rich people start thinking about whether or not that they can share or they can really keep going like this, and we're going to end up taking it back. Because that's what happens. When the rich get too rich, the poor get pissed off. And that's kind of what's going on in our country right now with the theft problem and shoplifting and our laws. We're seeing a breakdown in our society. Because the people that do try, they get tired of trying when other people don't have to try. We all have to try.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
shopping is terrible. It's every time I'm at the store, this guy literally walks out with a shopping cart full of merchandise right out of the front of the grocery store, and the manager and the security guard, they just did nothing. They just stood there and watched him walk out, and then they walk outside to see if they could get a license plate or something. This guy disappeared. I don't know what they did. There's no way I could have got all that groceries in my car in 30 seconds. I think they must have bungee tied the shopping cart to the car and drove off. I don't know how he did it.
Yeah, it's spooky. Well, I see a lot of stuff on video right now, and I unfortunately, I don't think our schools have done a good enough job. I think our society is breaking down. I think we're all getting too calloused, or too afraid, too many finger pointing, too much distraction, too much crazy. We've got to come back down and start taking care of each other. Our children, our young adults are mentally unfit, and our elderly. We've got to start taking care of people in our environment and our other countries, other neighbors. We can't blame the Chinese. We can't blame the Russians. They're all uncomfortable. And unfortunately, they're misled, or the South Koreans, or any of the what's going on in the South American countries is completely being ignored right now. And this is why there's that huge immigrant issue, because those people are leaving their country because they have no place to live anymore that's safe, and they're leaving. And you can't blame them. You can't call it an immigration crisis. Right. It's a worldwide climatary migration and political migration, and they're one and the same in a lot of ways. And we have to stop voting in populist candidates who aren't qualified, who are going to become dictators. We can't do that, because they feed themselves. They don't save the people. They don't help you. They lie. And now all of a sudden, lying is okay.
Oh yeah.
Publicly and on television and on the internet and everything, it's okay. No, it's not. We have to find who we used to be and who we want to be. Importanto.
I know. I was thinking about what Tara put about voting. Like, what if you don't trust the whole voting system?
Vote anyway.
If you don't feel like it. Yeah.
Vote anyway. Yeah. The only way to get a good, we have to fill the coffers. Even, we have to fill that barrel, even if there is a bad apple. Because if you have an empty barrel, you got nothing. Right. We have to fill that barrel with our vote, our opinion, our acts of goodness and kindness. And we cannot be beaten down by the system that's, well, I don't trust it anymore, so why bother? Well, you can't do that. You have to bother. It is incumbent. It is our duty to change our environment, to be part of it. If a good man sits by and watches a bad thing happen, is he a good man? No. A good man will go in there and fix it and make it right, no matter what the consequences. That's what a hero is.
That's right. I absolutely agree with that.
And I could have taken the easy route and never said a word one to anyone. Because no one ever you say.
Yep.
And I've been doing it for 14 years. I don't care if they believe it or not. This is the truth. I believe it. I know it. They don't come in and they don't slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement if you're wrong. It would have never bothered with me. I would never have been approached by the aliens from the future for being wrong. We wouldn't be doing what we're doing today if we were wrong. So we're doing what we're doing.
I've heard of a 30-year non-disclosure, or I've heard of non-disclosure agreements, but when do you ever hear about anybody getting hit with a disclaimer, like a disclosure agreement like this? This is
dude. When I worked for the Kentucky Fried Chicken in Missoula, and I made the 11 herbs and spices for the entire state of Montana, I had to sign a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. I am not kidding you. It's over now too. I was actually under a non-disclosure agreement not to release the secret 11 herbs and spices for 30 years. I am not kidding you. So to me,
the spice recipe for KFC, and you're disclosing.
Yeah, I can make it 50 pounds at a time. those measurements, I know, a pinch in the bowl, and a half pound of spice might be a different little, might be a little different. But yeah, the trick to most of what Kentucky Fried Chicken is white pepper and monosodium glutamate and poultry seasoning. Those are the three major. And then, there's some, oregano and this and that and the other thing. But, generically, the main one is white pepper, poultry seasoning, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, write that down.
Write that down.
White pepper. Oh, and I'll tell you, when you're mixing white pepper 50 pounds at a time, whoo, talk about, you don't want to breathe that stuff. You taste it and and it's nasty. It's nasty. Yeah, I used to make, so yeah, it's pretty, if you work for a corporation and you've got, intellectual property, they'll sign you up and force you to not say anything, for corporations and that sort of thing. I can see that.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised they, on their secret, spices and herbs, whatever. I'm surprised they didn't package that off site and just send it to the stores. They allowed,
they're actually now making a Kentucky Fried Chicken cologne.
Oh.
Yeah. I am not. You can take the cologne and smell like fried chicken, and everybody will love you. They are actually selling a Kentucky Fried Chicken cologne. I am not kidding you.
Boy,
that's great. I know what I want for Christmas. Right?
Well said. Well said.
Yeah.
It must be. I never thought about the smell of chicken being a cologne, but I know, right? It's
I can't even eat chicken
I
anymore.
Can't go there.
I don't know what it is. It's just like the texture of chicken for me. It doesn't. I can't eat. I don't know. I'm having a problem with all sorts of foods.
Now your body's telling you not to eat it because there's stuff in it you don't want.
Yeah. I was telling Taylor that the other day. I was like, I'm turned off, on certain things.
Like tuna fish. I don't know.
I haven't had tuna in years.
I don't know. I don't eat that.
Oh, well, they warn you not to eat it now. So, get out your Geiger counter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can see why you said that.
Yeah, they're still pouring that cesium-213 into the ocean off of Fukushima.
Oh, they're
going to hear about
that's going to be going on for until they figure out a way to stop it, and it's not. It's
probably going to be the death of me for all I know. But I know I got dosed from Fukushima. I know it for a fact, and they're not doing anything about it. And that's pretty spooky. And it could happen again if we get a worldwide major, if we get a Carrington event, and all of those power plants have got 2 weeks worth of diesel fuel, and after that, then they're going to go super hypercritical. And there's like 20,000, or I hope to God I'm wrong. I hope there's only 2,000, but there's thousands of nuclear reactors on this planet. And if we shut down and we can't replace those generators to the cooling towers, then we're all going to die a slow, nasty, horrible death unless we go underground.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Morlocks in the Eloy, just like why they're digging all those DUMBs and why all the people in Cappadocia, modern day Turkey, went underground. And then we can talk about Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible.
Right.
And oh my God, oh God.
And it's just that, like, that whole thing could have been prevented. It was recommended they build, a bigger seawall. And then, that place was built in like the late 60s or early 70s. And that's when it was designed. And the whole thing had not been updated with the recommendations, like with more modern, like literally down to the nuts and bolts. Nothing had been updated in that place.
Well, they're learning about Chernobyl that their expectations of radioactivity in a whole region is a little bit askewed from the reality. I mean, there's animals that are the wolves in Chernobyl area alone are giant now, and the animals have changed in certain ways, and even that dome that they built that they put over
Already
the top
falling
of Chernobyl is already in decay. They're already
right.
finding out it's not working. And yeah, we can't keep. Oh Christ! I mean, don't even get me started about Hanford in Washington State. Oh my God, it's already a nightmare. It just happens to be there's a lot of dirt on top of it, and you're not hearing about it. And it's 500 yards off the Columbia River, for God's sake. Which blows out into Astoria, Oregon. And oh my God, beautiful place, but I don't think I'd want to live there. Thank you.
I don't think so either. No. Yeah.
Let's talk about plastic bags in the ocean. I mean, there's Sargasso Sea Islands. There's like 5 major floating plastic islands.
Wild.
In the ocean.
Wild.
Guys, we got to clean that shit up. There's some really nice guys out there inventing some really cool shit to clean the oceans. We should get on board with that. Yeah. I hope we have enough time.
I was saying this the other day, like they don't want us to use plastic bags, which I get, but everything we buy at the store is wrapped in plastic
container and a plastic. Yeah. And that a lot of that came from the Tylenol scare. Back in the early 80s, some idiot puts, cyanide in some Tylenol capsules and then puts them back on the shelf in Walgreens. And then we've spent an entire generation wrapping up plastic that's now toxic and killing us inside our bodies, all the way up the food chain. We have microplastics in our body, in our fish, in our water, in our air. Can't do this anymore, guys. Go back to glass.
Yep.
Go back to wood. Go back to clay.
Did I miss an F-bomb or something while I was stepped away?
No.
Or is this? No, it's for kindness. Not enough.
Right. It's for kindness. It's the first step.
F-bomb.
Right. Lead by example. Thank you, Carolyn. Really.
Yeah, we have to start.
It really helps.
But in Mexico, Sam, there's very big restrictions on plastic. Actually, they have a system where you buy bottles. Say you go buy a bottle of beer or bottle Cokes, right? And then you bring them back.
Put a retainer. Yeah.
You could bring them back, and I think it's a credit for the next Cokes or.
Children, we used to bring glass pop bottles back for money. I mean, we used to get rich off of pop bottles when we were kids.
Yeah, we recycle. So they have either those satchel things that they use at. I don't know. They're not paper, but the ones they use in stores now instead of the plastic bags, they'll have those in the entrance of the store.
Yeah, I do have some shopping cloth bags, and unfortunately,
I keep those myself, but unfortunately, I don't. I always forget them in the house, and I need to make a better habit of that. But there's restrictions more on plastic, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got to stop jamming ammonia into petroleum. Not good. Not good. And it's a synthetic. And when you introduce a synthetic into your natural environment, you're creating a nightmare. And that's what we've done. And nobody looks at it because, it's easy. I'll just unwrap it and then drop it in the garbage.
No, and they just admitted
recently. Out my window of the car.
They just admitted recently there was a really short, 1 minute segment of it on the news how plastic bottles are now they're saying, I think the FDA is now saying that there is a certain level of microplastics in plastic bottles now.
Right.
And if you recall, in one of the last shows, I was talking about how I had a couple of gentlemen that I gave a ride to that were they were atmospheric scientists, and they were talking about the microplastics that it's a big problem in people's metabolic health now. That you don't realize how much you really are affected by this.
Wow.
Morgellons, plastics trying to come out of our body. Yeah. Microplastics within our skin. That's where Morgellons syndrome and all of that is. People got burning things and things growing out of them. Hairs are weird because they've got things that the body's trying to get out. Yeah, we've killed ourselves since 1973 with plastic. We really did. All for consumerism. And Bakelite used to be really cool shit. Now it's actually antiques and highly valuable. And we can do that. There's polymers that we can use that aren't toxic. There's other things we can use that are not synthetic. And we have to wake up to that, because we have killed ourselves a long time ago, and it is time for the smart people in the room to actually run things rather than the greedy or the loud or the uninformed or whatever.
Sam, is that smart, normal people aren't trying to run shit. It's always the assholes. Pardon my
That's very true.
It's always the assholes who want to run things. The thing is that simple people really don't think of life that way. They just want to spend time with their family and do their hobbies and not live a normal life. Most people who seek power aren't good people. So already right there from the get-go, you're screwed. But yeah, it's
well, that also boils down to being responsible, voting properly, having an intellectual point of view to realize the course and pathway of what we dare do and what we dare not do, and having common sense. There's got to be some of that. We got to meet in the middle, and it shouldn't be for the almighty green dollar. Right. And once we realize that, we should focus on what's important, not how much money we can make.
I don't know who said this, if it was Terra or Experimental. I don't know. One of you guys said it, that what if you don't trust the system enough to vote anymore? And I think a lot of people, that's where they're at right now, including myself. Honestly, I don't think I'll be voting this election. I don't think I will. I don't like.
I think we all need to.
I agree. I agree.
And complain if you don't do anything about it.
And probably the only reason I will is because I don't like our current options. I just don't. But me, I will. I think.
Well, it's just like what's going on over our heads.
But
why there's a faction that is up there flying in the cube, and why all of those Star Destroyers are parked over our heads right now, is because the faction that is in charge up there is the lesser of two evils. It's not good. I don't agree with the system that we have, but we have the opportunity to grow out of it. But if we fight the system, we won't.
Right.
So therefore, we have to go to the lesser of two evils, and then we also have to involve and put our common sense into play as an emissary rather than someone who either allows it or ignores it. Mm-hmm. We have to get involved.
Well, I agree because the next best thing for certain parties, the next best thing for votes for them is people not voting. So yeah, I do agree. The thing is that people are so distrustful now with the system that they're opting to not even get involved in some.
Well, let's hope we have an event where that people become involved because they see it's important. Let's have this is where we're talking about the eclipse. I was kind of hoping some proper event would bring the attention level to people to look up and see. And I was hoping we would see some sort of event while the sun was darkened, that we would actually see better illumination of the planets as well. So a mass amount of people would see that. I was hoping for that. It didn't occur. Let's hope that maybe some part of the religious folks out there do take into account the opening of the sixth seal and this last eclipse and everything, and the signs in the sky and the scrolling in the sky of these planets, and the understanding that there are planets, and blending of that science and religion as a reality of truth, because that religion was created to people who couldn't understand at the time because of their education level. So they were handed a level of mythos so they could follow, believe, inspired to continue believing and doing the right thing. Because part of what religion is wanting to do the right thing and not be part of the problem.
Well, and that's where I do see religion's value. I'm not really a religious person, but I do see living in a place like Salt Lake City. I think gives you an insight of how important it is on some level, to keeping some traditions and some moral compass alive.
Well, you
The
can't
thing
walk
is that
down
at-
the street if
thing is that at
everybody's
the
throwing
same-
rocks at each other.
The thing is that at the same time, Sam, like even though there is some value there, it also has slowed us down. So I
Yep.
wonder if there's a how you said about communism and socialism. Is there a comfortable middle ground?
Well, I
when it comes to
conservatism.
religion,
If you're overly conservative and you're not liberal enough to take care of the people of the system,
Right.
then you're doomed to fail. You will be self-destructive. So the moral to the whole overall is the good have to benefit the people, which is partially communistic or socialistic. But then how you divide the proceeds and what you barter off of and the valuation of who gets the money, as long as it's not in a pyramid scheme, then you have a progressive movement. But if you're too progressive, and then you start to say, "Oh, we have to," which is part of what World War II was about. There was a prior thing called the progressive movement, where they went too far and they were too conservative, and they were checking into people's genetic heritage, and that's when they started sterilizing people with mental illnesses and deformities and other races.
Well, I mean, we're
And when
kind
you
of
put
seeing
the
a
wrong
version
people
of
in
that
charge.
happening right now, Sam. We are really seeing a version of that happen right now.
Yeah, it's just a different way.
Where liberalism is getting a little ridiculous.
Oh yeah, liberalism is going too far, and
It
so
is
is
taking it,
conservatism.
and
It's
it's
gone way
just
too far.
And it's yes, exactly. And I hate that we do this as a society. We tend to do this. We either go
Tell you
too far
what.
one way or too far the other instead of
All right,
keeping
let's
it
make sure
balanced.
that the pendulum swing goes in the damn middle. It's time for
Right.
the hippie movement again. Hey, Ashbury, 1969. But then
there is a
take a
comfortable
shower.
middle ground. There is a comfortable gray area, guys. You
Right,
don't
be a hippie, but take a shower.
It don't have to be black or white. It could be gray, and that's fine.
Well,
I
I was raised European. I don't even see color. I really don't.
I think life is about balance. It's that's what I think it is.
Well,
Life
it's
is all
time for
about
the pendulum to swing in the middle. It's time for a middle change. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's go in the middle. And we'll be liberal, but we'll be conservative, so that we have the opportunity to be liberal, so that we can be slightly conservative, so we can be liberal tomorrow. It's like planning and thinking ahead and going through the system and knowing that you have to feed people. And if you pump all these nasty chemicals in the ground, well, 6 years from now, the people who are drinking the water downstream are going to die. So you won't do that to make money just so your town can do fine, and they won't. We can't do that. We can't separate. We have to be part of each other. We have to be connected. It takes a village to live, to eat, to raise your children, to go to school, all of it. And we've forgotten that village. We live in on a house on the hill by myself. No, we can't. We got to be the village.
Are you okay there, Christopher? I thought you kind of nodded off.
Oh no, I'm fine.
He's looking tired. You are looking tired, sir.
Yeah, me, yeah, a little bit.
I'm kind of winding down myself too.
Hey, we are at 5 hours, so we made our goal.
Yeah.
And we're completely off
And
topic. So.
Karen has a tornado warning or a siren.
Where at? Where at?
Let's see. This is what I was reading. Tornado warning. Okay.
At the basement with fur babies.
Yeah,
we go
with the
there.
babies.
Okay. Bring
I
padding
don't know
and
where
pillows.
she is for sure. I don't know.
Trying to remember.
Does anybody else?
Is Karen in Texas or Illinois or
Right.
I cannot remember.
No. Right. I can't either. But
You puppy.
I bet you there's that line of storms. we were looking at
Tiamat,
earlier.
Mal 2021. Tiamat is a hypothetical theory that at one point in time there was a much larger planet that Earth was part of, and they believe that somewhere it was a catastrophic event that broke that planet up, which is what accounts for the material floating in what they call the Kuiper belt between Jupiter and Mars. And I don't. it's a theory. I understand the concept, but I don't fully believe in Tiamat, because that would incorporate the possibility that part of our binary solar system has broken up at some stage, and that to me would call it paradoxal. And I don't believe we have a paradoxal binary solar system. I think we have a mostly stable binary solar system. So I'm not a firm believer in Tiamat, although I believe in the concept behind it, but not necessarily the actuality therein. And there's no way to ever prove it because it happened so long ago. It's not even within recorded human history. It's a theory.
Right.
That unfortunately has way too much merit. It's like everybody that believes in Einstein still to this day. I mean, Christ, we're talking turn of the century, 1900. That's 125 years ago.
Wow.
And everybody goes, well, Einstein said this, and oh my God, that red planet's going to crash into us and kill us. You know, and we can't live in the 1900s anymore. We can't live off the Heisenberg uncertainty principle in advanced chemistry and astrophysics. And they wonder why their math is wrong. Holy shit. Come on, guys. Come on. It's 2024 this year. We got calculators. Come on. There's like 5, 6, 8, 10.
There's no way
there's
you
major
can tell me
scientists that have proven them wrong.
We have not discovered new science since Einstein.
There's tons of new science.
Seriously.
It's just been suppressed. I'm a prime example. I come up with a theory. Age 17, they slap me down. They make it absolutely impossible for me to share this with anyone. They threaten me. And then if I would have come out, they would have gotten rid of me. And now they're still doing it because they're threatening me. So there's tons of science out there that we could do all kinds of stuff with, including literal perpetual motion machines and all, and solar and wind and all, let's talk about hydrogen rather than these damn electric cars. Oh my God. Yeah. We step back to 1890 electric cars, and you wonder why lithium is the new gold. I mean, and yet these things are lighting on fire all over the planet,
Right.
burning down houses and killing people. And the electric scooter in China, I mean, they're burning house after house after house down all over the country. And, and it's a horrible resource with all the throwaway crap that's going on with all of this disposable society and technology and more catastrophic waste and industrial waste to make all this crap. We need to go back to a little simpler world. You don't have to fly across the world in 8 hours. Let's get rid of some of the air traffic. Stop flying around the planet so much. We might actually be able to breathe.
Yeah, nobody really ever talks about that one. Everybody blames cars, which I'm not saying cars are not a bad thing, but I mean air travel is insane. I mean, if you just
right now as we speak, there are 1 million people in the air flying.
It's crazy, right?
That's insane. And nobody seems to talk about that ever. We have climate discussions, all this, but never do they ever mention.
Well, when 9/11 happened and they closed down air traffic for like 3 days, our environment actually rebounded by years in those 3 days. And then the 3 weeks after that, we got clear skies, and they actually saw a change in the ozone layer from it.
Yeah. Which is just insane. And the same thing happened during the pandemic too. I mean, I don't know how much with the air, with the air travel, but yeah, Sam is absolutely right.
It changed fashion. Look what's done to business. That was the only thing that the C virus, in my opinion, did. It finally bucked the old-fashioned 3-piece suit. Thank God. Although I am a little shocked that the tailor for men has suddenly gone back to the 1970s British suits for with the skinny legs and the real tight British suits, and they were in the 70s. And I'm a little disappointed that we've gone there. I'm more of a double-breasted suit guy, but it'll change. It'll hit the late 70s, and then the 80s. We'll come back to the 80s. Oh my God! And we'll do the spaceman suits again with the corner shoulders and those Michael Jackson, leather coat shoulders and stuff. That's the 80s, man.
It is. I think I was gonna say 70s. I see a lot of 70s and 80s coming back. Like they're doing a lot of 70s hair.
Mhm.
Yeah. Ladies
Yeah,
hair.
the men's fashion suits, the skinny legs, in a suit, and then they're wearing white tennis shoes. I'm going, okay.
Yep, yep, that's it. Yeah, and you have the man perms and
Yeah, the man bun. Yeah.
then the man purses too. Which
Okay.
I hope I don't ruffle any feathers out there.
I mean, I wear a backpack. I mean,
Well, yeah, okay, so a backpack, that's fine, but
purse, but
a
yeah.
man purse over your shoulder.
Hey, if I had a man purse, I'd lose it someplace. I promise you, day one.
kinda
I'd be
like a-
where did I put that?
Yeah.
Again with the shoplifting thing. So we're at the grocery store, and I brought my backpack in with me, and the security guard guy said to me, he said, "Well, your backpack's looking a little heavy now that you've been through the store." I said, I just opened it for him and I just said, "Go look through it." I couldn't believe this. He said that to me, and then
Yeah.
he pulled me aside and he said, "You're the first person that's ever done that." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, what do I gotta hide? Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue with you. If you think I stole things, check my bag. Yeah. So I just don't like.
Oh, I let them look at my receipt as I'm walking out of Walmart.
The right thing to be carrying. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even put my receipt away until I walk out of Walmart. I keep it in my hand as I'm going past the greeter who's not the greeter. It's like, what are you stealing? I'm an honest person. I would never
wouldn't even know
think
how
to
to do it.
I can't see going to jail for
I mean-
for an $8 bottle of hair care. I'm
Right.
sorry,
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. The toothbrush.
My ex-wife used to say, "If I can't afford it, I don't need it."
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Right.
I work my ass off, so I don't have to do shit like that.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
I told the
Listen, hey,
manager at the store, "Is it my turn? Can I? Since you just let me witness that and you did nothing, this guy literally walked out with like a couple $1,000s worth of merchandise.
Can I do that?
Can I
Yeah.
come in here and take what I want just one time, and you won't have to tell anybody anything about it?
Yeah. Oh, well, it's silly.
Our secret."
Well, I did see a video the other day about this lady went in and she stole some baby formula. And,
That's a different story.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Everybody, the clerks just let her go, and there was one Karen there. Are you just gonna let her do that? I'm like, it's freaking baby formula. You know what the price has gone? The price has been on baby
$25
formula?
a can now. Yeah.
It's insane.
Wow.
Like you know,
Or higher.
She's just trying to, she's trying to feed her kid. Just let her go. Like even the clerks, even the workers were like, just go.
I was there when I had my two daughters, and I was a single dad by myself, living off of what I'm living off of now. And I had two babies in diapers, and oh my God, we went through hell. I don't think I would stop that woman personally. I think I would that time. And I'm a pretty, I'm pretty by the rules guy. I think I'd just let it go.
Right. And if I had the money, I'd pay for it.
Yeah. Right.
And that Karen there, instead of saying I'll pay for it, since she was so concerned,
right?
She just wanted to go and stop her herself. It's like she's
No.
not stealing a TV. She's not stealing. She's trying to feed her freaking kid, man. Like, how do you have the heart to stop somebody? I wouldn't. I would have done exactly what they did. I would have been like, here you
The
are.
one
I
thing
don't-
that
this
wears
other-
on me all the time, the one thing I think of regularly when I'm doing this process and I'm trying to tell people about what I know and what I see and the patterns I know about and all of this process of the 14 years is I'm always reminded of When Children Cry, that song from, do you know who the band is? When Children, anyway, you can type in on YouTube, type in When Children Cry. I always think about the next generation of what's coming, and the people that don't have anything, and the kids that are in Africa or Belize or Brazil or South America or hell, even downtown Chicago or Louisiana or Texas or Arizona, anywhere. The kids are suffering and don't have a very good life. That's the part that I'm always thinking about with all of
Is
this.
it White Lion? White Lion.
Yeah, that could be.
Yes.
I could type it in a heartbeat, but
I've seen you share
I
that
post it
video
all the time.
before.
I post it all the time, and I'm from the generation of If I Had a Hammer by Peter, Paul, and Mary, and all of that, and Billy Jack, and all of that in the 70s, and we have to really, really, really start looking at the rest of the world who don't have enough to feed their children, and we keep throwing all of this shit away into our landfills every day. And unfortunately, even Goodwill has turned into a money-making thing, and that's the sad premise.
The Goodwill stores here, Sam, you have no idea. I walked in them, and the prices, it's like you may as well just go to Walmart and buy them brand new.
Yeah, unfortunately, that too has been turned into something that it's sought to stamp out, which is the same thing as most churches. They become institutions of money and anguish and finger pointing and divisionism rather than joining together. We need to change that. We all need to, I mean, if I had the money right now, I would buy a piece of land, and I would invite people to come and learn to live off the land and have short stays or whatever, or stay forever or whatever, depending on the covenant that I would hopefully not have. But I think people are going to have to really learn how to live through this. And if we do go through a major heat thing this summer, I think it's going to be a big slap in the face this year. I hope we get slapped in the face so people wake up and realize, and maybe we can do something in time.
Well, that may be the only way, Sam, that people open their eyes, is for something really drastic to happen, unfortunately.
Only at the edge. Can't ever change. The edge of destruction.
Yeah.
And then, like the movie Knowing.
Snow coming down in Utah right now, and people are not putting two and two together. It's just totally normal, and it's strange.
It's spooky. I'm in awe that science and reality and nature and our environment and our problems and our social issues. You wouldn't believe how many people I run into that say, well, I don't even watch the news anymore because they're so turned off to it.
I've been meaning to talk about that, Christopher. I heard you talking about that the other day, and I'm like, that's funny, because that's exactly what happens to all of us. Once we see the truth, you were talking about in the last show how you can't even watch TV anymore. And that's something that I think we all here have gone through.
Yeah.
Where we, once you see the truth, once you see what the world really is like, and you see that they're lying to us, you just can't stomach TV anymore. You just can't. It becomes so like a kick in the gut, where you just can't watch it because they're blatantly lying to you.
And what's worse is that I've known about it for so long, and why did it take me so long to get to that point?
Well, like Sam says, and I love what Sam said. Your time is your time.
Yeah.
Your time is your time, and these kind of things you can't really force them. They just happen when they're supposed to happen. I don't know how it started with me. It just started one day, and I kind of know, but I mean, it's like one day you're like, okay, none of this adds up.
No.
And then you just feel this desire, this drive to just question and research and see all that and start asking questions. And then once you get to a certain point, I was hearing you talking about it last show, and I was like, yep, he's one of us, because that's exactly the same thing that we went through, all of us. You reach to this point where everything worldly becomes hard and uninteresting, and even it hurts to see it, because you're like, God, I was in deep slumber, I was so asleep, and now that I wake up, I realize that it's all as they say, it's all a matrix. You know, not in the way that people talk about the matrix, but it is our own version of a matrix where everything is not what it seems. Everything has a system that was designed a certain way, and yeah, I
Have
was
a choice, you know.
when I heard you talk like that, it just,
you want to do this. That's right. Right.
When I heard you talking about that, it just kind of hit a nerve. I was like, gosh, he's going through it just the way we went through it too, you know, because everybody here can tell you that same story. Everybody here can tell you that same story.
I haven't watched a golf game. I haven't watched a football game. I haven't watched. The last time I was watching NASCAR, I was watching the sky every time they went around the track rather than.
I'd like to watch something. If I'm going to watch something that's not sky related, it has to be something happy, something that's not bullshit. I mean, even if it's bullshit, I mean, something that's comedy or some kind of animated something. Or something.
I watch archaeology and all the learning
natural,
stuff.
Some nature show. I love watching nature stuff, but I can't watch the TV. Like I can't go and watch a movie at the theater. I just cannot do that. Hollywood has become like the worst for me. I cannot watch it. Last time I went with one of my friends to watch Cocaine Bear because she wanted to watch it. I'm like,
oh God.
Oh, it was brutal. It was so freaking brutal.
I don't know how you. Kudos, man.
How can we sit here and watch this? And the crowd was going nuts. I don't know. That's just.
It shows you the level of conditioning that we've been cornered into, and when they talk about anarchy and stuff, or rulers being evil, but what's really evil is when we fall into being told to comply and to buy more and to submit and fall into all of these. Now I am for some cultural norms. There has to be sets of rules, but when we're cornered.
No, I like to tell people, like, you can't let this completely change you. You still have to live your life. You know, you still have to go to work. You still have to do things. I get that. I completely get that. But we have to do it in a different, more intelligent, more a productive, mentally and intelligent way. We have to do it in a better way. We just have to do it better. We're doing it. But I do agree with you, Sam. We have to keep some societal norms. Like we just have to, because
there's got to be respect. There's got to be civility. There has to be cultural tolerances where everybody who does walk into, Walmart, everybody who walks into the mall, all has that same right to do so and respect. But we also have to realize that, I'm still, when it comes to capitalism, I still have issues with retail markup.
Yeah.
All my life, I've done. You dare charge 3 times what you paid for it to run your store? I've never agreed with that. And I've always thought of things that should be sold at a small profit and not corporation building event. Rather, a mom and a pop where you sell the flour, you make a few cents on it, and you sell the vegetable, and you make enough money to actually, maybe buy that new shelf for next year to display cabinet, whatever. Small profit. I don't believe in this mass. Oh, I'm going to get rich selling. What do they used to call those things? A better widget. So.
Right.
Stronger, faster widget.
You need.
There has to be some caps on the way we do business and the way people profit off of things. There has to be some kind of sense of responsibility to our environment as well as your fellow employee. Like there has to be something.
We can't really have mandated. We can't have mandated rules so that you can't get wealthy, but there has to be some. We have to wake up to this monopoly thing with corporations. We have to realize that we've let corporations get too big. We have. It's our fault. It is. And governments, we have to watch what governments are doing and how they're, insider trading. And I know many politicians, unfortunately, that are just vastly wealthy, even though they never could have made that money on their lifetimes in Congress.
Everybody in Congress right now is doing inside trading. There's
Yeah.
there's a TikTok guy that I follow. He follows every politician's stocks, and the reason why he follows him is because
They
he
got
noticed that
high.
they were killing it on the stock market.
Oh yeah.
They were killing it. All right.
And
They're
they're not
not
doing
good
the
at
job
trading.
anymore.
They're not good at trading. They're just in the know. They make decisions for companies to progress and make their stocks skyrocket. I think we've come to a place where people have learned to manipulate the media and manipulate people opinions and shopping habits and all that. It's a scary time.
We're being
Scary,
controlled.
scary.
We're being controlled by information.
Absolutely.
We're not being controlled by
Absolutely.
dictators. We're being controlled by information.
That's right. And the thing is that most of these data companies know more about us than we know about ourselves.
Scary.
I was seeing one that they were saying that you can know if somebody is gay, if somebody's married, if somebody's divorced, just by the data. They can foresee, they can guess that this guy's divorced or this guy's married, recently married, or he's gay or she's lesbian, just by their history, their browser history, or just their data
Algorithms.
history. Their algorithm. Yeah, it's insane. It is a crazy, scary time.
And now we've introduced and let free AI, and we're already seeing problems and benefits from that. And that all falls back down to part of the Pleiadian message and the singularity that we're stepping into a transference of technical information, good and bad, at such a high rate right now that we are headed for. It's like the crash test dummies in two separate cars, and one is barreling at 60 miles an hour from the left, and one is barreling at 60 miles an hour from the right, and they're going to crash into each other. And the question is, are we going to take the technology we learned from this, or are we going to do it again? And is this going to be a strong enough pertinent test, or are we going to ignore the results of what we're already knowing? So we have to. The crash is coming. It's in front of us right now. We are watching the breakdown in society, because we are watching when you get internal dissidents, says the dissident, government-rated dissident. When you get internal terroristic dissidents, violent, internal, within your own countries, when that starts, that goes all to a game, an old Atari game, which was called Utopia. Once that starts within your country, then your cycle starts to break down, and your civilization breaks down, and your social correctness, societal politeness. Once all of that starts to break down, you're in trouble, and we are in trouble because our infrastructures have been ignored, and so the people who have been ignored and feel ignored, they start to break their moral statute, and then they start to break down in their behavior, and they allow things to happen that they.
We are seeing it now.
Right.
Shoplifting is up,
It's crazy.
way up.
Now murder is down.
Murder is down. Well, that's the thing, Sam, is that we're doing the crimes that we're seeing now are mostly crimes out of need.
Yeah.
And necessity.
And yeah, people are flat ass broke right now. I know it.
We're not seeing crimes of crimes of greed
Passion.
or crimes of passion. We're seeing crimes of need.
Well, that'll
that's
happen. It'll kick back up when we get
need.
98 degrees this summer in big cities. The crime rate, the murder rate does go up because people's tempers and things are changed at 98 body temperature. When you can see that it's documented, and when
Yeah.
people are 98 degrees outside in the city, there's a way increased jump in murder rate.
Oh yeah. When I lived in Houston, Houston has some of the worst humidity you'll ever encounter. But when I lived in Houston, come summer, there was warnings, and the police activity was insane. just when the
we
the
did.
summer
We
would come. It was crazy. It's crazy.
unfortunately, when we hit the Reagan era, excuse me, dry throat. When we hit the Reagan era, we took a huge step backwards. And unfortunately, we turned the wrong corner, and we went into someplace with our society that we should not have. We used to be better than this. And somebody somewhere forgot the realities, the truths that we used to work for. And then I don't know how we could have fixed it, but once we entered the Reagan era, we did some mistakes. And we're still in the Reagan era. That's what's scary. But it's gotten worse.
We're seeing the culmination of the Reagan era too. You know, I think it's coming into fruition. All that bullshit, you know, where people are getting to a point where they're really fed up with it. And honestly, and I'm just speculating here. I'm sure there's more than one reason, but I think it's one of the reasons for the TikTok ban is that they don't want people to come together to, you know, because look at all these mass protests started on TikTok. A lot of them have started on TikTok.
Well, they don't want, being that China owns TikTok, they don't want China to be running their algorithms to understand us and spy on us and change us, which is going on.
Well, yes,
there's proof of that.
But every company is doing it, and look here. I get that, but the thing is that our data is out there regardless. If you're on the internet, it's out there. It's already out there. There's none of this.
TikTok is banned in China.
It's out there.
Right.
And guess who's the first one in line trying to buy TikTok was Mark Zuckerberg, the one that's probably the most affected by TikTok. You know,
I mean,
I do get that there's some security, but I do feel that there's more power to the people on a platform like TikTok. There's a lot of power because people can group, people can come together, people can protest in mass amounts, and I think that's what they're afraid of. You know, because of all the bullshit going on in America, a place like TikTok is a bomb waiting to explode. Because people will.
Another example of that is the Israeli government has just now canceled Al Jazeera. Now, Al Jazeera was a little bit militant toward the other side of the cause of America. I agree, but they were also a very good informative news service for their region. There were good and bad to Al Jazeera, but the Israeli government has just now shut down Al Jazeera.
Yeah, and that's the beginning. They're probably going to start shutting down a lot of other.
Well, unfortunately, Israel has lost their way as well.
Well, yeah, now that Bernie Sanders called out Israel publicly, I think you're going to start seeing a lot of media blocking in Israel.
Well, what's going on over there is not cool.
No, it's not. And the fact that, you know, there was an aggression in the beginning, I don't think merits the response at all.
Yeah, you're right. The ends do not justify the means.
No.
In this case, and I'm in awe that we handed them a whole bunch of money when we do that every year anyway.
Yeah, but I wouldn't doubt if there's an ulterior motive that are sent too. You know.
Well, yeah, because we have to have a level of control. We have to, that way it's an ace in the hole, so we can threaten them to take it away from them if they don't listen to us. And it has curbed the tide a little bit. We do have a level of control by handing out money every year, and that's good, bad.
And I was talking to somebody about that recently. The money that we send to other people isn't just humanitarian or because we like them. There's always some kind of return in some form or another, whether it's resources, whether it's control over their country. There's always some ulterior motive. Do not underestimate our government isn't just writing blank checks to people just because they're nice and good-hearted people. No, there's always an ulterior motive there. Always.
I do see and I do sense that there is a really large population that are holding their breath right now. Everybody is stressed out. Everybody's edgy. You can feel it in the air. Same thing with these storms. The day that those on the 26th and 27th and 28th, well, you could feel that something was coming, and we knew. And I've been there ever since then. I don't think I've calmed down. I feel the storms, and this. Speaking of again, that's supercell that is probably rotating back down south right now or into Montana right now. I don't know because our wind did change. I'll have to go into the radar when we're done here tonight. But there's a sense, there's a feeling, there's a palpable something going on. And boy, if something big doesn't happen, I'm going to be amazed. I just, of course, tomorrow is going to be tomorrow, but there's more coming. It's kind of spooky where we're at. And I hope everybody stays calm.
Well, I think this 180-day cycle, Sam, is a turning point because nothing has compared previously to this cycle, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, and then the hurricane season starts June 1st. So, May 1st was the tornado season. We just started that. We are, 7 days in, and there's already, thousands of homes that have been destroyed in that 1 week. And wow, here we go. I mean, I didn't even talk about China and Russia and the thousands of, Taiwan. Oh my God, Taiwan earthquakes again went off again last week. Oh, those poor folks. Wow. I can't even imagine living in Taiwan right now after months worth of major earthquakes. Months. And aftershock after aftershock after aftershock. And buildings, tipping and falling all over the place, and all those poor people. I can't. Can you imagine how edgy? I mean, heck, Japan is literally the same way. They're having earthquakes, and China had a couple last week that were pretty big as well. And Italy, Naples, God, the one in Indonesia that just blew up and then went again, and now Kilauea is going to go again, and I can't, I can't even imagine being trapped on an island and then not being able to afford to go anywhere and get out your boat. Speaking about getting out your boat, that's what Houston is doing right now. And everybody in that area of Texas, they're all canoeing. And not funny, but they who have had a drought for many, many years now.
Right. I mean, I don't think a lot of people are even going to get that because a lot of people don't even know what's happening there.
Yeah, southeast Texas is flooded like crazy. It will be flooding for long.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that was a different type of storm. That was a big deal, but this is just as big. These people's homes, they're flooded. What was the name of the town that we saw at the beginning of the show, Rebecca?
Barnsdall.
That was just. I mean, I've always told myself I would think it'd be really kind of neat to see a tornado, right? Not after seeing those people sound like that. That to me just kind of sounds stupid when I'm saying I would think cool to
though, Chris, I've always wanted to honestly see a tornado. As long as it's an open land and it doesn't affect anybody. But I would love to see that. I wouldn't be one of those.
Been there, done it.
Yeah,
I would love to see one and photograph it and video and go live and the whole thing.
Until you're hanging on the underside of a bridge and your feet are flying in the air, and then you can't take your next breath in because the tornado passed by and sucked out all the air out of your lungs because the barometric pressure is so intense, and then you can't take your next breath at all. You don't have the physical strength to actually draw in the next breath until it goes past you, which is a count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you're fighting for your next breath. I had that happen, and it was, like an F3. And so, yeah, it's great until it's not. And then you're like, oh, shit, where do we go?
I remember when I was in, there was a few places, I think it's Texas or right around between Texas and Oklahoma, that area. There's places where you could actually go on these tours where they go.
Oh yeah, I would love to do it.
And they go
Storm chase.
Tornado hunting. You know, and
Yeah,
you
go
can
be
take
storm
pictures of
chaser.
them. And
Yeah,
and
just, you know,
actually,
let's read timber.
yeah, but definitely a risk. I would probably take.
Yeah.
I would probably take.
Yeah, as long as you didn't, as long as it's not my car.
No, as long as it's not destroying anybody. Like I wouldn't, you know, as long as it's just an open land, you know, as I said,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
affecting anybody.
Oh, they're beautiful and awesome, and you can go to YouTube and see all kinds of them right now because there's many films after. All you have to do is type in March.
This year, the ones that so I'm there with Chris. Like the ones we've seen this year, they scare the shit out of me. Like the ones we used to see is like, okay, that's destructive and that's huge, but the ones that we're seeing now, they're heart stoppers. They're like,
Well, I think we're going to see major
Yeah.
hurricane storms on land or anti-cyclone, and they're even calling it too. They're going it's anti-cyclonic, meaning opposite rotation storms, and the meteorologists they're not putting A plus B together on that one, and they let it drop. And I watched that Millibar storm from this morning go through South Dakota right around sunrise, and it was in the Millibar region of a hurricane status.
Wow.
A stage 1, category 1 hurricane. You know, it was 950 or 948 millibars, and a little bit below that is a major hurricane. And then it rose up to 158 and all of that, which is, you know, tropical storm rotational force. But yet this lightning storm bands that were exhibiting all the way, literally from South Dakota all the way into Canada through north part of Minnesota into Michigan, all the way into Illinois and Missouri and Oklahoma and Texas, and going off into the ocean and reaching all the way over the Rocky Mountains in Mexico. And that same band that is on the opposite side of that was wiping into Montana and all the way up to Alaska. And it's causing rain and electrical storms from Alaska to Mexico with that low in between from South Dakota. And it came in, it went over Washington State, it went over Wyoming, it went over Colorado into Nebraska, and then it rose up to South Dakota and then North Dakota, and now it's Montana again. And it's going to rotate back in to the middle of like Nebraska and Kansas Thursday and Friday. I don't know if that's going to happen for sure, but I believe that backpedaling low is going to re-rotate back into the middle of the country. We have to watch it and see what it does.
Wow.
Yeah, these are super storms, and you watch. You go to YouTube and you watch. Type in the Omaha or the Lincoln, Nebraska storm of the 26th of April, and watch those storms there and listen to the meteorologists. They've never, ever, ever, ever seen storms this big, ever. So we're just now starting. So here we go.
Yeah.
This is going to be huge. It's going to be very, very scary. And I've been saying this, since December, like, oh God, watch what happens this summer. And here we go. This is going to be insane. And look at Russia, look at China, look at Turkey, look at, all these other countries in Japan and Taiwan and all these super storms that are blowing through. And it's going to keep going. We haven't seen any quit to it in months. Ever since spring, we've had superstorm after superstorm after superstorm from Germany, England, France, Spain, Italy, Saudi Arabia, Oman, all of them, superstorm after superstorm after superstorm. So we have to pay attention. It's absolutely insane what's going on right now, and then next week, and then the week after.
We have to stop normalizing it too,
Yeah, and they need to get this information out.
Karen, I'm glad the storms moved away from you. That's good to hear.
And it's cough drop time. This is number 3. Okay. I've run out of things to say. Go ahead.
Well, we have a treat, a surprise treat. So give me 1 second.
Okay.
It's Carol Ann's going to hop on here real quick.
All right.
And just say hi and tell everybody good night. So I just sent her the link. She's never done this before, obviously, but
So we'll tease
yeah,
her. We'll tease her really good. We'll talk about her.
yeah, we won't give her too hard of a time. I told her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Since you know this.
So
Go easy.
yeah, she said now she's scared, haha, but no, it should be fine.
You'll be
I
fine.
think she could. I know she could handle it. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
yeah. So I just sent you a link, Carolyn, and I'll be watching for you because all you gotta do is click on it, and it brings you right to me.
And well, then she'll be backstage, and then she has to sign or link in, and
Yeah, I hear a little bell.
Comb my hair
Uh-huh.
and look, you know.
Yay, Carolyn! Yay!
It's gonna be.
Oh, I heard it. I heard the beep. Okay, this is exciting. All right, well, I'll wait for Christopher to get back.
I'm wearing my Montana
Yeah, so we can be
Skywalker
presentable. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm excited too. This is a big surprise. I was not expecting anything like that tonight. I know. What a finale, right? Okay, here she is, Carol Ann Bopp. All right, guys. Hey, Carol Ann.
Hey.
Hello,
She's
hello.
here.
You can see me.
Yes.
I can see you.
This is
Yes.
weird.
Well,
Okay, I have you on my phone,
Okay.
but I can.
Can't hear us?
Can you hear us okay?
See, I'm.
Maybe she has to go out and come back in. Sometimes remember that it does happen in the beginning.
I want to come in on the computer, not on the phone.
Oh, well, then go ahead and
Let me try.
go ahead
try.
and exit and click on the link on the computer. Go to your messenger on the computer. Okay.
I'll be back.
I'll close you out. Okay. All right. She's going to get the hang of it. It just
Right.
takes a minute. Yes.
Right. You know, a lot of times we have to go in, come in, go out, come in, go out,
Yes.
till it squares away.
Well, good. I can't wait to visit.
She probably signed in or
Little
linked
bit.
in on her phone.
Yeah.
Me and my wife were talking about the first time I came on the show, and she said I must have said, you know, I was like talking about my experience with what's happening, and she kept saying that I kept saying I was shocked. It was shocking. I must have said it like 20, 30 times in like 10 minutes. I was pretty nervous.
What was it about? Oh, about being on?
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you know,
It's
Christopher,
better now, but
I have done hundreds of shows.
Oh yeah.
And every time that Rebecca and I do pre-show talk, every time still, I am nervous every show still.
Wow.
So, you know,
yeah.
and then I watch them back and I go, oh God, you idiot. Look what you just said, you know? So I still do that. And so you never get used to it and you're natural and, you know, run with it. You're doing great.
Right.
Yeah. I have a hard time watching them, you know, just for that reason, though.
Yeah.
It's like you said, it's hard to watch yourself. So,
Yeah, it is. It's semi-embarrassing, you know, and you go, oh, I shouldn't have said that, you know? And okay.
okay. Oh, I
Yeah,
see
I've done
Carolyn.
hundreds of
She's
shows and I'm still nervous every time.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
right there
let's
with
write it.
Tara. I can't wait to get Sam live on here too. If that
Oh, I know.
if that's
That
ever
would be the
possible.
day. Okay, Carolyn, here she is. Hey, how's this? Is this better?
I can hear.
All right.
Okay, perfect.
So,
I like your screen, your
yeah, I was gonna
backdrop.
say, I was gonna say that's what I told you, but it's a background.
Yeah, we can hear you fine and see you fine.
I'm working.
Yeah. Well, this is a big treat. I did not know we were going to do this tonight. I like surprises, though.
Yeah, it's nice to
So-
it's nice to see you face to face, Carol, and kind of be able to say hi personally. Nice to finally do that and finally officially meet you.
Totally not
You
my
know?
thing.
Well,
It
it's
is.
really none of our things, but I mean, we have to get out of our comfort zone sometime, right? You know.
But
Oh, yeah.
mostly it's just
Thank
like
you.
us visiting, you know, like we're
Yeah,
having
that's
a
what it
little
feels like to me.
call.
It feels like we're just having a little powwow together, and
Mhm.
you know, just shooting this shit, as they say.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
how are things? How's the weather there? I knew you were getting some rain and
Right now, we're okay. I'm worried about Karen because she is west
I've been
from me.
watching. Uh-huh.
So where is she again?
I don't know for sure. I'm looking through the comments
Okay.
to see. But
She's in western Pennsylvania, Sam.
Oh,
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's
So they
right
did-
where.
they did head away from her, is what she was saying. So you know, that's good.
When it was going through Wisconsin earlier this evening, that new startup was literally at the end of Wisconsin and Ohio when we were talking in the earlier part of the show. So yeah, they would be getting it right now in Western Pennsylvania, and it is it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, almost 2 o'clock in the morning there, time zone. So yeah, they were concerned about what was going to happen on the second round of this storm tonight, and it broke apart on the armband spin over Michigan because once it went over the Great Lakes, the bottom area of the electrical thread, the spinning octopus, so to speak, the arm went straight after the upper part went over the Great Lakes, and it changed direction. So they're going to have residual electric storms and high winds and hail and all that, but they're not going to have as much serious tornado activity.
Yeah.
That'll be like Thursday night and Friday. I don't know I have to go into the models and see that ahead of time. I haven't watched what's coming on Friday.
The hail is what's scaring me really
Yeah.
bad. We've heard, like I said, we've heard of hail being large like that, but not like
not
ever.
gargantuan.
Well, yeah, this is major amounts of moisture too coming out of the Gulf of Mexico and going very high aloft, and then it's mixing in with the jet stream. And we've never seen the southerly deposit from the Gulf of Mexico going straight up to Canada before as much as we have in the last 2 weeks. I've never seen it do this. And here it is backpedaling into Montana where it came at us. The low came in from the Pacific, ran into that Gulf of Mexico stream, and then did a hook and a U-E to the left, and is now going to center back down again, centrifuge back into it. And if that low stays stable or weakens and then reforms, we don't know what's going to happen yet. But then I'm going to have to check the models again. Yeah, it could reform once it runs into the jet again, and then runs into that southerly push out of the Gulf of Mexico with all that moisture. Now that it's cold, that just went over Montana, which is why it's cold now. Let me check the temperature here, see how much it's dropped. It hasn't, it's 42. When that comes back around, it could reform and cause an even bigger, unbelievably even slower storm. We don't know what's going to happen, but I will check the model tomorrow for sure. Sorry, I got an itchy nose. Ugh. Can't talk and scratch the nose at the same time.
Yeah, that's okay.
Time to clip the mustache, I think. You got that one little hair that, when you talk, the one standing out touches the tip of your nose and goes, wiggy, wiggy, wiggy. Anyway. We lost her, did we?
Oh, we sure did. Uh-oh.
Said her internet went out.
Oh, yeah.
Here, she's back. Okay, she's back. Let's try it again.
I'll shut up and we can let her talk.
Did she
It's good
show
practice
up?
for, to come back in and out like that.
Right. That's just pretty cool. I mean, that she's, how you just, there's been other people that had a lot of apprehension, to be on here. And then when that moment hits and they're like, I'm ready now. I mean, it's happened with other people too. Like Nicole, it probably took her a few weeks to, get ready to.
Yeah.
and now she loves it. So I have the feeling Carol Ann will be the same way.
Clearing her throat
I
in the
had
earlier
major
part of the show, and I was
anxiety
wondering if she was sort of chiding us under her breath.
Right.
Following up
Jesus.
to it, like those first days, knowing it's going to happen, is when I was kind of nerve wracking. But after that, you get comfortable.
Right. There she is. She's back.
Good.
She's a natural.
Mhm.
I can tell.
No,
Well,
it's quite different on this side.
Well, okay. Well, you have the floor. Go ahead, say anything you'd like.
I don't want to say anything. I just want to watch.
Oh,
it.
oh, you want to participate? Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here.
Yay.
I'm glad you're here.
This is a big deal for me to do this. So
right. I know it
I'm
is.
glad you did it. It's got out of your comfort zone and still come on. So
you're gonna love it.
Right.
Yeah, maybe next time, Christopher. Maybe, not this time. I'm sweating way too much for me. It's like,
yeah.
It looks so different from this side.
Well, just imagine there are thousands of people watching you right
Oh,
now. I'm
thanks a
only
lot,
teasing.
Samuel. Thank you so much for that.
No, I'm very
boy.
happy that you're here, and this way we get to find out who
Right.
your mannerisms and your smile, and then we get then you get a great screen capture of yourself for later, etc. All those good
Thank
things.
you. And I'm so happy to see Jesus.
Yeah, it's really nice to see you,
Yeah.
Carol. It's really
Thank
nice
you.
to put a face. I mean, I've seen pictures of you because you post pictures, but it's not the same as
No, it isn't. No,
doing
it's
like a
not.
live face-to-face thing.
Mhm.
What I love about it is, and it's one of the reasons why I was open to it, is because it gives you
Nervous.
access to meet the people that you've known for so long.
Yeah,
and
thank you
that's-
for all your work and the stuff you do too.
Oh,
you work,
you're
you work
quite
hard.
welcome. Quite welcome. That comes from my heart, Sam. I just, in this too many years to see it not prosper. You know what I mean? It's got to get out there.
Yeah, we have a lot of
And
time. We have a lot of time invested in all going back many years now.
Many.
Yeah.
We're really old, Sam, aren't we?
Don't tell anybody. Shh. I don't want everybody to know that I just spent a decade and a half sitting in this chair.
Well, I'm older than you are, so I'm still your senior.
The old Southern thing to go, bless your little heart. Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
I'm glad somebody's older than me for once.
Yeah. Yep. Proud of it, though.
Yeah.
Proud of it.
No, you have been a very valued member for many years, and I really want to thank you.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. I enjoy it, though, or I
And
wouldn't
a
be
good
here.
friend, and you've always been wonderfully kind and nice to everyone. And we never had, Montana Skywatcher has never really had any infighting, not like a lot of those groups out there. And we've been strict, and you tolerated Lucinda just fine.
She was fine. I had too many of these heart things, but I put hearts on myself. So, but other
Yeah,
than that,
she did have a tendency to put a lot of stickers in the middle of
Right.
stuff, and she was working hard, so I let her.
yeah. But you know what? I still pull her files. She has a lot of files, a lot of good information. So,
Well, if you'd like, just help yourself to as much of that information as you'd like. Post it to
Please do our
folks.
best.
I rarely even go in there anymore. I don't know. Maybe that's sort of a form of grieving, because I remember that she did this, and so I feel kind of sad. So maybe I don't go into. It's like not going into someone's bedroom that you've lost for quite a while, because we did lose her, and it's sort of kind of her room. She did a lot of work, a lot of times. Boy, that lady put in hours. She was
a
very,
hell of
very
a hall monitor, that's for sure.
yeah, she was very diligent. And unfortunately, we haven't seen Deb in a very long time. And unfortunately, Deb has lost her husband, and it's sad, and we miss her. And I hope she hears our shows. Deb Godshall?
yeah, I know who it is, but I didn't realize she lost her husband.
Yeah, it was recently. And I haven't talked to her in many months, and I'm sure she's quite busy. And
I
she's
am
in
sorry
South
to hear
Carolina, and she's a co-admin or a moderator. Moderator.
It's a tough time for her, So I'm sure
There's a lot of folks that are unfortunately not doing well and are unhealthy and are losing part of their health, and it's a sad thing. I wish everyone well.
Yeah.
And the stress we're all going through too, and the planetary passings of the bodies over us is really affecting all of us, including the birds. And I got a cat that's going ape every morning about 4:23 through whatever. She did it again last night. She woke me up 6 times last night.
Bad cat.
Yeah.
Only 6.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was counting, so I mean, it was and she's a very fast cat. I tried to swat her on the butt on the 6th occasion, and I couldn't even catch her. So,
Oh boy.
Smart cat.
she this time, yeah. I mean, I'm not an animal abuser, but when you get up for
I
the
know.
time to let a cat in a room that the door
I
is
have
open.
my own. I have my own, so I know.
She's yelling at a door she wants in, but the door is open.
Yeah.
Like,
Thankfully, my cats sleep at night. I mean, they're on schedule with me. Really, I have 5 cats. And they're
you're
all
supposed to sleep. Okay.
Yeah, they don't have. I don't have any trouble sleeping or the cats bothering me at night. I don't know. They're well
I've been
behaved.
getting up about that time normally lately too. Is early 4.
Yeah.
My internal clock is weird lately. I used to always, like clockwork, always get up right around 5, and now I'm getting up way earlier. I barely sleep. I keep talking to all you guys on my pillow.
Bed at 5. Or we?
I was gonna say I've been going to bed like about 4. Like I'm in bed by 3:30. I'm asleep by 4, and that's crazy. I've never been a late night person, but in the last couple of years, it's changed. So
I think I think the moons are affecting our internal clock in many ways. The
I
birds
sleep
are
from, like,
chirping.
Right at 3. That's why I'm up at 3 taking my videos of the birds chirping. I step out and I refill the cat dish outside for the stray cats, and I'll check the birds at that time. But yeah, I sleep from like 4, and I set my alarm for 9:30 because I don't want to sleep all day because I got stuff to do. So that's my schedule.
That's why you're hard to get hold of in the mornings. Okay.
Me?
What? You're the one that's been feeding the stray cats, huh?
I know. I have a bowl out front and back, and yeah.
We must have had like 100 cats out here last year. It was bad.
Oh really? Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. I can't afford
Stardust
it.
Goddess showed up, or she's
Yeah.
been here for a while, but I didn't see her. But I just noticed Stardust Goddess is here.
She's here.
Yeah, it's Shelly. Our
Oh,
friend
yeah.
Shelly. Mhm.
That's our girl, Shelly.
Shelly
Okay.
from TikTok.
Live and learn.
But she's also on Facebook too. But yeah, that's the lady that helps moderate when I go live.
Okay.
And so does Carol Ann.
We have a lot of fun when we do that.
I know.
Shelly-
We need to do it again. We
Rebecca
should.
just
Let's
does
do
her
it.
thing, and Shelly and I are having a blast.
Yeah. We have to get Shelly on here sometime.
Yeah, she
you know.
tags us on some pretty cool videos and stuff.
Yeah, and I was just looking on TikTok, and she's real good to share my videos.
She'll repost. She'll repost.
Yeah, we need to get lots of our older members on, just even if they can spend 5 minutes talking about their own, personal experience and what they may be able to share to new folks and how they can find the planets. And instead of, because Rebecca and I, we're, such old hats at this. We're talking about the current events, and we have a tendency to go way past the beginning story because, we know we barely even think of it anymore. So new folks will have a basis of understanding that they could share with other people. Not. Anyway.
Well,
it's true. Yeah.
I just want to say, if I can do this, Shelly can do this. So.
Right.
This
was
Okay, there's a dare
Let's
there for
see.
you, Kelly. Yeah.
She says maybe on a Saturday. I know she watches her grandchildren, so I know she has her
I
hands
would
full,
love
and-
anybody
Yeah.
who wants to come. I'd love anybody who wants to come on. I would love that. That'd be great.
Yeah, even if you have, want to make a quick 5-minute visit and ask one question, even or no questions, whatever.
That's
we'd
true.
love to have you on.
She
That is
said she'd
true.
do it for me. Thank you, sweetheart.
Yeah.
The idea is that we, that we show everybody else out there that there's not just a handful of us here doing this, and they are not alone, and we're all here because there's lots of us. I mean, there are lots of us around the world. Every day we talk to people around the world. Robert in New Zealand, and Hugo in Holland, and on and on and on and on. And that's what it's the people. That's the deal. We got to get everybody to talk about this, because then it will become accepted. Like, well, maybe not all of these people are out of their mind, and maybe it's just that Sam Hoffman guy.
If you're crazy, we're all crazy.
You're the greatest storyteller that's ever lived, then, because there's just no way.
Yeah. Did you know that I could lie ahead of time?
Really?
Yeah, I can make stuff up, and then I actually had somebody say that one time. Are you sure you're not just making stuff up and then it happens?
Oh my
God. That one threw me. I was thinking about that for about 3 days after that. Like, what do you mean by that?
Like,
I mixed, and then it happens. Yeah. Morgan Fairchild. Yeah. Remember that one guy from Saturday Night Live? Yeah.
No.
I was on a date
Yes,
with Morgan Fairchild. Yeah. The nonstop liar guy. He just lies and lies and lies. Anyway.
I do remember him.
Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. And if I was making this stuff up, I think the piranha pool would have eaten me 12, 13, 14 years ago by now.
Well, I mean, how lucky could you get? You could maybe get lucky a couple of times,
right?
But to do it 14 years and it just keeps repeating itself. I mean, gosh, I mean, there's this. You have one point you gotta just say, well, yeah, coincidences kind of go out the window, at one point.
Yeah, but Jesus, it's just like a big puzzle, but all these pieces are fitting together.
That's right.
It's tried and it's true.
And isn't that great, though, Carol? That's the part of this that I love, is that the longer I've been here, the more I research, because the more I it seems like I got into once I found out about the planets, it gives you this drive of looking at other things. So geologically speaking, I am interested in past geological activity. You see the connection there. You see ancient building and ancient petroglyphs and ancient carvings and all that. You see there's a connection there, and there's so much more connections that once you see
and Rome and the tectonic plates and the sun and all of that.
Once you take into account the binary system, the entire most of the questions that us as humans have had are answered. A lot of them are answered. You just have to start there and continue that learning, because
are we alone in the universe? What's the Earth like? How does it work? You grab it, and once you learn the possibility to throw out gravity, it's part of it, but it's not what we were told it is. The randomness of these rocks floating around with no control. And when in actuality, there's a huge amount of control. There's the rules of subatomic and astroatomic chemistry and the binary solar system, and that we're not the exception to the rule, but we are part of the rule. And then we know that there's millions and millions and millions of races out there, and they're not that far away.
Right.
They are. We're on a neighboring we have an off-ramp on the interstate, the galactic interstate, and we are a small town, but we do have an off-ramp with about 3 or 4 exits, and a McDonald's sign and a diner sign and the Chamber of Commerce sign and a swimming pool and eats, eat at Joe's. So, and a truck stop. So, there's more to us, and these questions are answered by all of this, and it all fits. It all going back through our history. It connects the Hopis, the Egyptians, the Sumerians, all of the demigods, the Greeks, you name it. It's all connected.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, our mythology, I say that in air quotes, all the
China,
mythology that we see, everything that's been attributed to mythology and made up stories, all of it correlates. Absolutely all of it correlates.
And it has a higher level of meaning than it ever did before. Because where the legends come from, for example, the dragon or Quetzalcoatl or Apophis or any of the other, or the polygon of gods or demigods and from the Greeks and all of that, and the Romans and and who were the Hittites and who were these guys and who were they, and ending vanishing societies and the Aztecs and the Inca and the Olmec before them. It answers so many questions, and the cyclopic stones that no race that we know of could move, and yet technologies to build them, and all that evidence is right before our very eyes. Unfortunately, empirical science has misjudged it and omitted the truth because it didn't fit for them and for their goal. So we have to break free of that, and it's all connected, and it gives us the answers of why. And like Graham Hancock, I mean, I'd love to spend the afternoon talking to him, and and linking these things, because we've done the homework and we've done 14 years. Plus, I've known about this for 40, going on 45 years soon, 45 years. And being a silly little 17-year-old kid in Montana, woohoo, yeehaw! So we've had a great journey and a great adventure, and it's still going. So I can't quit.
I think we are turning a corner here, though, because this year clearly, I think again, this 180-day cycle has been so severe that things will only get worse, and people are going to have to start paying attention. Like, they're going to have to. It's going to be so in your face that people are going to have to start asking questions and start.
How many times have we heard, well, if the planets were really here, wouldn't we have noticed by now?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's our cars doing it, which I'm not saying we haven't contributed to taking a crap on our Earth. We definitely have, but that's not the full story here. It's not even half the story.
It's not carbon sequestration. It's not the sun. Well, the sun.
It's not local to planet Earth either. It's solar system wide. It's.
I'm going right back to that Star Wars. The end of the Star Wars movie. The absolute last few seconds of the Rise of Skywalker, when Rey is standing there on the Skywalker Ranch water farm, and she's looking at Tatooine's two stars, and one of them's a big red one, and then there's a smaller yellow one right next to it, and that's us, you guys. And I couldn't think of a stronger metaphor for Star Wars than that last 2 seconds, 3, 5, 8 seconds of the last movie, and this is us. And Star Wars is an introduction into the rest of what is really going on right above our heads. And the final order and all of that. I'm just sitting there going, oh my God, metaphor after metaphor, and you kick me in the knee one more time. It's insane. I mean, Hollywood is handing us the answer, and it's also denying us the truth, but point of view. We all, I mean, it's right there, guys. We got to wake up. I mean, Gods of Egypt, what a great movie. Metaphors galore, although another mass set of truths as well. So the information's there. You just got to grab it and then push the other crap out of the way, because this all fits. Go ahead.
Samuel, you've given us so much.
Really?
To put that together.
I think it's a we have gathered so much together. Yeah. I think all of us have.
Well, yes, but I mean, I'm kind of with Carol. Somebody had to start. Yeah. Somebody had to get the ball rolling, and you were the only one who could get that ball rolling, and I think you deserve more credit than you give yourself for that.
Well, thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. So, and in the 80s, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the right time, and I got to stand there for 2 hours and talk to a person from off planet,
Yeah.
And yeah, that one still to this day is just mind-boggling to me.
It blows my mind.
Yeah, mine too. I'm still, I'm still right there trying to swallow it, going, did it really happen? But yeah, it did.
Don't doubt it for a minute. I mean, I've had my own personal experiences, and
there were too many pieces of that puzzle that said that it was real, including my friends telling me to shut up because I was concerned about the time loss. And
you do doubt yourself. You doubt yourself for a long time, but then.
Yeah. Oh boy, that took years. It took years. I don't know if you listened to that Pleiadian message that we posted recently.
Yes, many times.
And
Many times
the part where it says one afternoon you're sitting there, and at one moment, all of a sudden you get downloaded these volumes of information that, like reading an entire legion of information within a few seconds. And that truly did happen to me. It really did. I'll never forget it. I was standing there washing dishes, and it happened in 2010, and the connection occurred, and it was just like, oh my God, I am right. And all of this shit, it did happen. And I remember this, and I remember that, and I remember this. And it was just sort of like, laying the suit of Sunday clothes on the bed going, okay, here it is. And I reached out into deep space in my mind, and I found even more information about my paper that I wrote when I was 17 years old. And I was just like, it connected, and I got the final answers, and it was like, wow. And the rest is history. And here we are today. I connected with something that was just so, it was basically obvious. And it's, one of those, hand on forehead, duh moments, except there was soap, I had done with dishwashing soap on my hands, so I couldn't put my hand, hand joke, bad joke. But I'm doing the dishes, and it's just like, ta boom. And it just happened, and it just came, and it was just a wave, and been doing it ever since. And I know it talks to me. It speaks volumes. I see the planets in my head. I draw them for you guys. I don't copy any of this stuff. I just sit down and do it.
You draw them and we photograph them.
Samuel, I have a question.
Okay.
Do you think, or I don't know how to say it, when you had your last experience with them, did they indicate that they would contact you again?
Well, depending on the faction. My last experience that I had here in the house was not fun, and there was no communication. It was rather rude and not cool in my book at all. When I did talk to the Pleiadian, and prior as a child, I do believe I'm going to be addressed again. I do expect another visit.
Yeah, that's what I feel too. I feel like you will.
This is part of what I also sort of kind of.
It has to be right. I mean, it can't.
I kind of almost include like they might actually be listening to our shows. I don't know. I want to possibility. That's the case. How else? They're the Pleiadians are from the future. This guy came back, and they put me aside, and he says, I'm going to have to look you up. And then he came back a few minutes later, and then we had the conversation, and he told me that I was going to do something, blah blah blah. And he wasn't handing me all the information. He was working around it because I wasn't ready for the information. Although there was a ton more I was given in the conversation. And then this is where I started to argue. Well, you're going to do something wonderful, and that was where I referred to in the Radio Wasteland videos is that 2010 moment where the guy goes, something wonderful is about to happen, and he was giving me a generalized well-being sense, trying to tell me that everything was going to turn out, everything's going to work, it's going to be wonderful, and only you can do this, and you're going to have this ability. Then people, when they hear your voice, they'll know that it's right, blah blah blah. And I kept, then I've told this 100 times, that's when I started to argue with him, which was dumb. You don't argue with a higher race. Just don't.
But you did.
But of course, Sam does stupid things, So yeah, that's what I did.
Yep.
And it was a sense of self-protection as well. And I'm to the point now where I still sit here and wonder if I'm going to do it. But I know I already did it to them from the future. So therefore, it's in the past. So therefore, we are successful. I do to what extent I can't tell you.
Right.
But I know that we are successful in changing our way forward in the future. And
well, that's what keeps you saying that sometimes is what keeps me going. I love doing this. I would never stop. All right, I do it because the most exciting thing to me is when I make a video and I put it together and I edit it and everything comes out so good. I hyper focus on that and I love it. I would never
so
stop.
disappointed when this goes away.
But as Karen, as Carol was saying, so long, and sometimes it just feels like this information isn't going anywhere. I mean, we see we see our small, the wheels are turning slowly, but they are turning.
I want it faster too. I really do.
But there's a part of me sometimes that I'm like, God, this is it. Because I see people's lack of interest and people's how they just completely just shut down with this information. And
to me, it's the most exciting in the world, and to them, it's boring. It's like, what?
Yeah.
How I can't wrap my mind around the fact of somebody thinking this is boring. That drives me insane.
Jesus, we just keep moving forward.
Yeah.
Follow the path, stay in the middle, concentrate, and that one person whose heart you touch, and they spark, and they want to know more. Doesn't that sort of help all the ones that?
Look at Christopher. Look at how Christopher ended up here.
I look at Christopher quite a lot.
I see myself in Christopher. I see you. I see Rebecca. I see all of us in Christopher because we all had the same experience. Almost identically the same experience where we were confused and we knew something was happening. And we came across, most of us came across Sam. He came across Rebecca, but we all were led to this way, and we all seem to have the same response to it. Like he was saying, I can't stomach watching TV, and we start losing the interest in worldly things that we used to have. So I do agree. Like there is definitely something happening, but there is sometimes that I feel where I just want it to happen faster, and sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a wall, like I'm just hearing my echo.
But that's okay.
Yeah,
that's fine. And Shelley just said she thinks a lot of people are scared of it.
Absolutely.
Well, trust me, I was scared coming on this, and here I am, and it's like,
What is the one thing I will say is that only up until like last year's cycle was when I started getting scared. It's not something that I have ever really felt when it comes to this. I get excited. It gives me a rush. It makes me feel alive when I'm out there taking these things.
It's a different kind of scared. That is.
Yeah. But I've seen things in the progression of all this where I'm like, this is no joke. Like this shit is gonna get.
The pattern is getting spooky.
Yeah,
it is absolutely. And thankfully, well, I'm not gonna say thankfully, but we've had a lot of cloud cover, and sometimes I just think, God only knows what's happening above those clouds.
You got it. You can feel it, Jesus.
Yeah.
You go outside and it's like the hairs just stand up. You feel it. You can feel that. Like when the barometric pressure goes down, if you have asthma or anything, your voice gets deeper and you get heavy in the chest. When you go outside and you can feel it.
Absolutely. That is exactly heavy in the chest. That's exactly what I get sometimes. Yeah.
That's what I get too. It's real. It is.
It is. Absolutely.
It's really nice to be able, like when you meet like-minded people, how you can easily talk about those things that you never spoke of before. I know Rebecca and I spent like a lot of time on the phone together. Probably said more than I said to anybody. about personal experiences and things like that. And it's like, it's okay, honey. It's okay. We all go through it, you know?
Right. No judgment.
But I remember
this is why this is a great outlet for me. And I think it is for all of us. Because this is our one opportunity to come together, because unfortunately in our personal lives, we're very alone when it comes to this topic. So it's really nice to have this outlet where we can not just type away, but actually see each other face to face, and like it's like having like going somewhere and visiting amongst each other, and there's having dinner and then talking about your favorite topic without feeling ostracized or feeling that people think you're nuts. You know, we understand each other because we all experience the same thing. We all experience how powerful this whole experience has been, and I'm really grateful for that.
Well, it's not only that you can be together with each other and that, but you can be together and be yourself.
Absolutely.
You
So
know?
this is the only time
Bare
in
bones.
my personal life where I feel that I'm 100% myself is on this show. You know,
That's awesome.
Even in my personal life, there's a few people that know what I do, and we don't really talk about it. It's just like one of those things that's like an unspoken agreement. Like, you believe in crazy shit, but you're my friend, and I'm not gonna go there. You know,
I'm actually far more comfortable now than I have been in many years.
Me too.
Even though there's a looming, sense of doom hanging over our heads, and
Right.
a few hundred Star Destroyers and a couple of cubes and the big old honking Death Star Empire orb and all of that crap's parked over our butts right now, and yet I'm a little more comfortable than I've been in many years. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, try to sleep with that at night.
Well, I don't spend 5 minutes not knowing that there are extraterrestrials nearby for many, many, many years now, and it's sort of a journey to get there and to be aware of at all times. And I don't even presume the old ways of we're alone for even 5 minutes. That's gone in my world. Gone.
Wow. Yeah.
I know that I can look straight up, and there's a whole bunch of people looking this direction too. They are, and they're not people that we know as people, but they're people, and they look different, but they're looking this way. When I look up, just the other day, I was sitting there staring, watching the long box cube, and the 5 Star Destroyers and the space tube go directly straight over my head. And I watched it for 20, 25 minutes. And, I'm sure my neighbors thought I was just, because I'm like doing the hand gesture going, okay, well, that's there. And then that's over there, and I'm being myself. And I'm comfortable with knowing that there's ET directly over our heads, which answers so much. Huge.
Yeah.
It's huge.
I'm laughing at Christopher right now. I remember the first time he came into the group, and I latched on to him right away. He didn't even have 5 minutes. And I just wait, young man, you'll see.
Yeah.
So if you were to call Carol Ann, how many pictures do you think you have put away?
Oh, I lost 20,000 on one of my hard drives.
No.
At the beginning. Right now, probably maybe about 15,000.
Oh, easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. But then I have them spread out between laptop and phone, and I have a 3 terabyte hard drive. A lot. And information, like when Rebecca started putting the pictures with the diagrams that you made, Sam, that was like the biggest blessing in my whole life. Because you not only see what we saw through the camera lens, you're now seeing what you see, and they match perfect.
Perfect.
And from years ago to now, They still match perfect.
Oh, and she saved me
There's
so
no
much
problem.
work because I would have to go through each person and I would show them. I would have to reach. I'd go down through the file. I'd grab the current picture, show them the current picture. Then I'd have to go down through the file and find the matching drawing. And then I'd hand out 3 to 5 to 10 examples in comparison, one person at a time.
The learning curve has been dramatically decreased because of those. Dramatically decreased.
Yeah.
So,
And Rebecca came up with it all on her own. And I especially like the videos where you do the showing how you do the search through the drawings and then the layovers on top of it. I love those. And you should.
I want to make a new one. It's time to make another one of those. So.
Also, my learning in placing, because you knew, Rebecca, I used to message you all the time trying to. So which one is this? Which one's that?
Yeah.
And once you started doing the diagrams, it just became way more
easier
for me to kind of hold on to that information. Because
don't forget the world
I think
famous.
most of us are very visual learners.
Don't forget the world famous Jesus index finger.
That's right. Only Jesus can do that.
Yeah.
Look, I can spot a planet, no problem, but I did have a hard time with the identification for the longest time. For the longest time, I had a really hard time. Which now I'm like, why? It's actually very simple.
It is.
Actually, right.
Very simple.
Over here.
I think it finally set in
I
when
made the mistake a lot of going by color and going by.
Well, I think once you added the object cluster groups to the planets, and then you fit both of those together, and which was on what side, and once you learned that, you just you went down the ski slope, and you took off and did the slalom run right there, Yeah.
It's like those things is like you can't really you know it, but your brain doesn't quite.
Right. But now it's easy.
Hold on to it, but now with the diagrams, it's like
it's
keep
easy
it in my mind all the time.
Yeah, for these new people that are coming on, to us, it's probably like repetitious all the time. Like we know that, but now it's here's the sun. This usually is on this side. This is usually on that side. Oh, don't forget these down here.
Yeah,
it's so easy. I mean.
It replays itself over and over and over again.
Yeah. And a lot of times it's not always at first important to remember which planet it is, but to know that it's there, that you're looking for the dark areas and all that. You know it's there. So you forget the name, or maybe you say the wrong one. It's not that big of a deal. You know it's there. So
right.
Yeah, and we know, and we've learned the patterns repeat, and the patterns repeat. And, there was the coolest thing going, God, all the way back to 2017, 2018, 2019. And we started seeing them happening again. And the repetition repeated itself. And then we saw that Nibiru was coming back and was like, oh, boy, and oh, God, and then, I always refer to that as the Dr. Phil era. But when we were seeing Saturn and his Saturn Magellan moon come back towards us, and you can see the ion tail, and that really excited me. And I mean, now it's over the top of us and in our face, and in a way we've never seen it before. So it's dramatically exciting, and it's also dangerous and scary. And oh my God, what's going to happen this year? And wow.
But the other nice thing, when people first learn about this, right away it's like, oh, they're going to crash in. It's like, no, they won't. Because they're going by what we were taught in school, which was it's gravitational. Everything's going to. No, they still teach the old way in the schools. When I left, none of the books covered anything close to this. Still don't. And it's
and yet, for God, the electrical universe has been a topic for since the 90s.
Yeah.
And to me, it was an absolute had to be, because you can't separate one part of our world and our rules in subatomic chemistry and say that the rules exist here, but out there they don't. Which is the unification model that Einstein, for some reason, couldn't figure out, which still blows me away. Now, granted, I am many.
But also, I think it's important to mention, Sam, that he said that he was not satisfied with his theory of relativity results. He was still working on it when he died. Like he was still working on it. But
Oh yeah, he had a notepad. And
also take into account is that he became a rock star when he put that theory out. You know, when we put those equations out, he became a rock star at a time where he was broker than hell. He was just broke.
yeah, and then he
So-
became an
for
icon for
him,
the government.
it's like it was
and
an
owned.
opportunity that why would he deny it? So he was still working on it. And I think it is important to say that he himself said that
Well,
he
yeah,
was not
he was
satisfied
searching for the unification model, and the unification model is easy. You just don't call it gravity. You call it astrochemistry. It's atomic structure. It's electrical. It's the same gases that make up the tabletop, and compounds and molecules and everything exist out there for the same rules that in our tabletop. And they didn't get that. And I think it took them years to even perceive. And I think they still separate it to this day. I don't think people link everything as linked. The planets out there are connected to us in here. And I don't think people see that. I
It's
think,
really disappointing to think that they haven't put it together because
oh, no kidding.
I was observing on a shoestring funds or
Budget.
How do you say a shoestring
budget.
There you go. If we're using $20, $40, $50 cameras, sometimes even cheaper, and we've learned a great deal off of it. These people have much better technology. Wouldn't you think they would be a little bit ahead of the curve? A little more. It's man's stubbornness to kind of, especially when it comes to science. Science has been so stubborn. One of the areas in humanity where we are really, really lacking is science, because we're so stubborn and we want to add to what was learned yesterday, and sometimes it doesn't work that. Sometimes
Well, how do we tell?
what you
How do
think
we tell
you're doing
scared
is
people
and then kind of
that
start
the aliens have been here since 2009?
How do you
I mean,
tell them they're still
drastically here. Not they were here before. They've never really left their small factions always, but since 2009, there's been majority factional occupancy of our above Earth. From the Federation has been here since 2009. Not to mention the visiting planets where people or the demigods live on these visiting planets. But there's more than one faction here. I mean, how do they tell people? Because I mean, there's going to be a large percentage of the people who are so fearful that it's going to be destructive to them to find that out. It'll scare the crap out of them, their pants off them, whatever you want to call it. Or, turn your teeth snow white overnight, as they say in Monty Python. For those of you who know Monty Python. But anyway, it turned his teeth snow white overnight because they didn't back then. Anyway, bad joke. How do you, I'm sure that's a huge part of the problem and the issue that we are facing is there's going to be a voluminous amount of people that fear the knowledge of ET being here.
That's about par for the course, though.
And I go across that street all too easy by mentioning it and going, yeah, the Longbox Cube or the Texas Cube or the Empire Orb and me with my personally having met three off-world races. To me, it's old hat, second nature, and I can't even imagine people who are not in the know thinking about this or pondering the possibility therein, amongst as well as with the fear porn that does exist and the gossip and the hype and the unknowing. I don't know how we step across that subject with any level of ease or comfort.
One of the things you have to remember is you saw them, so did I.
Yeah.
We're still here.
Yeah, true.
We're not bad people. We're normal.
Yeah, I didn't go running, screaming mad, and jump off the nearest bridge. So let's hope that people have to actually just accept the fact that there are many other races, and they're here. They are here.
This time, there's other people to talk to. When we were young, Sam, there was no one to talk to.
Oh no, they'd lock you away.
Exactly.
Wow.
So we held this in for a long time, but now we're comfortable, and
Right.
we made it through. So will others.
And
And
that's
children,
why,
especially children,
as
are
of
so open.
as of the eclipse and the sixth seal thing, I asked Rebecca to put up to post publicly where we would comment more regularly about the Pleiadian message, and it is the closest version to the truth
Right.
that I've come across that someone else created, other than me telling it. It's got a little bit of factional.
A little. It's
prejudice.
not too bad.
There's a
It
little
is
of a
not too
human,
bad.
of a human aspect to it, but you
Right.
know, I mean,
And it's not the only version of the truth, but it is a suggested
It's
truth.
close.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
close.
I
all
think close
the-
enough. I think close enough.
Yeah.
Well, it's important. It's a very important message.
Yeah. All the classes and that I took in my trainings, very close. But at that time, we didn't talk about planets.
Well, yeah,
They
coming
were-
to understand that the fact that part of our area of the system has been taken over by a war 300,000 years ago, and the transition and the changing of man to what we are, we're this version of us. It's important now that become known, and so we can work, and we have a goal to achieve a step away from the control level. And I'm not saying by violence, because only through diplomacy and intellect and compassion are we going to ever advance
Yeah.
forward.
I agree. We have to do things out of love, not out of fear or out of
Exactly.
out of hate. You know, it has to be out of love.
And that is the only way that it's going to move forward, because according to the prime directive, you're in a free will zone, and only the people who are enlightened and hold that frame of thought rather than fear, rather than anger or hatred or prejudice, will be treated with any respect, because you have to give love to get love. But if you give anger, you're going to get anger. You
Thank
get
you.
what you give. And the only way we're going to do this is to earn our place in the future. And that's where we are. We are, and as of the 6th, the time has changed. I moved my message forward. Prior to that, I wasn't talking a lot about this. And then the moment I do, Lana comes on and she says, "Oh, Sam, tell people." And I'm still in the process of that. It's not going to be overnight.
You'll always tell.
It's an important message. And this is now. It is now time for that.
Yeah.
I waited years to actually just come out and say that, but it is, as of the eclipse, it is now time to bring that message forward, because it is the truth, or a version of the truth.
But I think any time earlier than this wouldn't have been a good time, though, Sam. I think we're at the right time. And you said it about what Nostradamus said, is that in 2024 humans will start.
Correct.
So I think that our core, again, there's another piece of the puzzle right there, is that I think now is the best time to have started this podcast.
And seemingly some of our peanut gallery went away.
Yeah. I know that you kind of struggle with that.
Did he lock up on us there?
No way, I'm
Yep.
good with that. Yeah.
You locked up. Say that again.
I know that you're a little you have fun with this, so I know that you're kind of struggling with them being away there.
You think so, Jesus? You think
I do kind of miss them. I do.
Yeah.
I personally, they can stay away. I'm fine. I don't like arguing. I don't. I'm at a time in my life where I'm like, you could either be happy or you can be right.
Well, it's not an argument for me anymore, because
Well,
I've got.
It's not, but there's sometimes some people give off this energy where that it doesn't matter what you say.
Oh yeah,
That's where I stop.
Yeah, I don't even bother with that energy level anymore. Which is part of the part of the
but
fun
I
for me.
I'm on the ropes. I'm fine with talking to somebody that doesn't quite agree, but at least has a decency to talk to me with respect and like a normal human being.
There you go.
But if you come at me just making fun or having the laughing emojis or that kind of stuff, I'm not gonna go there. I'm just not. I don't. In the beginning, I argued a lot with people. I felt in the beginning I came into this very overzealous, and when I found this out, I was like, if I see it, everybody's gonna see this.
That's
right?
right.
And I learned quickly that it's not that simple. I saw it when I started seeing it. I saw it very clearly, and I thought that everybody else would see it too. That all I had to do was get a video, and that's why my love for making videos came from, is because I was like, if I just get the right evidence, I can show people and they could open their eyes. And then I realized quickly that it's going to take a little more work than that.
And we still get to keep doing it. That's the thing. They have to believe me.
And again, I love doing it. I would never stop doing it.
I would bet money
I do feel now that the evidence right now, it's almost doesn't even matter. You have to be willing and open to alternative thinking. And if you're one of those types that takes his information from the news and lives their life by what the TV tells them and can't make that jump, from thinking for yourself and just, going with what society.
Well, I think our best science is yet to come.
I just don't think that you're ready for it. I don't think it makes you a better person. I don't think you're dumb for it or anything. I just think that you're just not ready for it, and that's fine. That's fine too,
One person at a time.
Person at a time. Yeah.
Yeah, our best captures are yet to come when they're going away and they're illuminated and we get to see them and like the first 2013, 2012, 2014, 2015 it's going to be a beautiful, really cool show. And when they go get smaller and smaller and we see their colors and the asteroids, and hopefully
that's gonna be bittersweet though. It's gonna be great views, great captures, but also you're gonna know that they're kind of going away, and the further they get, eventually we're gonna go back to our boring skies.
But we'll be at Comic-Con and we'll be showing everybody our computer pictures for the next decade.
Yeah. And we're gonna be like, you missed the greatest show on earth, but I recorded it, so you can still.
Right. We'll go down in posterity, Jesus.
Sam's melted cell phones and electronics in a special museum box.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that's funny, Christopher.
Exciting. It's true.
Yeah,
I mean, we have like this huge collection of videos, and I mean, the proof is already put together.
Absolutely.
And that's the best part. It's already been
huge body.
proven.
Don't you feel like at this point in our life, though, with all the proof that we do have, it's not as critical to try to prove it to other people. It's just present it. If you believe me, fine.
Yes.
If you
Right.
don't,
You
fine.
get more comfortable. You get more comfortable.
I think proving it has already been done.
It has.
I think it has already been done.
I'm thinking like at my
It's
age,
just finding the people who are willing to open their eyes and open their minds to this information. I think that's
And
where
those are the ones we want.
Sabrina is right. She says, enjoy it while it lasts. Take more pictures and videos and write about it more and more as we can. And that's a contribution that you'll never be sorry to do. Never.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything we record, it does, get cataloged and laid down, and we date everything, and we can go back, 5 years, and hey, I got this picture in 2018. What do you think? And I just go back to the 2018 drawing, and I go, oh, this is this, and it matches, and we've got all of that information,
right.
And we were smart enough and wise enough to date things, and to keep track of it, and to have sets of rules. So it wasn't a free for all. And so we were able to catalog and categorize and summations and facts. And, I don't know how many times over the last even 5 years, people go, yeah, your theory, Mr. Hoffman. I'm going, no, this is not a theory anymore.
Way beyond
proven.
Way beyond a theory. Way beyond a theory.
Yeah, theory was 2011, 2010, 2013. Now we know what we're talking about.
I know on my personal Facebook page this year, I came out of my shell and I started posting a lot more stuff than I normally would. I don't have any flack. I didn't lose anybody.
Well,
In
it
fact-
is according to Nostradamus, this is the year that we, we
I
embark
have-
on a connection to the worldwide emotional understanding where people start to see what other people are feeling and thinking. So let's hope for the best.
Yep. I have one lady on my Facebook page. She's very religious. Her son is both a preacher and an undertaker. I had
Oh,
him
boy.
in school, very Christian-based family. And today, after one of my posts, she said, "Thank you for putting this here." I'm thinking, okay.
Wow,
That worked.
Really?
Well, there's a direct
I
connection
thought the
to
story
religion.
might take another turn, but oh, wow, that's great.
I'm-
Sometimes I think you surprise yourself. Sometimes I think we're reluctant. At least I am. I know I'm reluctant to talk about it in certain settings in my personal life. And maybe if I actually try, I'd realize that people are more open to it than I realize.
Right.
I think there's a large faction of people out there that are listening and believing, but they're actually afraid to even comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have a few that message me personally, but they will not message publicly. They just message me personally, and I talk to them.
I do see
but
that a lot.
They will not publicly. They might see a like or two, but as far as commenting or anything, nothing. I get nothing.
One step
Okay,
at a
I'm
time.
empty. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get another pop. I'll be right back.
Sam. Okay. All right.
I'm not sweating anymore.
You're doing great, Carolyn.
I
I
hope
couldn't.
so.
You would never know you were nervous for a moment.
I'm not
So-
quite sure where to look. I don't know if I'm supposed to look down
I
here
know.
or if
I
I'm
always-
supposed to look at the hole or I just look at
Right.
Christopher and Jesus up there in the corner.
That's what I do. I look at you guys
Yeah.
down there, but I know the camera is up here.
Yeah, it's
but
up
I'm
here.
like you. I'm looking at you guys.
And then I figured, okay, I often see Jillian with the phone, so I put the phone here. It's like, okay, now I can see the messages. I'm good.
That's a good plan. Yes.
Thank you
yes.
for doing this for me, Rebecca. This was
Well,
a big
sure.
step. This was
I'm really
my-
glad that you wanted
too.
to come on here, Carol, because I wasn't sure if that's something
Yes.
that you were open to. So it's nice. That
I'm-
we've been wanting to meet each other for a long time.
I know we
just
have.
as close as we can do that. That's not personal, but
Right.
we're looking forward to that. If
This
we can
isn't
make
bad,
it
though.
happen, but
It's not bad.
for now, this is what we have, and this is a great outlet. This is
Yes.
great. I feel more connected to you now, just because we've had that personal face to face.
And just remember, Jesus, years ago when Nancy was moving out of Alaska, meek person here called you on the phone and said, I think you need to talk to us. Remember that?
I
We
do.
had you on. It was Nancy Greenler and me. There was somebody else. I forget who it was, but we
Who
got
was the third one? You're right. There was somebody else.
I don't remember who it was though.
Well, Jillian was talking to you guys at the same time.
You know what? It probably was. It probably was. Okay.
You guys were
Shelley's
pretty
back
thick
on.
in that
So
early
Shelley-
days.
Shelley.
I spoke to
Shelley?
Jillian early on the phone. I don't know if I accidentally called her one night, and we ended up talking for like 30 minutes that night. I was having a hard time with her accent at the time.
Really?
I think she lost a little bit now that she's in Scotland. But I was having a little bit of a hard time.
Yeah, she was running her Scottish accent and her South African accent pretty much
Together,
together
yeah.
at the same time, and she'd lose
See, I'm
you really
used to
easy.
that.
Yeah,
I'm used to it.
Really.
Yeah, I am too now. I mean, we've talked on the.
I
Jillian
love
and
it. I
talked
love it, but I
on the
was
phone.
having a little bit of a hard time that night. But I kind of more or less held on the conversation. I was able to. It was a good conversation, but I did have a little bit of a hard time with their accent. It was a little heavier then, I think. But
I think it's really important for all of us to be available to our viewers and YouTubers who are watching to see that we are not just a couple of individuals that get together in a small, tiny chat room, only one Facebook group or anything like that. And we're a very large, vast, worldwide network. And I've even thought about asking Rebecca to use a couple of the Radio Wasteland introduction that Chauncey talked about me and us, because he did his research, which is why Radio Wasteland actually came to me. I didn't seek them out; they came to me, and because it is amazing to me, everybody out there regularly that does. They send me stuff, from around the world all the time, and I love that. And they're all faithful, great friends, and there's no way I could ever thank everybody for the work they've done. And it is such a huge group effort, and we do need to show that to new folks out there that we're not just 5 crackpots sitting in one room talking about the Pocky One Chip Challenge. We're a worldwide network, and we've all done the work, and we all see the planets, and we're not crazy. We really aren't. And I might be, but no. That's other things. I'm crazy about Star Wars. I don't know why I'm going there, but I played Star Wars today. Anyway.
No, it's too. I know it's too much for a lot of people to believe. Like if you just went and told somebody there's a planet right there, they're not going to. But that's why I pull out my phone and I start showing the pictures. Because seeing is believing.
Right.
So you have to.
Yeah, I showed a guy at the truck
Point it
stop
out.
the other day. He asked what we were talking about, and I said, "Oh yeah, right there. That's Saturn's yellow moon, and there's the Saturn. And over there is Nibiru." Yeah. And he opened up the door on the truck stop and went right in and didn't even give me a second look. So yeah, this guy's batshit crazy. What the hell? What is Saturn? What's the Saturn's yellow moon? What is that? And here I'm clearly pointing out an absolutely very, very large, very visible Saturn's yellow moon. Due south, couldn't miss it. Ion tail from hell going halfway across the sky, and there sits massively dark circular Saturn behind it. You couldn't miss it for the world. And yet the guy looked up and looked down and then grabbed the door and walked in. That was it.
Right.
So it's not good tales at truck stops. You have to have fart jokes or other jokes.
What is and I don't like quoting this movie because I find it a little exaggerated, but the first Men in Black, Tommy Lee Jones, when he's talking to Will Smith, what does he tell him when he's telling him the truth? He's all, humans don't know and they don't want to know. They think they got a good beat on things, and unfortunately for the masses, that's kind of true.
They don't want to know that they don't know.
A lot of people don't want to know. A lot of people are fine with the world, the way they think it is, and they're fine with that, and some people will, as they say on The Matrix, some people will even fight to protect them, So that's why people get angry at you.
And that's where we get the peanut gallery.
People are so uncomfortable with change that
they're not questioning anything. They're just taking everything at that book value, and they don't question, and they're happy with that. So,
well, it's not a comfortable thing to find out that the government that you have always believed in, pledge allegiance to the flag, and all of that. It's really, really uncomfortable to learn, and I know this firsthand. That they're not necessarily telling you the things that you would expect them to behave like, and it is really uncomfortable to know that.
I mean, it hasn't gotten any easier in my 6-7 years. It hasn't gotten any easier. Like it's the reason why when I turn on the TV and I catch, or when I come home and my brother's watching The View, which he loves watching The View, and it's like a kick to my stomach when I see The View. I hate watching them.
Well, we are we're opinionated humans. We really are, and unfortunately,
But I think that's the reason why why people don't want to know, because to wake up one day and to realize that everything that you've been told is a lie is something that you're going to struggle with.
Well, that boils down to factional point of view.
Well,
You can't say lie; it's a point of view.
Well, I mean, Well, I mean, some of it is a lie, though, Sam. Some of it is.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to meet in the middle on that cookie.
But I agree. It is factional and it is subjective to a certain point. Absolutely.
Right.
But it is very uncomfortable that to realize one day that everything that you thought isn't. And your history, your religion, those are things that are very dear to some people. And
I'm sorry, but we are not.
I was indoctrinated with a lot of things. I think the way that I grew up kept me from being indoctrinated into what we know as society now. So I'm grateful for that. It came with its challenges, but I'm grateful for that. But I do feel that not everybody's on that same boat that's willing and open and accepting of that, because some people's entire lives are revolved around that lie or that rhetoric or that story that we have been told that.
Well, can you imagine if you were an indigenous tribe living on an island, say in the Pacific Ocean? There are a few islands where white man is not even allowed to step foot on because they'll kill you. But can you imagine the separation between those folks? And now, granted, they probably have a fantastic shaman. They probably have a religious connection that we don't even fathom, nor will we ever be exposed to. But there is that huge separation in most of America. The people who pay the taxes and go to work every morning and get on the subway or take the train into Washington, D.C. and everything else like that. And the unfortunate ability for people to learn, especially with money, how to lie and protect the truth as long as it benefits them. There is such a huge, vast separation in each of those segments of reality, all the way down to knowing or believing. It's scary. It bothers me. This is where I'm always reaching out to people to try to understand, because I don't have that anymore. That was taken away from me. I 7-foot tall guy from the future, and a 5.5 foot lizard man standing there with red glowing eyes in the darkness, and he walks into the light and he's real and he's there, and they're cool and they're scary. And then I've dealt with grays, and I've dealt with a gray in a lab coat in the middle of the deep underground military base years ago, and there's no coming back for me. And so I'm so out there in my already being used to where I'm at. I have a hard time seeing everybody else's point of view. I really do. And that's why I ask you guys over and over again, tell me your point of view. How do you see this? How are we doing? What am I doing? Am I doing it right? Because I'm so far into the spectrum. I don't even see it from your point of view or your point of view or that person or that person. I don't see it. I do not know how effective I have been. I don't know. I try.
I think I can only speak for myself, right? Right, but I know that you affected my life in ways I can't even explain. So, and I know there's a lot more of us out there, than just the 5 that are here right now. So
sorry, I'm Mike Jesus. Him and I have talked about this a lot. Oh, yeah, I'm off mute. Anyway, but I'm the same way. I mean, it's almost kind of freaky. I mean, how well everything has fallen into place. I mean, it really couldn't have happened any better. But yeah, just by finding Sam's videos first, I mean, it was really all because I was interested in Nibiru from a religious view. That's where I was at. And it was end times topic, you know, and Nibiru is this and that. So that's what, and I'm very lucky that I found Sam right off the bat. I didn't go into the whole red.
Yeah, because you were going down a deep, deep hole there.
Never really got
hard
into. I
to
saw
find.
it,
Yeah.
but I found him just right away, and it was just like his charisma, you know, that really grabbed my attention. And here's the funny part, because that was 2014, and then I had to like reshuffle my whole entire life again at that point. And then I got resettled 2 years later, and I did not remember his name, but would you believe I went back to YouTube and I found him again. I mean, I just went looking for him again. And so I found him again. And then that's the year I started my group. And it was just really for me. It was just a place for me to post my own pictures, just to collect, you know, I could have a chronicle of my own things. I never, ever, ever, ever foresaw, you know, that it would be a big old group and we're doing shows. That's the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, I would have never thought we'd be doing this. You know, I never.
No, it really is. So,
I really
learning.
started out thinking any of this was gonna be a
yeah,
thing. It was
no.
It was really just feeding our curiosity is really what it was.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, this is the coolest thing that ever happened.
Absolutely.
I'm just in awe that I get to see this.
Without a doubt, I can't tell you how often I'm thanking you and thanking I just look up at the sky and I just feel so grateful that I'm able to understand enough to have the presence of mind to understand what it is I'm seeing, you know, because God, would I be upset if it came and went and I would have been oblivious to it. I just I don't think I would have gotten over that. I would have
and how exclusive we are. We know stuff other people don't know, and it's a cool group, but hopefully well, and you know, the example is that you said, well, I found Sam's videos or I came across your information. So obviously the job is getting done. That is what is important, is that we are here to, you know, as a group, we team up to share and disseminate the truth and the fact and then the new information about what most everyone already has inside them. And that's why they're looking in the first place. They know something's wrong. So they start looking. And because it's inside you, and then you find the right place, because that is your path in your time when you're ready for it. And only when you're ready for it does it occur. And this is the moving forward of the information towards our future, which has all been laid out for thousands of years as a plan. There is a plan, believe it or not. And it's happening. It is happening. And that's all I know. I mean, I don't see how well it's happening. I know it's happening.
Whoever thought that you'd be talking to people all over the world on a daily basis?
Yeah. I was thinking about that today. I mean, how we went from just having Sam's interviews maybe twice a year or so on Radio Wasteland. You know, I mean, it was not too often, 3 times a year. It wasn't that often, you know.
That was about every 3 months.
We would.
It was about 3
4
months,
times a year. Okay, sorry. But to me, it seemed like forever, I guess. But still, you know, it wasn't enough.
It was forever. I had my moments where I was literally feeding for one of
I was so excited.
Interview.
Yeah.
You know, and now we get to do it personally.
And I remember
we never got part 2 yet either.
Yeah,
remember.
No.
It's really upsetting. That's really
upsetting. Hey,
upsetting.
Chauncey, we're still waiting for part 2.
That's funny.
You know what I remember about the Radio Wasteland when Sam started doing them? We would all sit in our little tiny group that we had at the time with Sam, and we'd all say, whose name is he going to say tonight? You know? And if our names were mentioned, we'd be going, woohoo!
Right.
Yeah.
That was the great part.
Yep,
Yeah.
all of our wonderful members that we all worked for this.
You have the
And-
whole list. You would say Andy Poole from England and Matthew Weave from
Yes.
Malaysia.
Yes.
Well, I was trying to include everybody, and because it is a we, I don't say me, I. It is a we. We gathered this information. We compared the notes. We shared pictures. We talked about it, and we found all of this information, and we got to watch the planets come in when they were much smaller, and we got to figure it out together as a
Well,
group.
not always.
And
You grilled us pretty hard. I don't know.
yeah, I'm
made
kind of
us-
tough. I
You made
I
us
push
work
and I
for
pull.
it. I remember
Well, I
when
do-
the black spot on the sun, and I would send you those pictures in the group, and everybody going, "What's that?" And Jalene'd say, "What?" What's that black spot? Black spot, Sam. Tell us what. No, you have to tell me what it is. And you made us work for 2 weeks. And then finally I said, Sam, it's a ship. It has to be, because it comes and it goes. It has to be a ship. Bingo. But you wouldn't tell us what it was.
And you just did say it. You went bingo, because that's what all I would type back. I would type back bingo.
Bingo. Always. And I still say that. So that's
Yeah,
stuff.
I learned early in the first few years that if I just told everybody the answers, they didn't retain it. It didn't stick with them, and they bypass over it real quick. And so if it's information that you yourself learn, you remember it.
Oh, yeah.
And I learned that early. And so that's why I spent a lot of times dropping metaphors and handing out music with
You and your
the answer
metaphors.
inside the lyrics. And
I think that worked. That was genius, because you're right. When you hand somebody all the answers, I first of all, I don't think that people really see it or even believe it when you just hand them everything on a silver platter.
Right.
You kind of have to put it together. It's like you can't just hand somebody a puzzle that's already made. They're not going to appreciate it or even learn anything. You kind of have to help them put it together.
Absolutely. I agree.
I see a lot of people who want that instant gratification, and I think that's a big problem with
God.
learning.
the number of times people yelled at me over that.
Our attention span has been severely diminished. We live in a TikTok era where 30 seconds, a minute and a half, and if you don't get the message across there, people lose interest. And sometimes they don't even look at that. Most of my videos, I look at the numbers, and it's like my videos are purposely very short. I've said that before, because I know that people's attention span is very minimal.
Right.
But even then, even on my minute videos, I see that people drop off 20 seconds into the video, and I'm like, you kidding me? Like you can't watch a 1 minute video? Like that's a little too much.
I kept finding people I would tell things to, and I would give them the answers, and a week later they would be asking the same question. And I go, but I already told you that a week ago. And they go, well, remind me. And I'm going, no. Let's go back through this. And then you lead them to the steps and the stages of, okay, this does this. And then, you got to sort of guide them. And so I learned to hint a lot. Okay, you tell me, I'm giving you the next piece of it. And how does that work in science? And how does your science mind and eye see that, and what would that be? What could that be? And then you work through the possibilities, and you remove this. No, that can't be that. No, it can't be that. No, it can't be that. And then they've come to the summation. They took the journey to get here, rather than reading a book while you're driving to a park and not knowing how to get back from the park. They took the ride. They looked out the window. They saw where they were going. They got there, and they remembered the journey. And because I was telling people the same thing over and over and over and over again. So I finally just started hinting. So that way the people who were questing for answers would search. And then they would build.
That's the difference between a good teacher and a great teacher.
right.
Absolutely.
You know,
I'm going to take that as a compliment. Thank you. I don't see myself as an intentional teacher. I know the story. To me, it is, well, A, they told me I couldn't tell you, so I'm telling you. And B, to me, it's so cool and it's so self-obvious that I just openly share it because to me, it's simple. It fits. And the truth always fits. Its complications are lies. Lies are complicated. If they don't fit, they're not right. And we've all of us together have put these puzzle pieces together, and here we have what fits.
Right.
We haven't run into anything that has stopped us. Not yet. There has been no walls. It just keeps going, and it keeps fitting, and it keeps fitting, and it keeps matching, and it keeps growing. So we're right.
Yeah. Just hope I get to see all this, Sam, because I worry about my age and what's going on. And then I'm thinking, oh God, everybody's getting Alzheimer's. I can see me telling planet stories.
Wow. Don't go there. It's when you deal with the positive and you are assured. Yeah, don't go into the fear department because then you're wasting your time. And you're burning out.
It's a human thing.
I worry about it too. I mean,
you don't dwell on them, but you gotta think of them.
I'm no spring chicken anymore either, and I'm running. I got the thyroid issue and all of that crap going on, and I'm not pleased with it. But I was told I get through it. Where that goes, how far that ends, I don't know. I hope this happens publicly prior to my demise, but. Maybe I pushed the first domino. I don't have to see the last domino. I don't know.
Right.
I'm trying to
it's not fear. It's just concern. Fear is,
Hey, I'd like to live about 250 years.
Oh, that'd be
and
cool.
be healthy, and not if I wasn't, but if I was old and wrinkly and couldn't move, no, thank you. But I'd like to self-heal and live 250 years. Thank you.
You do the best we can.
So, I plan to get through it one way or another. And I don't plan to quit until, they tell me I can't anymore.
That's it. We keep going. You know what, guys? It's 3:30 here, so
my
I think I'm going to cut out.
I think we're all going to call it a night, too.
Yeah,
that might be a good thing.
Thank you so much for letting me.
My butt is starting to feel it. I need to go walk around.
Hey, we had a good second half of the show. Was really good.
Yeah.
Really
I was kind of in and out of it, and then you came on, Carol. And you kind of got me back.
Yeah,
You got new energy.
it did. That shook things up.
Yeah, we were all quiet tonight. Had nothing to say. We were all tired. And then you came on. We all perked up.
Kind of a day. Yeah, just that kind of a day.
It's a heavy day.
I'm grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Your cameo was awesome.
Right.
It was wonderful meeting you.
Thank you so much. Now, when I tease you, at least I won't scare you, right?
Oh, no.
I
Go
won't scare
ahead.
you, Christopher. No. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Okay.
Good night.
All right. Good night.
Thank you,
And
guys.
hope to see you again
Sure.
soon.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll be back Saturday, y'all. Saturday, 2:00 Central. Y'all
Bye.
know. Okay,
Bye,
thank
everybody.
you. Bye.
Love
Night,
you
Sam.
all.
Good night, Rebecca.
How do I get out of
Bye.
here?
Bye, Chris.
Later,
I'll
Sam.
close it out, Carolyn.
Okay,
Bye.
thank
Bye,
you.
Sam.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye, Sam.
All right.
Guys.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Couple more.
Bye.
All right. I'm going to leave too. I'll talk to everybody
me too.
very soon.
I'll talk to you
Good night.
later. Okay, bye,
Awesome.
Sam. Good night.
Bye.
Good show. I see 3 people here. I don't know who it is, but thanks for hanging out with us tonight. So it was a good show. We had a lot of good conversation. Hey, Shelly. Hey. Yeah, it was fun. So we have to, we'll figure it out. I'll message you on Messenger and we'll figure out like this Saturday. Is that what you're thinking? This Saturday? So just let me know. We'll start there. I have another guy named Russell. He's been in our groups for a long time. And anyway, I've also invited him. I think he might come on early on Saturday. So you might he'll do the first half and you could do the second or something. I don't care. So we'll figure it out. But anyway, yeah, we went 7 hours and 24 minutes. It's not our longest show. Our longest was a little over 10 hours. It's not like we, have to force ourselves. Obviously, you can see, we can't stop talking about it. We just sit here till we fall asleep to talk about these clouds, and because nobody else is going to listen to us, nobody else is going to accept it hardly, let alone, want to look at the same pictures over and over again. So we can't get enough. We're obsessed. So anyway, we're just waiting, for the right viral video or situation, that blows the cover on this, because it's already, the work is already done. It's all right there, I know you all know. So anyway, I'm just rambling now. It's like I said, it's 2:30 in the morning. Poor Shelly. I know it's 3:30 for her, 3:40. So we got to get some sleep, so anyway, I'm going to go ahead and close this out, but I just wanted to say hi, and I'll do a live for you guys soon. I've been waiting for the sky to cooperate, because I would love to, do an outside live, because those are my favorite, but I have to wait for the right situation, because it has to be perfect. So, but anyway, until then, we can do lives here on the computer. I have gobs of pictures, and we can answer questions and make all this make sense. So we'll do that sometime too. So, but it's been wonderful, guys. 7 hours, 26 minutes. We're going to go ahead and wind it up here. So I'll talk to you all soon. So y'all take care. Bye, Shelly. Bye-bye. I don't think it's closed out yet. Is it? No. Here. Bye-bye, guys. Oh my God. I just now saw I'm still on here. That's okay. Well, okay, guys. Hi, Andrea and Karen. I just saw your message and I'm like, that's really nice. And I don't know what made me stop to check and see what it looked like on YouTube. I have no idea. I could have just walked away and kept it going all night, I guess. So, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and hop off of here. I could have sworn I hit the end stream button, and It's so great. There's 22 people still here and it's still recording. So, okay, guys. Yeah, right, T. Racy. The show goes on. This is like one of my nightmares come true or something, you know? I was like, these are the things you don't want to see happen. But that's typical for me. I mean, stuff like this. It's just like, oh, great. I just, you know, it builds character, I guess, after decades of it. So anyway, but yeah, thank you all. This has been a great show. Like I said, Carol Ann, she came on at the tail end and did a, 180 really. Cause I don't know. I think we were all just feeling kind of maybe tired. That's the best way I can explain it. It's just, we're tired. But so anyway, I was very surprised when she messaged me asking to, as I was a few days ago, she asked me to be on to help me with the group as far as member requests and just overlooking things, which is great, because man, she's got so much experience and she's perfect for it. So I'm happy she's there with me now. I mean, helping me with the group now, so it's even better. But yeah, I can't wait to have Carol Ann back on again. So we'll just make that a regular thing, hopefully. So, and I have a guy named Russell Neal. He's in California, and he's been in Sam's group for years. And him and I, I've known him for a long time, it feels like. But long story short, I think he's going to join us Saturday. And I forgot how many, he was telling me about his collection of pictures and videos, and it's way up there, many, 20, tens of thousands. I don't know. I'll have to look and see, but I'm excited to see what he has in store for us, because anyway, so that would be an exciting thing. And I think Shelly is going to hop on too. I don't know. Saturday is going to be fun. So, but anyway, yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close it out now, guys. So like I thought I did earlier, but this time I really am. So, okay, y'all take care and we'll see you again Saturday. Okay, bye-bye.